want it, you gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without it for my name's sake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Welcome to David Eats With. Coming in here, looking at all the memorabilia and the uplift it's had. It looks fantastic. It's a great facility for you members to come and enjoy during the summer and have a wonderful time and watch Warwickshire win. I recall my time starting in Warwickshire. I was the age of 14 when I walked through the gates here at Edgbaston. Over the years, it's been fantastic. I've been here a long time now and been associated with the club with a lot of success. And 1980 was the first success that Warwickshire had that I enjoyed. As part of the squad, I was on the Lord's ground staff, but still playing a lot of second team cricket for Warwickshire. And the two guys here, David Brown and Bob Willis, lifted the John Player League, which was absolutely fantastic. And he gave us all the lift that future's going to look good. So just going forward from the 1980s, 1980, I joined the staff in 1981. And our first success really winning a trophy was in 1989. And I recall the semi-final here at Edgbaston. It was a packed house against Worcestershire. And it's the first time I appreciated how magnificent this stadium is to play in when its capacity is full. The best thing about it was about 2,000 Worcestershire fans and the rest were ours. A great atmosphere, and when we walked out, it was fantastic. And even better was that we beat them by 100 runs. You couldn't have asked for any more. But then we went on and we won the 1989 NatWest final against Mike Getting's Middlesex, which again, I was lucky enough to be there at the end, and Neil Smith hit a magnificent six at the end in the last over, and we got over the line and won that game. 1994, we come to that magnificent year where we won 3 trophies, runners-up in the last one. And then 1993 was the NatWest final, which I suppose everybody remembers me for. The 100 at Lords, chasing 320 to win. And we did, Dermot, myself, put a big partnership on. And to be honest, there's members, every time I walk into the ground, still remember me for that day. But at the end of the day, it was a great day for Warwickshire and for all the members, because at half-time we were 4-0 down, at full-time we won 5-4. I've played and viewed cricket from many grounds over my years watching cricket, playing cricket. There isn't a ground better than Edgbaston to view your cricket from. You can go to any part of this lovely ground and you get a great view. Please count yourself lucky that you're associated with this fantastic club, fantastic ground where your viewing facility is better than any other in the country.
This is brilliant. Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Came about on tour, obviously really proud and really honoured to be asked to a great club like this, especially after only one season. Yeah, I was really pleased. But yeah, built a really good relationship with Davo over the last year I've been here, so I think we'll work well together. But yeah, during tour got asked and was more than happy to accept. It wasn't really on my radar, purely due to the number of senior heads that we've got and probably some of the other candidates and leaders we've got in the squad. Yeah, it's a really nice feeling to have been asked. Yeah, I'm not the most outgoing like that. I'm not the loudest in the change room, like you say, but I feel like I'm not too shy in coming forward, and I'll put my opinion across if I feel like something needs to be said. So yeah, there's obviously different ways of going about leading in parts, but obviously being a vice as well, a lot of it's going to be alongside Al and just supporting him really in some of the jobs that he may not have time to do or he needs a bit of help with. It's been great. I've loved every minute of being here, and it was a big change for me. It was a big move for me, but I've loved every minute, like I say, and I'm hoping to kick on this year with the cricket. I enjoyed the cricket last year and it went well, but I'd like to kick on and do even better this year, and hopefully this sort of tag won't affect that and I can kick on, like I say.
Six again. What a shot that is.
Easy as you like for Sam Hay.
Holding, brilliant from Woakes. That is stunning.
I think I've always been involved in sport and I've got a really sporty family. My sister's a professional athlete, so I'd always kind of seen up close what elite sport looked like and what it took to get there. So I always knew I kind of wanted to go into sport but not necessarily playing. Just went to Northampton University to do my undergrad in sports science, finished my masters at Loughborough in about September 2021, and then saw this role come up probably just before I finished that. Applied for it, got offered the job, and have been here since November 2021, coming up to my third season now. With my job, it's kind of split between the pathway and then the professional squad. So the main part of my job is to lead the pathway, so academy and EPP, and then oversee our county age group programme. But then I also work closely and support the professional squad as well. Particularly here, it's a really great group of people, so the biggest thing I'd enjoy is just coming into work every day and being around people that you want to spend time with and you want to work together with, whether it's players or staff. I think in terms of my actual job, seeing players progress from a place where, particularly young players, where they didn't either enjoy the gym or kind of understand how it would help them, seeing them get to a point where they're really keen to do it and they can see exactly why they're doing it and how it's going to help their cricket. They're probably the biggest things. The boys have made me feel so included right from day dot. They don't see me as kind of any different to it being a male SLC. So yeah, I think if there's a couple of us within the men's circuit, but it's really good to just kind of be one of few and kind of show that we're just as capable of fulfilling the role as well. I think it's tough if you don't see people in the role, then you almost don't believe that it's an opportunity. So I think it's if it's something you're passionate about, definitely don't be afraid to stick with it and really kind of look to see where you can get to. There's so many opportunities out there. Not just for men or not even just in men's sport, in women's sport, disability sport or anything like that. So I think if it's something you're passionate about, put your all into it, get as much experience as you can, and don't be afraid to dream big or try and get to where you want to get to.
Number 61, Michael Bennett.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked it over. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, it's just snuck through. Runs the boundary, he's going to find. My word, what a thump down the ground.
Richard Illingworth and Steve O'Short. To the Durham head out by Scott Paul. And the opening batsmen from Warwickshire, Rob Yates and Alex Davis.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston, where I am pleased to say, excuse me when I get my microphone, sorry for the mic noises, I have to turn a little nodule round, use the technical term. I'm Clive Eakin, and Mel is with us again, Mel Farrell, for second game in a row here at Edgbaston.
I am indeed.
Wrong ones, try those. The ones you talked into that aren't plugged in, sorry.
Well, that's a good start. I've missed a half volley first up this morning by putting on the wrong headsets. Technologically challenged, that's me. Good morning, Clive. I'm very excited to be back here.
Yes,
This.
indeed. If you listen to us on the stream, there just seems to be a little bit of a problem with the BBC app at the moment, which is a bit frustrating, but no doubt people are working on it. Okay. Ah, no, we are there. We are there. I'll do a little test in a moment to make sure we can be heard. So, it's a dry day. Clouds are high and light. Durham have put Warwickshire in, and Matthew Potts will bowl the first over from the Birmingham end. We're way to the left. If you look at it from the pavilion end, with the Birmingham end at the other side, we're way to the left. Another short boundary again, as Potts comes in around the wicket to bowl to Rob Yates, who just dabs a bat on that and pushes it on the onside. Is this, you were here. Is this the same pitch as the last game, or have they moved it one across, perhaps?
It's moved two across, sorry.
So
one,
closer to the boundary.
Closer to the boundary, so yeah, they were on the one that has that has a green mat on it at the moment, last time around. So we're still at that very short boundary.
Don't be put off by that, it's all right. I'll be speaking at 3 minutes past exactly. Potts comes in to bowl, and Yates has clipped that away for 4 to backward points.
Well, that is that short boundary that I was talking about. So when you've got a left-hander on strike, and the offside is his go-to zone if there's any width on offer. So there's very little wiggle room or wriggle room. Is it wiggle room or wriggle room?
Wriggle, I think. Although I suppose either would do.
Yeah, you can wiggle or you can wriggle, but you can't bowl there with that short boundary.
No.
That's the crux of it.
Indeed. So Potts into bowl.
He walks a long way before he starts his actual run.
And that is defended by Yates. Open face to the bat, and it goes into the gully area where a scrambling fielder fields it. Not too many in the ground at the moment. Bulk of them to the right of the sight screen at the Birmingham end. That's a paying public as opposed to the members. I mean, members can sit there if they want, but generally they come onto this side. Potts into Potts, going down the leg side. Yates has a little glance at it, but lets it go.
Yeah, just trying to correct that a little bit. They have got 3 slips in, a gully and a backward point. So trying very much to protect that area, but it is a very short boundary.
It's well taken by Bobby Robinson behind the stumps. There's Potts into bowl with 3 slips on the gully. Yates solidly behind that, plays that to mid-on. And there is no run. We'll go through the teams and what have you in a moment. I'm just going to get this report out of the way for BBC CWR and BBC WM. So Yates with Alex Davis at the other end, the Warwickshire captain. I interviewed him on the phone yesterday evening. He complained that I was interrupting him watching the Masters. Potts comes round the wicket, and that's pushed to mid-off. There's no run, but as a Lancastrian, he wasn't too pleased to see Yorkshireman Danny Willett doing well. Anyway, here comes my report. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where happily we have once again started on time in Warwickshire's second county championship match of the season. They're up against Durham, whose first match was washed out completely. Durham have won the toss. They put Warwickshire in. The boundary is even shorter on one side, but the pitch having moved across 2 pitches from the one used in the draw match against Worcestershire. Warwickshire forced into one team change. Craig Miles recalled very quickly from his loan at Glamorgan as replaced the injured Michael Booth in the team. One fine boundary so far from Rob Yates after 1 over Warwickshire of 4 without loss.
Beautifully done, Clive. I'm excited. Do you know why I'm excited?
Go on.
Well, you've commentated on the first over. That means I get this over, and it's a certain Scott Boland who is opening from the members' end, and I'm sure a few people might have picked up that I have a bit of an accent that flips back.
I haven't noticed, Mel.
Well, you know, but it is Scott Boland who rumbles in, that big strong figure. It's full first up. Sticks out a foot as the ball is driven straight past him, but doesn't get it to it, and it's going to be a boundary first up. So welcome to the county championship. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where he got a bit of tap in the test match last year, in the opening test match. But it's a boundary first up, so 8 for none. Davies and Yates both getting off the mark with a boundary, so a nice sprightly start for them. Boland starts his run up, he's in, he's over the wicket, and Davies just lifts his bat in the air, lets that one go past, and that is appreciated with some applause. One thing about Scott Boland is the Kookaburra ball will be quite familiar to him, Clive.
Yes, yeah. Another reason why English bowlers all chunter at having to use a Kookaburra ball. I was going to sort of talk about the team changes, but of course it suddenly occurs to me Durham haven't got any team changes because they didn't get a game on one of 2 matches about without a ball being bowled, though Scott Boland wasn't in the squad, I think I'm right in saying, for that match. He's arrived in time for this one, so I'll go through the Durham team after this ball.
Boland it is, with Davies still on strike. 3 slips in, and he just jumps on his toes and gets his hips out of the way for that one. Lets it go past.
So they have Alex Lees. I always want to say Alex Lees in goal, but that's because I'm still in football mode. But Alex Lees, Scott Borthwick the captain, Colin Ackerman, David Beddington, Ollie Robinson the wicketkeeper, Graham Clark, Bryden Cass, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Callum Parkinson and Scott Boland. So Scott Boland, Matthew Potts, that's not a bad opening attack there for Durham.
Bad at all. Boland, his last test was actually in England. He's in again. And that's a fuller delivery, just dug out, Yorker really, to mid-wicket. So you hear the oohs and the ahs, just pumping up his tyres as much as possible early on.
So from the 14-player squad that Durham named, the 3 to miss out are Paul Coughlin, Baxter Lead and Michael Jones. It's a bit annoying because I researched Baxter Lead. Never mind. Perhaps we'll come on as a subfielder later.
You can always just throw it in. Yeah, I'm sure we can find a way to bring him up over a couple of days here. As Boland is in over the wicket. Another full delivery, just jammed into the ground, rolls towards point by Davies.
And Warwickshire, who did get a pretty lengthy game against Worcestershire last time around, the one change for them. Unfortunately, Michael Booth, having made a not discouraging first-class debut in that game has pulled up with a side strain, and still no Liam Norwell. So Warwickshire getting problems with the bowling department straight away. And Craig Miles, who must have been thrilled to be loaned out to Glamorgan for a match that went something like 622 for 3 and 655 in the first innings. He must have loved that.
Davies waits as Bolander's in, and that one, he played at that one, whistles past into the keeper's gloves of Ollie Robinson. So first ball was a boundary, and then after that was a row of dots.
So Craig Miles, recall from his loan at Glamorgan, is in the Warwickshire 11. So that's the only change from the team that drew to Worcestershire. So it's Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Will Rhodes, Dan Mosley, Ed Barnard, Jacob Bethel, Michael Burgess, Danny Briggs, Craig Miles, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hine-Dolby. So the two players named in the squad of 13 to miss out are Chris Benjamin and Chase Simmons. So decent enough start from Warwickshire. It wasn't easy for the bowlers to get wickets here at Edgbaston in the first game. Warwickshire started with 2 boundaries. Matthew Potts, 3 slips and a gully, and Yates pushes out to the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was definitely very difficult. Oliver Hine-Dolby in particular did struggle with the new ball. It was really windy here last week. I think that's very important to point out for the bowlers. Not only were they having to deal with the Kookaburra, there was and the short boundary, there was a horrendous wind here. Almost blew you off your feet if you were standing still.
Potts in, and Yates leans back and plays that through the offside. Doesn't beat the inner field though, and has to settle for a scampered single. That's the first run that's been run, so to speak. And it's 9 without loss. And it's also the first time they change ends, so Potts will get his first ball at Alex Davis.
Yes, so it was a tough game for Warwickshire. I think a couple of they played well in patches. They bowled well in patches. They batted well in patches, but it didn't feel like they put the whole game together. So ended in a draw, of course, against Worcestershire.
Well, Mark Robbins was candid afterwards and said that although both teams found it difficult bowling, he said Worcestershire did bowl quite a bit better than Warwickshire. That's left by Alex Davis. Durham's reaction would suggest that it was a tight lead, nipped back a bit, maybe after it passed the batter. It's taken me a while to work it out, but that stop that denied Yates more than a single in the last over was from Graham Clark. Good tumbling stop in the covers from him.
It's very well done. Just looking at that ball, I think it did move an awful lot because Ollie Robinson had to move a long way to actually take that ball. So a bit of movement.
Potts in again. That's a more comfortable leave this time from Alex Davis. Not much bounce in that one. So it's taken by keeper Robinson.
You talk about the Kookaburra ball. Well, Worcestershire did have 3 bowlers who had some experience, or certainly more experience. They had Jason Holder, they had Nathan Smith, even Adam Finch spent the summer in Australia playing grade cricket. So sort of felt that maybe that was a bit of an advantage.
In he comes again, Potts. That's the left by Davies. Both these batters got off to starts in that game against Worcestershire. On 37 for the first wicket. Warwickshire only batted once. Yates made 26, Davis 36, but that was a bit of an issue for Warwickshire that the top 5 all got past 25, but none of them got to 100. Ed Barnard was closest with 89. Half centuries for Will Rose and Dan Mosley, whereas Worcestershire got 300s in the game across 2 innings, including Kashif Ali, already the first player this season to score a century in both innings.
Oh, they were good.
They
were good. Oh, easy on the eye, doesn't even begin to cover it.
And that's edged and just beats a gully from Davis. I say edged, he might argue he opened the face of the bat, and he's run it down to third for 4. It was certainly all on the ground anyway by the time it just got between the last slip and gully. And so Davis gets his second boundary. He's on to 8. 13 without loss. So Kashif sounds like, and I don't want to, you've got to be careful, of course, not to put too much on a young player, but he does sound like an exciting talent.
Well, he's lovely to watch. It was the manner in which he scored the runs as much as the runs that he scored. Just the balance, just the smooth wrists. He holds the bat perpendicular to the ground, but he's got such when he's I guess just getting into his stance, but he's got such good hand speed, bat speed, that he somehow gets himself into position so quickly. Brought up both centuries with a 6. That's always putting, let's put a little bit of gravy on that one, shall we? It was certainly wonderful to watch. So I'm excited to see what he does, but also Scott Boland, excited to see what he does. He is around the wicket and driven firmly, beautifully by Yates. That's 4 runs. So both Boland's opening overs, the first ball has gone for 4. That's the long boundary there, but it was a crisp drive, and never any doubt. Lots of space out there.
Yeah, that's a positive start by the Warwickshire batters. Not too many alarms. Bottom beat the bat once, didn't they? Reasonably comfortable at the moment. 17
for none it is. So Yates, left-hander on strike. Boland around the wicket again, and this time it's tighter line and just presses forward in defence. No run.
I mean, there's going to be a bowler at some point who will say to Scott Boland, when you go back to Australia, take these balls back with you, will you?
Well, look, it's an interesting one. We discussed this a bit last week. I mean, I think it's probably maybe too early to kind of judge whether or not using the kookaburra has the desired effect. It's obviously a big picture thing. Difficulty is early in the year when it gets wet. Boland is in, and that one's just tucked around the corner. There is a fine, deep fine leg, so they'll just get a single. And that is a third ball. They're just changing around now for left-right-hand combination. Yeah, the desired effect, what it certainly did do is it made captains think and bowlers think. And so we saw some fields that you would not normally see, I would suggest, at this time when you had, a couple of short mid-wickets almost holding hands. And so it was an interesting exercise in problem solving that I thought was quite intriguing. But the problem really is when the ball gets wet and swells. In it comes Boland. Again, fuller, but a tighter line to Davies, just outside off stump. So defends that one.
I suppose you want a balance, don't you? And you don't particularly want, I mean, maybe the teams do, but early season, you don't particularly want to see everyone bowled out for 120 and bowlers to find it easy to get wickets. But then, on the other hand, you want them to have a chance of taking wickets, which, I think Worcestershire did bowl Warwickshire out eventually, but I don't know, it's a balancing act.
That's why I think maybe it's too early. Just intriguing to watch. Boland, he's in and just left well alone, left on length, I think, by Davies. Goes through to Robinson. The other thing actually that was interesting, because we saw a lot of conferences going on when things were difficult between captains and bowlers. And I spoke to Brett D'Oliveira after the match. He brought up something that I hadn't even thought of. He said that the other thing, having Nathan Smith, the New Zealander, in the side, so he was telling them how to maintain the ball. Different ways, how it differs to actually maintaining the dukes with just how you shine it, what how much sweat I guess you put on it, what it is. So that was something I hadn't even thought of, the difference in ball maintenance. As Boland is in a shorter ball, and that is just cracked away through the covers. 4 runs. Short boundary makes that all the easier for Yates. And Scott Boland starts and finishes his second over with a boundary.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's enough pace in the pitch really to bang it in short like that, and he also gave him a bit of width. The good news is, with one exception, Cardiff is the only venue that hasn't started on time. Glamorgan's due to play Derbyshire. Everywhere else, they've started on time. Kent got an early wicket against Essex. Worcestershire got an early one against Notts, that's at Trent Bridge. Surrey have got one against Somerset at the Oval, and Gloucestershire got one against Yorkshire at Bristol. Middlesex have got one against Northampton at Northampton, so actually wickets falling.
Oh, it felt like Birmingham was the centre of the cricket universe last week.
Yeah. This one round the wicket. It's played to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, it was good. When I was in my car, I was able to listen to you on the wireless because you were the only game on. We were on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Wireless, that's what my parents used to call it.
Well,
When I was little.
I like calling it the wireless.
The wireless. I like it. Yeah, well, as soon as I wasn't here on commentary for the last day, that's when it all fell apart and the rain came.
Yeah, well, I think they got a delay, so once they got a delayed start, there wasn't going to be a game, really, was it? I'm not sure there would have been any way, to be honest. Potts comes in to bowl, and that's gone past Yates' outside edge. A bit of encouragement for Potts. Got a little bit of extra bounce there, and Yates driving at it, misses. He goes on a little walkabout. Alex Davis comes down the pitch to offer his thoughts.
Just a little bit of zip there from Potts.
I think you can follow what's going on in all the games by going to our brilliant Cricket Live page on the BBC website. You also find all the commentaries there. As in comes Potts round the wicket. Oh, and that's gone past the outside edge again as Yates plays forward to that.
He's such an exciting prospect, Matthew Potts. Just look at where England is with their test bowlers, retirement of Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson. He's only going to play for another 10 years, of course. And maybe some opening. So good time of the year for Potts to impress selectors.
Around the wicket he comes again. This time Yates gets bat on that, drives it through the offside for 4. Good contest this over. Beaten twice, but next ball he drives for 4 to move on to 14. Normally we have a name on our Cricket Live page, like I say. No, but no one's taking credit for it today. So whoever you are, doing the Cricket Live page, hello. 26 without loss here, Warwickshire. Put in by Durham, really positive start. So Worcester should do this, score really quickly from the start in the first innings of the first game. Potts pauses at the end of his run-up. 2 balls left in the over, and Yates drops a bat on that, looks for a quick single, it's not there, it goes to point. There, Clark fields it quickly and prevents any chance of a run.
And this is part of the Kookaburra ball experiment too, talking about Matthew Potts, isn't it? Rob Key has said he wants bowlers who can bowl quick. He's not necessarily worried as much about wickets, it's about what you see as opposed to what the result is. And I'm sure there's, as in all things, there's a bit of balance in that as well. Because
yeah, I do sometimes wonder about the balance of England, and when they say they're not too worried about wickets, that seems to apply to their batting as well. Anyway, Potts comes in, and was a strangled appeal. I think Yates just got a bit of bat on that to push it to the offside, but if he'd missed it, it would have been a big LBW shout, but he didn't. Got a bit of the inside of the bat on it. So an interesting over, beat the bat a couple of times, Potts, an odd shout, but also a very nice cover drive for 4 for Rob Yates, who's on 14, Alex Davis is on 12. We've had 5 overs thus far, and Warwickshire 26 without loss.
Yeah, that was an interesting contest. Look, and I think we're going to see that. Bowlers are going to probably just have to be comfortable with the fact that they are going to go for 4 on the short side, in particular at times. But just that threat around the edge of the bat from Potts was pretty impressive. Here is Boland continuing with his 3rd over from the members' end. He's in, he's over the wicket, left well alone by Davies. Of course, Scott Boland, luckily he's not listening to this, but he probably doesn't have great memories of Edgbaston in some ways, although obviously he would have enjoyed being part of that test side, but he, as I mentioned earlier, really did get some tap. England really took to him in that first match. He only played 2 of the Ashes tests. He played again at Leeds. that was the last test he's played for Australia. He's in again, and there's an it was a threat of an edge. That ball did leap up, move away. I think he'd say he was playing inside the line. But that's better from Boland, just making him think. Davies goes for a walk down the pitch. It's a bit of gardening.
Yes, it was his 35th birthday yesterday, I see, Scott Boland. So, Warwick should be hoping that he celebrated heartily. I'm sure he was very professional about it.
He's quite a quiet, almost shy character, Scott Boland. He's in, it's shorter, that's pulled away, and there's a lot of vacant territory out on that leg side, and it goes over the deep square boundary for another 4 runs.
So I suppose a bit of a late developer, Boland, looking at his stats. What age was he? Must have been, what, 32 when he made his test debut?
Yeah, it was a great story. Test debut at 32, and just to balance things, bring back some bad memories for England when he took 6 for 7
yes.
at the MCG in the Boxing Day test. That was an unbelievable afternoon. It was incredible. The MCG was it was almost like the whole MCG was bouncing.
Were you there?
Yeah, I was.
Brilliant.
In comes Boland, and that one is just creamed over the top of the fielder at point. And that's another 4 runs to Davies. Moves on to 34 for none, Warwickshire.
I'm not sure how close Clark got to that. And the covers, he leapt up, arm in the air, but couldn't reach it. It was a little airy from Davis, but hit positively. Has been a positive start by the Warwickshire batters.
Tell you what, boundaries at the MCG are definitely a lot
Yes.
bigger than that boundary there. I'm sure Boland won't like that. He can't afford to stray wide of the off stump. He's in again to Davies. He's tighter this time, and that's just defended into the covers. But he was one of those, been a real journeyman, you know, been around for a long time, a really hard worker, very highly respected at Sheffield Shield level. And then through a series of players being out, he came into that side and had the absolute dream debut and won the Johnny Muller medal, which is given to the player of the match in the Boxing Day test.
Okay.
Johnny Muller was one of the Indigenous side that came over for a famous tour to England. In comes Boland, and that's just cracked forward of point, who dives and saves and runs. And he's only the second Indigenous man to actually play a test match for Australia, with Jason Gillespie being the first one. So it's a great story.
Another good shot from Clark there. The bowlers must be thinking, the pitch being so far to one side, it's very lopsided. One short boundary, this over. The left-handed Yates will have the short boundary on his offside, and the very long boundary on the leg side. But of course it's always a challenge at Edgbaston, the number of pitches they have to prepare. They have done brilliant, the ground staff, to get that first game on with the help, I must say, of cooperation from players and umpires who were refreshingly unfussy about conditions not being perfect. As Potts comes into bowl to Yates, again 3 slips in the gully in place. Yates drops the bat on that. They go for the quick single. There's a hint of hesitation from Yates, but Davis was happy to go through, and they get the 1. Which means the fielders have to move out. Scott Boland just bowling over. He's gone down to long leg, and now I've got to go trot over to third now because of a single. 35 without loss. The ground staff have had a tiny bit of the pressure put off them this year by the fact that Warwickshire finally are going to back to an out ground. I'm absolutely delighted from my point of view, because I've argued it a long time. They're playing 3 one-day games in rugby in the one-day cup, and that's short and it's pulled by Davis. That could be all the way, is it? Just waiting for the umpire signal, and there it is. 6 to Alex Davis.
I always say predictions are a mug's game, Clive, but I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm going to predict that we're going to see a few balls in the stand on that side.
Yes, well, Warwickshire only managed 1-6 in their innings against Worcestershire. That was Ed Barnard, but the boundary was a little bit longer than it is here. There's always a danger, of course, and players and coaches always talk about it. It's more probably applies in if you're playing a T20 game and you've got a short boundary. The temptation to go for it all the time can get you into trouble. Davis opens the face of the bat, runs it down, tries to get it between third slip and gully, but this time doesn't quite angle it successfully enough.
We did see some wickets fall in precisely that way, but the difference this week is not only the boundary being shorter, but also the lack of wind, because I think that foxed the players a few times when they went for it, but it seems to be quite not so much today. The bare and ragged staff is flapping gently.
Yeah, in comes Potts, and Davis tries to turn that round to the onside. There's no run. Always like this sort of reverse number scenario when Yates and Davis open together. You've got 1-7 at one end and 7-1 at the other end.
I actually like that. I approve of that. Yeah, I do. By the way, I do like to mention the bare and ragged staff flag, because I just like saying bare and ragged staff. Although I confess I was really disturbed when I was educated last week about its violent history.
Oh, I'm not sure I know about that. Was that Brian or Richard giving you that? Anyway, this one. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. As Davis plays a forward defensive. Who was educating you on that then?
Was it Phil? Probably it sounds like a Phil thing. But it was all about the bear being tethered to the ragged staff in bear baiting days.
Okay.
So, it's, you know, I love animals. But it's
well, I can assure you, Warwickshire do not indulge in any bear baiting these days. So Yates, Mel, Yates has played a miss 3 times now. I make it to Potts, but this time he gets bat on that, plays it to mid wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 7 overs gone. On that bombshell, I'm going to leave you, Mel. Mel Farrell will be joined in a moment for the first time today by Durham commentator Martin, and Sunderland supporter, I should say. I should rub that in at the moment. Martin Emerson.
So it is 41 for none. Yates is 15. Davies, well, he's on 26 off just 24. Yates' 15 has come off 18. But that gives you an idea of the sprightly way they have got Warwickshire's innings going here at Edgbaston this morning. A little bit of high cloud all around, but I actually reckon it's going to burn off and we're going to see quite a bit of sunshine today, and a bit warmer than it has been as well. I don't know how reliably told. You might get up as high as 17. And for an Australian who's been shivering for the past 3 weeks, I can tell you I'm looking forward to that. I'm not going to get my jumper off though yet. Now that I'm joined by Martin Emerson, someone who comes from the northeast, he's going to just call me soft.
Not really.
Okay then. Here's someone who's not soft. It's Scott Boland. He's around the wicket to Yates, who just clips at that one. There's a bit of a shout. I think
That was going down the leg side there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You were here last week, weren't you? So you've seen a bit of cricket.
Yeah. I'm the good luck charm.
It didn't actually rain during the game that much, which Durham didn't play against Hampshire. It was just a lot of rain had fallen before that match began, particularly the night before, and it was just very soggy. And we've had, according to the Met Office, the wettest 18 months on record.
Wow.
It feels like it hasn't stopped raining since half a match was lost at Derby in July last year, and then nearly all the game in Scarborough.
Boland is in again to Davies. This time he cautiously presses forward, defends into the covers.
What it does mean, though, is Durham's wait for First Division County Championship cricket stretched from 2,751 days to 2,758.
That is research.
Yeah.
I am impressed. Wow. You sat down with the calendar. Did you count each day individually?
I asked Mr. Google to help me out with that one. But their final game in Division 1 in 2016 was at the Rose Bowl against Hampshire. They won that one and thought Hampshire were relegated, and then found out a couple of weeks later that Durham were going down instead.
Here comes Boland. It's a shorter ball, but there's an amount of bounce left well alone by Davies.
For over financial issues, so it's taken a long time. I remember back in the day, Paul Collingwood said it would probably take about 5 years to recover from it because they lost a few players as well. And if you take out the 2 COVID years, it's worked out to be 5 years. But this time last year, Durham lost their opening game at Sussex and then never lost again.
They've got such a good squad. When you look down there, I saw a certain Benjamin Andrew Stokes downstairs earlier. He's not meant to be playing until May. But
He's doing a few bowling sessions earlier today, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. So I'm a bit disappointed that they play at Kidderminster. I'm going to be at that game. The thought of Ben Stokes batting at Kidderminster, it's quite entertaining to my mind. As Boland, he's in, left alone again by Davies outside the off stump.
Yeah, reminders of 2 years ago at New Road. All those sixes he hit in the morning session. I think he used about 5 bats during that innings as well.
I think he might have liked this short boundary today.
Yeah,
that could have been quite fun. Not for Warwickshire's bowlers.
I've been here before when they've had a short boundary there for certainly the one day cup last year was quite a short boundary, and maybe even the T20. But it's 2021 since Durham played here in a championship format game. That was the Bob Willis Trophy year.
As Boland comes rumbling in. That one's just tighter to the off stump, defended to the offside.
Now, interestingly, in 2021, Durham beat Warwickshire in Chester Street quite convincingly, in innings in 127 runs. And then the game here, there was only about 2 days play possible because of the weather. And then Bryden Carse was called out of the Durham squad along with Ben Stokes. And it's one of the Warwickshire players as well. I've got it written on my notepad. They went to make up that emergency England squad against Pakistan because of COVID.
That's right. In comes Boland, this time easily left outside the off stump to finish.
So yeah, Danny Briggs was the other. Yeah. So that ended in a draw. Durham got docked points for a slow over rate, even though there was only about half the game played, and Durham never even managed to finish their first innings. So, but Warwickshire then went on to win the title that year, didn't they?
They did.
The Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah. They did the double. Was
yeah,
that the
yeah,
double year of the double?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to forgive me, Martin. I am quite a newcomer to. I mean, I've been watching.
You've been around a long time now.
Oh, well, I've been around. I've seen a few county matches.
Well, it's quite a few years since I first met you here. It must be going back 10 years, probably.
Not quite. Don't age me.
Okay, I won't. Potts round the wicket from the city end of the ground, and then he's defended by Yates on off stump, played off towards the cover area.
When you talk about the not being able to get cricket on and saying how well the ground staff did here, I guess for Durham listeners who might not have been listening to our particular match here last week, they've got all these, they look like tram lines. It looks like someone's tried to cut a whole lot of pitches out of the outfield on the men's side.
Potts in again, and forward comes Yates and defends that one, plays it back to the bowler. It looks like they've scarified the ground and maybe tried to put a little bit of extra drainage in this end.
So yes, so they have. So there's a new drainage system on this part. If you look out near the boundary, just about a couple of metres in from the boundary, in front of the holly stand, that is a particularly wet area there, and there's some more of those tram lines running in there and around the pitches.
Potts bowls. Yates once again defends, plays that up to mid-on, no run.
So if you look at the pitch, even that they're playing on, you can see it's like at the outside of the pitch, there's an extension of lines coming out either end. I think that might have caused a couple of bowlers that just sort of put them off a little bit. We had an enormous number of times bowlers pulling out of their run-up last week. Massive.
What, with worries of their foot going in that little trench?
Well, I think mostly the wind, because it was that strong.
Potts again, and that is driven off the back foot up to mid-off, no run.
But I wondered if the slight unevenness caused by the tram lines might have played a part. But yeah, talking to some of the bowlers here, it was that strong. It was almost like as they were coming to their final stride and their leap, it felt like the gust was going to take them. So it was really hard work. You had to feel for them last week, the bowlers. Tough work.
Two balls left of this over. 42 for non-Warwickshire, having been put in by Durham. Yates plays that into the covers. No run there. Just looking at the history of these two batsmen. Yates got 102 in the draw against Durham here, that I mentioned a few moments ago. This is his 58th first-class game, so his next century will be his 10th. He's got 6 half-centuries as well, and a higher score of 223 not out against Kent last July. Potts bowls. Oh, there's a big appeal here. It's difficult to tell what that hit from up on the 3rd floor with the batsman with his back to us. There were a couple of noises there, I think. There was appeal for LBW. I think the question may have been whether it hit pad first or bat. Just watching this one again. It's hit the pad, hasn't it? He's played around it by the looks of things.
Did it hit him on about leg stump?
Maybe possibly just going a little bit too far down the leg side.
Maybe just going down, but it was not a bad shout. And Potts, well, he's been asking all sorts of questions, not just of the umpire, but the batters as well. Both Yates and Davies, they made starts last week against Worcestershire. Yates made 26, Davies scored 36. So they kind of got a start, but didn't go on with that.
That was a maiden from Potts. Doug Rain has emailed. He's working in Glasgow this week, he says. Finally, we begin our season after our washout against Hampshire. I noted the junior-sized boundary on one side of the wicket. He's asking, really, this early in the season? What they do at Durham, they tend to start from left and then towards the pavilion side of the ground and then move across to the right as the season goes on.
Here's Boland over the wicket, and that's just a really wristy slap behind point from Davies. Gets 4 runs. So continuing to punish anything that is wide of off stump.
That was a nice shot. The 50's nearly up as well. And this is the 10th over. Yates has 15. Davies moves on to 30. 9.1 overs bowled. Doug's asking, did I see Ben Stokes earlier? Yes, you did.
You certainly did. He was out there having a bowl. Be down below us in the dressing rooms watching on. It's Boland. Runs in once more. Davies almost overbalances as he flicks that one towards mid-wicket. No run.
Bryden Carse running towards that ball from mid-on there. This season's coloured tinted glasses are yet a bright red. I think last year they might have been a sort of bluey colour. But they're on the back of his cap, so as he's running away from us, it looks like he's staring at us.
It's like when you see the insects or birds that have paint. You know, birds that have feathers that look like they've got eyes on the back of their heads. It's a predator thing, isn't it?
Probably only in Australia.
Boland is in, and that's just a heave across the line. Shorter ball, punished. 4 more runs to Davies, who's zipping along now.
50.
Yep, 50 up for Warwickshire. It's been a confident start by Yates and Davies, and after times when they possibly underperformed last week as a team, this will no doubt please Mark Robinson. Although we did see both sides when they're sort of going along at a really good clip and then a bit of a collapse. So always hard to tell, but openers are happy when they see that 50 come up.
Well, Davies so far has hit 7 fours and a 6.
Not bad going. He's on strike again as Boland is in. This time Boland falls over in his follow through as the ball just dribbles off Davies' bat into the covers. Scott Boland just scuffing at the crease at the moment. Just lost his footing a little bit there. Maybe a little bit of loose earth. He's checking the bottom of his shoe. He's sweeping at the ground. Now it seems to be okay, and he's making his way back to his mark. There's Alex Davies, of course, replaced Rhodes, Will Rhodes as club captain, while Will Rhodes concentrates on run scoring in the final year of his contract. He's on strike now as Boland is in. He just leaves that one right above stump, but too full to have a slash at that one. And I have to say, I would love to do a return game up at Durham, because that's one of my favourite places to go in this country.
Been up for internationals?
I have.
Yeah.
Yep, been up for a few internationals. Was there one last year?
Possibly.
Or the year before? I was up there.
I think Australia are here this year, aren't they? So
They
for
are.
some 1 day.
Yeah, I think Australia are in September. As Boland is in. Again, that's just pulled across the line. This time it'll only get the single because there's a fielder standing in quite a way off the deep square leg boundary, because there's a lot of space out there. 51 for none. It is now 50 coming up in that Scott Boland over. Yeah, I was up there for the Ben Stokes ODI retirement before he unretired from ODIs, and it was a stinking hot day.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That was
the
yeah.
hottest day of the year.
That was very, very, very hot, and I don't often say that.
I was offered some tickets for that one from a fellow commentator whose son happens to play for England, and I said it's going to be too hot for me. And he said, well, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to hide in the house.
Can I guess who that is? I'm
Go
going
on
to
then.
guess you're talking about Don Topley.
Yes. He rang up and said, would you fancy coming if there was some tickets? And I said, I don't think there's going to be much shelter, Don.
His son Reece took an absolutely cracking catch in the IPL. I don't know if you saw highlights of that floating around.
Change of bowler, Ben Rain coming into the attack to replace Potts from the City end. Very closely shaven head. I noticed when Durham were in Zimbabwe a few weeks ago on their pre-season tour, a few of them were sporting Mohicans. It's now down to the bone again. His best season last year, Ben Rain, with the ball. Got past 50 wickets in the season. Ended up in the 60s, I think it was. Here he comes in again, right arm over. This is an edge just beyond the grasp of Lee's in the gully, and it runs down towards the boundary below us, but it hasn't quite made the ropes. It's about 10 yards short, and it's fielded by Scott Borthwick, who chases after it from the slip cordon.
He's a top wicket taker in Division 2 last year, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Right?
60 wickets. He was the best in Division 2. I think he was second highest in the country.
Took 4 wickets in 6 different innings. And I guess the interesting thing too is he's sort of seen as the heir apparent, I suppose, to Chris Rushworth, who's playing in this game.
Rain in. And this is defended on a length by Davies. He's on 37, former Lancashire wicketkeeper.
So that's a nice little, and I guess, I mean, this is the first time I've watched him live, but from everything I've read, is he that kind of fiery and combative sort of character as well?
Yeah, he took up the mantle well last year. Yeah. See Bryden Carse is warming up as well at mid-off at the moment, doing some stretching exercises. Rain's coming in from about 25 yards out, in past the umpire and bowls. And that's defended by Davies and runs off to Graham Clark at point, no run.
So this has been the end where there's been more success for the bowlers, the City end that Potts was bowling at, and now Rain as well.
That was the end where Chris Rokes took 9 wickets against Durham in 16 but couldn't bowl in the second innings because he was called into the England Test squad in Chester Street to play Sri Lanka, and Durham fought back and won. Rain bowls. Davies plays that too short mid-wicket. An awful bobble there, but Beddingham just managed to reset himself as he was going the wrong way. And as the ball was going past his left hand, he was able to jump back and grab it.
So I reckon that ODI was the last time I was up in Durham, but I'd been there obviously before, but spending a day walking around there has got to be one of the nicest ways to spend a day if you like historic buildings, which I happen to do.
Yeah.
Went to the cathedral around the university.
Rain in, forward comes Davies, bat and pad, and big stride to play that one away. End of the over, so the score is 53 without loss. Durham putting Warwickshire in this morning, and we are going to see the double change because Cars, with his bleach blonde hair, is going to replace Boland from the pavilion end.
I do confess I did sometimes struggle in cafes or shops to understand what people were saying. It's a very strong accent if you're not used to it. I like it. I'm not dissing it. I very much like it. But it just takes a while to tune your ear in. I kind of have to think about like Mark Wood talking, even though his accent's slightly different.
But he's from a much further northern position than Durham.
Yes.
He's from Ashington, which has its own dialect.
I have
Yeah.
I have like a recording system that transcribes as you record someone. And whenever I interview Mark Wood, I tell you, it's hilarious. Here is Cass into Yates. He's over the wicket. First ball is full and defended on the front foot by Yates. Yes, it does make for quite a hilarious reading when I get him to talk into my transcribing program.
Does it not do regional accents?
Not so much. The other one that's really funny for is South African accents. Very, very funny results from that. In comes Cars, and that is slammed beautifully. On drive, quite straight. Is it going to get all the way? Yes, it is. There was a good attempt at a save on the boundary, but trying to flick the ball in, it's just got a bit of backspin on it, and it will be 4 runs.
Umpires for this one are Richard Illingworth and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Richard Illingworth's got a snood on.
Oh, in comes Cass. This one is just jammed on through mid-wicket. And we'll get the single. 58 for 1.
Yeah, he's got his thick coat on, collar turned up, snood underneath, wide-brimmed hat on. You can just make out his nose and his moustache.
A snood?
Yeah.
Is that like an endless scarf or like a scarf?
Yeah, like a
doesn't have
tubey
ends?
scarf, yeah.
Snood? Well, I'm sure we used to call a snood something else. Maybe something you wore in your hair as a kid in Australia, but I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look up different meanings of snood. I'm mostly bilingual when it comes to English and Australian. Cass is in
Isn't
today.
it the same language?
Clipped through mid-wicket. Another lovely shot, and there's another race to the boundary. This time it's going to be successful.
That's the leader there, isn't it?
It is. I was just looking for the number, and it is Baz Deleda. So he is on at the moment. Little mullet. He's getting to do some fielding. So that was 2 pieces of fielding. The previous one, it was him on the boundary rope trying to flick the ball back in unsuccessfully. This time manages to get there. But there are runs on offer. Yates waits. In comes Cass, and that is slapped through the covers. Another 4. It's the long boundary. It doesn't matter. 4 runs, and they're coming thick and fast.
It's gone off towards the Holly stand. I can see 3 people in there, I think.
Oh, you're seeing our man. Now, see the man
1, 2,
sitting
3.
between 24 and 25,
Yeah,
right at the back?
yeah.
He sits in that same seat every day. Every day I've been here.
He's in a different postcode over there.
It's his spot. You always know there's cricket here if he's around. Yates on strike and again slaps that one past the fielder at point, and it's back-to-back boundaries. Doesn't matter if it's the short one or the long one, finds them just as easily. He has raced to 40 or 42 and it's 69 for none at the end of Carse's first over.
Yeah, it was a loosener, wasn't it, I suppose? Three fours from it, plus a single and a 3. 69 for none, so Warwickshire will be more than happy with this situation, having been put in by Durham. Ben Rain from the city end. Bowling to Davis is on 40. Wide arm over. Davis watches that under the bat and plays it to Clark at point.
Rain just gave up 2 in his first over. They need a bit of breaks coming from both ends.
Yeah.
So far you've had one bowler being tighter from the city end, but runs leaking from the members' end.
Can you see there's a group of people up the back of the stand there with white t-shirts and blue hats on?
Oh yes, I can.
Yeah, they were all walking across the car park when I arrived. I think they've been on a Bob Willis cancer charity walk. Rain bowls. This is defended by Davis and just drops very short on the offside. So they've all got matching caps on. So Bob Willis, of course, played here for many years, but he was born near me in Sunderland, in Dykelands Road, which runs down from Fulwell down to Seaburn at the beach. And then, as a youngster, his family went off down to Teesside, and then I think after that, Surrey. Rain delivers the ball to Davies, plays it to 2 point to Clark. It's a dot ball.
Just to make you feel good, I have been to Sutherland as well.
Sutherland?
Yep. Now, don't remember anything of it, but I've
Sunderland.
been there. Sunderland.
Yeah.
No, been to Sutherland as
Sutherland in
Sunderland.
Scotland.
No, Sunderland. No, you're right. Sunderland. Sorry. I'm mostly bilingual, but sometimes I get. No, I've been to Sunderland.
Sunderland's on the coast with the beaches and the piers.
So whichever one is.
It's not far from Chesley Street. It's only 12, 13 miles.
I've been there.
Yeah. Rain bowls. Played safety to mid-wicket by Davis. No run there. Well, Georgie Heath came up to do the commentary with us last week, so day one, Kevin from Radio Solent drove her to Durham so she could have a look around there. Day 2, I drove her to Sunderland so she could go for a walk along the beach. Day 3, she went and had a pop around Newcastle, and then day 4, dropped her off at the train station. So, sadly, she never had a ball to describe.
Oh dear. Well, that is a shame. I'm sure Georgie will get another chance in Durham again.
Rain to Davis. Davis forward to this one and just plays it safely along the ground towards Carse at mid-off. Colin Ackerman making his Durham Championship debut today along with Scott Boland and Callum Parkinson. Ackerman at second slip, Scott Borthwick at first slip, Alex Lee's in the gully, Clark's at point. You've got Potts in the covers there, Carse at mid-off, Parkinson at mid-on as Rain comes in and bowls. Davies looks to play it through mid-wicket. Oh, and that's a nasty little divot taken out by the knee there, and he'll get a run. And that's David Beddingham went down there, and they say replace your divots because if you don't, the grass dies. But that's a big chunk of grass that's come up there, and he's got a massive swathe of mud on his left knee now. That just shows you how soft the edge of the square is. That's where the covers would probably come to an end. Very soft.
Well, he's just stamped down the divot, so but he does have a big black patch on his left knee now. Been throwing himself around in the field quite a bit.
I'd be conscious about that for the rest of the day now. Mervyn says, good morning, Martin, and your valued colleagues. Lovely to have cricket again.
It's nice to be valued.
He says, talking of short boundaries, there was a short one in the 501 game, and Durham were weakened with injuries as well that day.
As Cass is in, he's over the wicket, full ball, just safely defended into the offside by Davies. Yes, we were talking about the short boundary for that.
He said, without wishing to dilute Mr. Lara's achievement, Durham had a few bowlers missing on that occasion. They were dropping like flies with injury.
To be fair, I reckon with big scores, there's often mitigating circumstances, but it doesn't take away from the fact it's probably it's quite difficult to keep your concentration going that long.
Yeah.
Davies waits as Cass is in, and he just clips that one mid-on running across. It's Bastaleda, and he's had a shy at the stumps. Might have been close if it had been a direct hit, but instead it's just sighs and moans of what could have been. But yeah, I mean, people were saying that last week about Sam Northeast, Lords being a road and him breaking the record, the long-held Gooch record.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you still got to stay out there.
Oh, yeah.
and
30 years ago since Lara got his runs.
Famous, of course, here at Edgbaston, as Cass, he's in. This time it's just squirted off the outside part of Yates's bat, but safely into the ground on the offside. As we're going to prepare for a double change, I think. That's a bit exciting. Clive Eakin is making his way back in. My mate Phil is standing by. Has taken time out from museum duties. I've still not been to the museum, Clive, because Phil's not done a good job of selling it to me. He's told me there are postcards there and he won't tell me anything else. Here is Yates as Cass is in, and he's just clipped that one fine down the leg side, but there's a fielder on the boundary, so they will just get the single. Takes them on to 72 for none. Davies is racing towards the century. He's faced 50 balls. He's on 42 at the moment.
So you can get a postcard for home then.
Don't send postcards.
Don't you?
No,
people don't
WhatsApp.
anymore, do they?
No,
I used to
WhatsApp
collect them when I
pictures.
was young. It's a
Did
little
you?
postcard album.
While listening to the wireless.
Yeah, that's right.
Here is Cass, and just presses forward in defence. There's Davies. Another dot ball.
Every time my dad went on the plane, he'd come back, he'd buy a postcard of the plane. You could buy a postcard, I don't think you can anymore on planes, but you used to be able to buy a little postcard picture of the plane.
Wow.
So you used to bring me one home and stick it in my album.
Now you just take a photo outside the window with the wing,
yeah.
and then you put it on Instagram, don't you?
Yes.
That is the way, the modern way. Saw Hassan Ali post a picture on the plane. Here comes Cass, and that's a lovely languid swing across the line from Davies, just gets a single.
Yes, and I had a message from Brig at Warwickshire that he should be landing any time soon, Hassan Ali.
So it's the end of the over. It's 73 for none. Yates 29, Davies 43, and I'm going to hand over to Phil.
Mel, thank you very much indeed. More from Mel later. So Phil will pop in. Very positive start from Warwickshire. Yes, he's expected here later today. I'm sure not to play. I don't think I'm going to throw him straight into play. It'll be the next game before he actually plays. But he is going to be here. It's another reason why Craig Miles was recalled from his loan. 2 bowler injuries, but also Hassan Ali required at a training camp by Pakistan. So his arrival delayed, but he should be here later today, ready for the next match. Morning, Phil. We'll be doing an update shortly, but you've got time to say good morning.
Good morning, Clive. First time I've spoken to you since last season.
No, Ben Rain bowls, and that's play back to him. There's no run. Ben Rain, the top wicket taker in the 2nd division last season, 3rd overall in the county championship. And Durham also had the top run scorer actually across the 2 divisions last season in the form of Alex Lees. The stat that most strikes me, and this is more relevant when I come to bat, of course, but the stat that most strikes me about Durham last season, which I'll come to in a moment, is Ben Rain comes into bowl. Right arm over, and that's chopped away by Davis. to the long boundary, the backward point for 4. He's looking in good form at the moment. I kept a count last season of how many times teams got maximum batting points, because obviously it's a lot harder now, the 450. 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 occasions on which teams got maximum batting points, of which Durham were responsible for 7. So there are only 11 other instances, apart from Durham's 7, of teams making it to maximum batting points. Warwickshire did it once against Kent here.
I had half expected that might be changed during the winter and brought back to the 400.
Yeah, the change which I don't really understand as rain comes into bowl. It's pushed to the offside. Well, I suppose I understand it, but going back to 8 points for a draw, I'm not convinced by that myself. But anyway, that's what they've decided to do. Sadly, they don't consult me these days. You would have thought, you know, they'd be checking everything with me. But they don't. Report coming up on BBC WM and BBC CWR in approximately 6 seconds' time. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Well, Warwickshire made a very positive start with the bat on the first day of their championship match against Durham, put in by the away side. Alex Davis and Rob Yates have taken advantage of a short boundary on one side, and Davis in particular is cutting loose now. He's on 47 with Yates on 29. Yates was given a few problems by Matthew Potts, the England bowler, in Potts' opening spell. Played and missed a few times, but for the most part these two batters have looked pretty comfortable. And Warwickshire 77 without loss. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
Well, these two getting the same sort of start they had at the beginning of the innings against Worcestershire. What they now need to do is push on and turn these into big scores.
That's carved away by Davis again. Same place, just a backward point, and it's a slow outfield, but the ball will still make it. The rope hasn't been put all the way back to the stand, because that would be silly, frankly. But Alex Davis, with that shot, has brought up his half century. Excellent innings from Alex Davis. He's taken Warwickshire to 81 without loss, 57 balls for his 51. And of course, there's always a concern when someone takes over the captaincy that their batting form could be affected. But this innings will encourage a view that Alex Davis is not being deterred. 9 fours and a 6 in his 51. So, in fact, let's play back to the bowler's no run. Let me do my mathematics there. 36, but only 9 runs have not come from boundaries. 81 without loss after 15 overs. Yeah.
And he's hit the ball ferociously hard this morning. Some of the shots have absolutely raced to the boundary. His timing has been really, really good. So his first half century as a Warwickshire captain in the championship. He captained the Warwickshire T20 side with some distinction last season, and now taken over. You might be able to answer. Is he the 50 the T20 captain, or have they?
Not sure whether that's been announced. I'm not sure on that one, to be perfectly honest.
Anyway, it's Carson on his way in from the pavilion end. He bowls, and Yates runs this one away to cover point, which is half stopped. And, prevents the single. Again, it was nice timing from Yates into the offside, picking out the fielder.
Graham Clark again, he's done a lot of the fielding there. Just go through the scores elsewhere. Despite the Kookaburra ball, there have been a few wickets falling. Not a huge number, but a few. Essex are 61 for 2. Essex the only team to win in the first round of matches. 61 for 2 against Kent at Chelmsford.
Cost comes in again. Bowls. Yates is cutting this one away through the gap between third slip and gully, and it's racing away to the deep backward point boundary and crosses the ropes. Slowed up a lot. He got it nicely off the middle of the bat, but a long boundary, probably about as long as anything on the ground, I would think, up towards the Thwaite scoreboard. But makes the ropes 85 without loss.
Might have to stop bowling wide of off stump, because he's got that cut shot to a tee. Well, Yates, of course, Davis had, now Yates as well. Hampshire 40 for 2 against Lancashire, that's at Southampton. Nottinghamshire 50 for 2 at Trent Bridge against Worcestershire.
It's Brighton Castle in again, bowls. Yates is again smacking this into the ground, and one bounce straight moving to cover points hands. Clark doing the fielding there.
Somerset 53 for 1 against Surrey. They did get underway eventually at Cardiff. That was the only match which had a delayed start. And Glamorgan a 31 without loss against Derbyshire. Yorkshire 41 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Leicestershire 63 for 3 against Sussex at Leicester. And Northants 50 for 1 against Middlesex at Northampton.
Carson getting in. Yates waits. Again, he's hit this hard and away through the covers. It's not going to get to the boundary because Clark had been pushed back the previous ball, so he'd gone back from cover point down to deep cover point, and that ball was slowing up and allowing him to run round, but Yates getting back for a couple. He moves to 35, 51 to Davis, and it's 87 without loss.
Graham Clark might be saying, anyone else fancy fielding?
He's got a lot of
he
ground
seems to be doing all the fielding at the moment.
He's got acres to cover out there. It's a massive amount of ground he's got to make.
Made several stops in the covers earlier.
And the wicket comes Carson. This one again, he's worked away out to Clark, bringing him in up the boundary. There are other people, he says. Can't you try them? But one more.
No ball as well.
First no ball of the morning, yes.
I think so. I was just about to double check that, but I don't recall one, certainly.
Yeah, it says because there was only one. There was one extra prior to that. So it is the first one of the 90 for no wicket, those two. And, Davis back on strike. He's got a couple of balls of Carsey's third over. He's in the bowls. This is clipped away beautifully by Davis. Wonderful timing. Hit away the gap between mid-wicket and crosses the ropes and mid-on and down to the boundary. That was perfect timing, and across this lush outfield that ball was pulling up, but even so had got the legs to evade Potts, Matt Potts, who was running around from the deep mid-wicket boundary, couldn't get to it. A lovely timing by Davis. He moves to 55 and Warwickshire move on to 94 without loss. We've only been playing for 70 minutes this morning, so really up to a racing start here. Cars in again and bowls, and this time Davis just across his stumps and runs it away into the offside. Brian Carsey's figures after 3 overs, 0 for 32. He's looking a little bit as if the skipper might be thinking about another change at this pavilion end.
Yeah, it's an decision for Durham to put Warwickshire in. I guess they probably didn't have an expectation that the ball would do a whole lot, but maybe decided that their best chance of getting wickets would be at the start of the day. Hasn't quite worked out. Potts as the bowlers looked the most likely. He did beat the bat a few times. One half-decent LBW shout. But for the most part, the bowlers haven't had much joy. I spoke to Alex Davis last night on BBC CWI. He did tell me that one or two of the bowlers have suggested they might have the first 2 games off while the Kookaburra ball was in use. In comes rain, and Yates pushes that down the pitch, and there's no run.
So they go back to the Dukes for the match next week?
Yes, and then later in the season there will be 2 more games. I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest, exactly when, but there will be 2 more games later in the season when the Kookaburra ball is in use. It's a fine balance. I get it. They want to do various things to help the England team, but Mark Robinson did make the point, you've got to be careful not to mess around with the county championship product too much, because it is something in itself which is not always recognised by people. That's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. It's not just a training ground for England. It's
well, particularly we were saying last week that there were no players really in that match last week who are likely to be in the Ashes team next time round. So
no, I suppose the argument would be there might be in a few years' time, though. So it's not necessarily for immediate
just make you wonder
success.
With 2 games, though, doesn't it?
Rain bowls, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run.
I suppose it would be more meaningful if they were to play a season with the ball rather than just a couple of games. But anyway, I think the point Mark Robinson's made is well made, though. It can't just be used to keep testing things and trying things.
Ben Rain into bowl to Yates, and pushes out back to the bowler. There's no run.
So you're all gearing up, just changing the subject a little, Clive. You're all geared up for your trip to Wembley?
When's that then?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Game coming
Oh,
up?
apparently, yeah. One or two people in the office
After
have
the
mentioned
important game on tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes, I won't be here tomorrow. I'll be just down the road for football tomorrow. Brian Halford will be stepping in, as he did gallantly last weekend as well. Rain bowls, and that's hit into the ground. Fielded in the gully area there, and as Alex Lees stops that, there's no run. Ben Rain wearing number 44 on his back. He had a very good season last season with 60 second division championship wickets.
Is it 6 or 7 years since Warwickshire have played Durham? It's a few seasons, isn't it, since they played them in the championship? I'm trying to think when Durham went down without looking.
Yeah, Marty will know. In comes Rain. Round the wicket now to Davis, who punches it onto the leg side. There's no run. And that's the end of the over. 94 without loss.
Well, it's an overcast morning here. It's not... Actually, it's a bit chillier out there than I thought. I've been around the ground a couple of times this morning for various things, and it's quite chilly over on the far side where the wind is nowhere near as strong, but it's still taking a bit of a tug on the Warwickshire flag, even so, but it's not trying to pull it off the flagpole as it was last week. But this week it's still got enough strength in it to make the flag stand out. So there is a bowling change. Brighton cast out at the attack after 3 pretty expensive overs. Matty Potts coming back in to bowl. He had 5 overs earlier on. He's not for 20, but he's on his way into the right-handed Warwickshire skipper Alex Davis. Forward to this first delivery and pushes it back and fielded off his own bowling. Half fielded off his own bowling by Potts on his follow-through. Quite a lot of people in down at the far end of the ground at the Birmingham end, gathered in that corner by the corner of the Wyatt stand in front of the David Heath suite, and round towards the Raglan stand, and it's on that, because the pitch right across as we look down it on the left hand side of the pitch. Ron Davis again defends solidly back into the offside, and there's no run. We still have our spectators on the very back seat of the Hollies stand. He was there for the game last week. He's in the very back row. It's absolute miles away from the action. He couldn't get any further from the action in any part of the ground, but he's there in the seat, enjoying the cricket. Here, Potts is on his way again. And Davis is working this away just behind square on the offside. He's quickly called through by Rob Davis for a single. Takes Warwickshire on to 95. Davis goes on to 56.
Well, Potts bowled a decent spell from the Birmingham end earlier. He was the closest to causing Warwickshire any issues. Beat the bat of Rob Yates in particular a few times. Now bowling from the pavilion end. Durham, if nothing else, will want to try and slow the run scoring down a bit. Potts has been pretty tidy. 21 runs off his 33 deliveries so far.
Comes again. Bowls. This one is pushed away into the offside. Square on the offside. Clark has to go running around from a sort of short extra cover position to go around and gather, but can't prevent getting the single. 96 without loss. Yates moves to 37.
So he's gone at about 4 and over. Ben Rain has actually been effective in slowing the run scoring down.
Pots in again to Davis, who is working this one into the onside. Quickly picked up by Borthwick, who moves from mid-wicket across towards square leg, does the fielding and prevents the single. You normally have the stats of century opening partnerships, Warwickshire last season.
I'm saving it. I'm saving it
for
when they get there.
Stealing your thunder.
I've got it. Yeah.
Right. I just wondered whether I knew you'd have it.
There will be a little bombshell if they get it.
I give you credit. Always have the stats there. Potts comes in, bowls, and Davis pulls viciously away behind square. It's semi-fielded by Parkinson running around. Stops the boundary, but Davis gets back for 2. He goes on to 58 and total on to 98 at the end of that Potts over.
Yeah, Ben Rain's gone for just 11 runs in his 4 overs, so he's been by some distance the most economical bowler for Durham, and that's, if they can't get wickets, that's what they'll want to do, at least halt Warwickshire's progress a little bit, which is still ticking along at 5.5 and over almost. I mentioned Warwickshire only got, I know we're an awful long way away from that yet, but I mentioned Warwickshire only got maximum batting points once last season, but then there were only 4 incidents in the entire first division. As I say, Durham rather dominated that stat in the second. 7 times. Still need 450 and 110 overs for maximum batting points. Rain round the wicket. Davis leans forward into that, plays it to a square leg. They'll take 1, and it's 99 without loss. Parkinson again fields that, which means because it's a single, and it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, the fielders have to scatter around. 99 without loss. Good positive start by Warwickshire. They will feel they want to go on throughout their innings. That's where they felt, or one of the way, where areas they felt they went a little bit wrong against Worcestershire. So having gotten to a very strong position for the bat, they rather petered out at the end.
Yeah, second morning.
Yeah. Rain in, and Davis pushes it into the offside for no run. He's on 58. Yates on 38. Again, that's the other thing Warwickshire did make 3 half centuries in the opening match of the season, but no centuries.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't the second, it was the third morning when they fell. They lost 5 wickets.
And they thought they might get a decent first innings lead and perhaps put Worcestershire under pressure. I mean, Worcestershire batted the second innings very easily, so I doubt it would have made a difference in fairness, but you never know. This changes the atmosphere of the match a little bit. So 3 slips and a backward point now is going almost behind the last slips. A bit of a gap between second and third slip, and Davis has pushed that through mid-wicket, and that's going to, well, that's a ridiculously short boundary. That's a little dab shot for 4, and it's brought up the century partnership, which I make it Warwickshire's first opening century partnership since September 2022, some 18 months ago. They didn't have any opening stands for 100 last season. So their last was Dominic Sibley and Alex Davis against Hampshire about 18 months ago. Yates was involved in 3 century partnerships last season, and Davis 1. There were a total of 9 in the Warwickshire season, but none for the first wicket, none for the first or indeed second wickets actually. And that's their first century partnership this season.
Yes, and they batted very effectively this morning, so well done to those 2. So they put bat to ball, and particularly Davis has been very aggressive.
In comes Rain to bowl, and he's pushed that to mid-wicket for Davis for a single. And there is no run. Well, I expect at lunch around 1 or 2. Oh. Ah, you might have lost us for a while. I don't know for how long. I do apologise, but we're back with you now. So apologies if you were listening and not hearing anything. Hopefully we'll have to do a little check in a moment. Probably means I don't know whether my century stand went out there, went out there after all that, because it would have gone on the stream. That's pushed out to point there's no run, so I shall repeat it. It's 104 without loss. And sorry if you've heard this before. I make it Warwickshire's first opening wicket century stand for about 18 months. The last coming in September 2022, involving Sibley and Davis against Hampshire here. Didn't manage a single century partnership for either the first or second wickets last season. And this is their first century partnership for any wicket this season. In comes Rain round the wicket. And that's pushed again. Rain is keeping it nice and tight, reining them in, you might say, as that's played to mid-on and there's no run. 104 without loss.
Durham winning the toss this morning and choosing to field. Putting Warwickshire in at the moment, still looking for that first wicket. Matt Potts going to continue here at the pavilion end. 0 for 24 so far from his 6 overs.
Thanks to Neville in Sussex for getting in touch. He's enjoying Warwickshire start today. Mel was talking about the bare and ragged staff. Says the Earls of Warwick adopted the emblem, but nobody is sure why. It might depict a hated rival or the local sport of bear baiting, which is what Mel had been told.
This one is run away through the gully down to the third man boundary by Davis. Open the face of the bat and run it away. Yeah, I told her all that last week.
I thought it was probably. She couldn't remember who told her, and I thought it might have been you.
She didn't know what a ragged staff was, so I told her and then gave her the full story. Remembered the story rather better than the person who told her. In comes Potts bowls and Davis defends that one back, and it's no run. 108 for no wicket.
If you want to get in touch with me, by the way, you can do it via Twitter, BBC CWR Sport, at BBC CWR Sport. Or if you want to email, it's clive.eakin, which is about EAKIN, at bbc.co.uk. Marty's going to come back in the commentary shortly. He'll give you his contact details.
Just hold it while Potts just turns, and now he comes on his way in. The light is quite good this morning. This one is in, and Davis flicks it away down to square leg for a single. It's just all it'll be as Parkinson comes in off the fence and does the fielding. So Davis moves on to 68 and Warwickshire move on to 109 for no wicket. And made a really positive start to play this morning. They only batted once in the match against Worcestershire last week, made 333 in their first innings. We're looking to try and better that today, as this one is cut away by Yates, again short outside the off stump. He's not going to make the boundary, so within, running across that lush green grass, and is fetched by Clark, who seems to be having to chase everything and be everywhere this morning. There were 3 or 4 people there, but it was Clark who had to go and fetch it. Yates gets 3. He moves into the 40s with that shot. He goes to 41. And Warwickshire move on to 112 for no wicket. And the runs continue to flow. Potts is in his 7th over. Davis now back on strike as Potts turns and comes in, charges charging in from the end, and this is going to be more runs for Davis. Turned away behind square. They're going to come back for a second as the ball is retrieved. Good running by the opening pair. Two more go on to the total, and Warwickshire ticking along really nicely here. 114 without loss as we come up towards the hour and a half of this innings. First opening morning here at Edgbaston. The weather is bright. The forecast of the day is pretty good, and no floodlights on or anything this morning. Spots in, and Davis defends and into the onside. It's the end of the over. Alex Lees there doing the fielding. End of the 20th over, and the score 114 without loss. 470 to Davis, 41 to Yates. Clive is just doing some work back with the studio. Martin will be back with us at the end of this over. Come back in here for me at the end. Do you want to do the end of this over, Martin? Or just get this one to get Clive back on. So 114 for no wicket. It's going to be Rain to continue from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this is turned by Yates to mid-wicket. There's no run. So we've got two slips in place, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, deepish mid-on, mid-wicket Alex Lees, a man just in front of the square leg, and down to fine leg. As Clive disappears, Martin's coming in here at the moment. As Bray bowls, Yates across and pushes it back down in front of him, and there's no run. 114 without loss. As we say, morning to Martin, or good afternoon to Martin now.
Time is it? It's 12:30, isn't it? Yeah. This is the only game without a wicket today in the championship.
I haven't looked at the other scores for a while. Everybody's lost. Here comes Rain in and bowls. It's driven by Yates. Nice solid looking shot. Straight up to wideish mid-off. You're keeping well, Martin.
Yes, you
Good,
know,
good.
You know how it is.
We're trying to work out, Martin, how long since Warwickshire played Durham in the championship?
Well, there was that Bob Willis Trophy season 2021, wasn't there? Here.
Oh yes, I forgot.
About 2 days we lost to the weather.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Thought it was longer than that, but it's not, is it?
Durham were relegated in 2016, but Warwickshire came down for a season or two.
Yeah. It's in bowls, and this one is pushed away. It's the offside. No, didn't they do it in leagues or something? Didn't they?
Well, yeah, that was the.
Wasn't Division 1s and 2s?
No.
Wasn't it regional leagues?
Yeah, so that was the Bob Willis Trophy competition.
Yeah.
So they were in conferences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that was 2021. The game, you might remember, Danny Briggs, Bryden Carse and Ben Stokes were all called out of the game after day 2 because England had a COVID situation going on and they needed to create an emergency one-day squad.
Is Rain in short. Yates thinks about pulling that, but it was steepling up and went past him, sort of above head height really through to the keeper, but
I was hoping the wagon wheel thing still existed on the scorecard, but I can't find it anywhere. But although we've been talking about the short boundary on the western side of the ground, there's an awful lot of fours gone through the other way.
yeah, on the big boundary, yes, yeah. It's that lush grass. It's pulled up a few times fairly quickly, hasn't it, on there? It's Rain in, and this is going to be runs for Yates, turning it just behind square on the onside. Parkinson comes in and does the fielding, restricts to a single, takes Yates on to 42. It's the end of the 21st over, and Warwickshire have moved to 115 without loss, having been put into bat this morning by Durham, and they'll be pretty pleased with their first hour and a half.
It was nice to be reacquainted with Britain's motorway network yesterday, Phil, and all the roadworks. Finding out where the new sections of roadworks are.
Best of luck.
I think I've only been on the motorway twice since the season finished in September. Once down to.
Do you not do with the football then? Do you
No.
not do do you not
Haven't
do
been to a single away game this year.
Oh right.
No.
Okay.
I went to Leeds Bradford Airport in February and Hebden Bridge in December, and that's been it. Here's Potts from the pavilion end, bowling here to towards middle and leg of Yates, who's on 42, 115 for none the score.
I was talking to somebody in the press box and saying, you know, about not missing having to, because I don't do the away games anymore, not missing having to do the motorways, and I was saying on your behalf how you manage, because it must be a nightmare. Every match for you is a motorway drive.
Yeah,
isn't
and
it?
it's. I worked it out one year. You're doing about 10,000 miles in 6 months.
Yeah.
Potts in, and Yates comes forward. This is, by the way, Alex Davies' highest score against Durham. His previous best was 46 for Lancashire. So Yates got 102 in that draw in 2021. It's the hotels as well. Just at one time, you travelled away to an away game, and there would be 3 or 4 other journalists from your region covering for local newspapers and whatnot. A few of people from various national newspapers, so there'd be a decent group of people in town. Potts bowls, that's cut through the covers nicely, just slightly short of a length, and that's going to just make its way over the rope in front of the Holly stand for 4. Parkinson chasing after it. Nice little shot that. It's short of a length, stayed a bit low, and he just dropped on his down towards his haunches there, Yates, just to cut that one away. He's on 46.
Again, that one cut away to that big boundary over on the offside, but Beauty had this time. It went across the square most of its journey, so it managed to maintain its pace. Yeah, it's the hotels, and sometimes it must be very frustrating where you come down to, say, Warwickshire, and then you've got a match against Worcestershire, but there's a big gap in between, or the 3 or 4 days in between, which so you're not worth staying down.
Yeah.
Such.
Booked in a hotel near my cousin's house, so to discover he's on holiday in Devon.
Well, has he not left you the keys for the house?
No.
Oh, that's no good.
Bad planning on my part, and good planning on his. Potts in again. A bit more of a yelp from him that time, and that was over pitched around about off stump, and it's driven up towards long off, and it's gone for 4. And that is Yates joining Davies with his 50 from 58 balls and 9 fours. And a good toss to lose from a Warwickshire point of view.
They played some lovely shots this morning, these two. Particularly through the offside, the drives and cutting the ball have been absolutely superb. They've got the ball out the middle of the bat. They've quite often picked the biggest boundaries to get their fours to, but so it's not really sort of been using the short leg side by any means. But, they really have gone about their task with their purpose.
Yes, we can. So Boland it is who's fielding around at mid-off, and it was him who was chasing.
Break up when Martin talks to Clive. The problem at the moment, this one's driven into the offside, and it's bowled back. Potts continues at this pavilion end. 123 without loss.
Where's this Balearic weather, Phil? It's meant to be sunny and 18, 19 degrees this afternoon. Shorts weather, but still looks a bit chilly out there at the moment, and very much overcast and coats the order of the day in the stands. Potts turns, he's coming round the wicket now to Yates, who remains on 50, and he's pushed back to the bowler, and he flicks it away under his left armpit and into the air to the keeper. Ollie Robinson ended the over, then 123 for none here on the BBC. If you lost us briefly on the BBC, apologies, there's a little technical gremlin there, which I think Clive's got to the bottom of. There's that many different bits and bobs all have to connect together for this, so You dial from the ground, back into HQ, then HQ feeds it off to Salford, and then... So, anyway, we're back, and Mel's back as well.
Did a ninja change.
A ninja change,
Yeah,
very clever. Yeah.
Very silent, quick. I don't know who was more ninja, Phil or myself.
We are now going to see some spin for the first time today. So Potts, none for 42 from 8 overs, 1 maiden. Boland, none for 30 from 5, 1 maiden. Rain, none for 18 from 6, 1 maiden. And Bryden Cost, none for 32 from 3. And Callum Parkinson, the former Leicestershire spinner, is going to have a twirl here. Played against his twin brother for Leicestershire against Durham last year when Matt was on loan from Lancashire. Matt now at Kent.
Signed a 3-year deal for Durham. Slow left arm. Both of they came through the Cheshire League, didn't they? First twins to represent Staffordshire. I'm just trying to show off my knowledge of counties. Here he is, Parkinson. First ball is full, York length, dug out to the offside. Yes, I do know different counties, so
This is
throw that in there.
This is his 63rd first-class match, and he has so far 161 wickets.
He's in very close to the stumps and played late and delicately. That's a nice shot. Runs all the way down to the deep third boundary. So 4 more runs coming to Davies, who's had plenty of those off his bat today.
What time is it now? 12:38, so we're about 20 minutes away from lunch, and Warwickshire at this moment in time will not want lunch to come along because they're making nice progress.
Well, they're feasting on some bowling, some of which has been served on a platter, it must be said, but it's tough with that short boundary. Here is Parkinson. Oh, there's a swish. Did he get an edge on that? The reaction suggests he did.
I think he has. He's got a thick edge. It's come off the shoulder of the bat by the looks of things. Just out the grasp of Ackerman at first slip.
Huge dive by Ackerman, and they were all almost screaming as if their combined voices could push him an extra few inches underneath that ball. So here's Parkinson again. It's full, and this one time it slapped through the covers, but there's a fielder in the deep. That tells you how deep that boundary is. The fielders on that side, now the onside, now the leg side with the left-handed Yates in, are fielding about 10 metres in off the rope.
I think when he clipped that edge there, I think it might have flicked off the keeper's thigh pad. Well, you'll not be wearing one, will you? Some sort of thigh guard, maybe?
That's why I wasn't immediately sure, because it looked like it had gone through to the keeper. This ball from Parkinson is just tucked around the corner on the leg side. They'll pick up a single, takes them to 129.
I don't know if they wear any thigh protectors when they're keeping these days or not, but certainly it looked like it clipped them off the thigh and it looped up and just beyond Ackerman's grasp.
Well, it's a bit of excitement and a sort of half a chance, and they have been few and far between here. In comes Parkinson again, and this is watched carefully all the way past the bat and into the keeper's gloves by Davies. It's the end of Parkinson's first over, and it's 129 for none.
Well, this is the 35th match between these two sides. They last met in July 2021 in the penultimate group game in the first section of the Bob Willis Trophy. Game affected by the weather, with day one lost, and it ended in a draw. And prior to Durham's victory in Chesty Street that year by an innings in the Bob Willis Trophy group, the sides previously met in September 2018 in a draw here. So Durham have beaten Warwickshire 12 times, Warwickshire have beaten Durham 12 times, and there have been 10 draws, so it's even Stevens.
Yeah, well, we've got to change. Scott Boland is coming back into the attack. He bowled 5 overs with the new ball this morning, went for 30 runs, so 6 and over be too happy with that. Just was having a chat with the captain, Scott Borthwick, a moment ago, and he's gone through his run-up. I mentioned that test match, that one of the best test matches I've certainly ever seen. At first Ashes test here last year, he bowled 14 overs in the first innings, 1 for 86, and then in the second innings he bowled 12 overs, it was 1 for 61. So it was not completely happy. Here he is, first ball is just tucked to mid-wicket, a straightish mid-wicket really. No run first up. The last test match he played for Australia was that incredible England victory at Headingley. What is it about Headingley and Ashes tests? They leave me with my nerves shredded every time, Martin.
Must be the pies.
Oh, don't do pies. In comes Boland around the wicket, and just a nice straight firm bat in response from Yates.
Andrew's emailed, he says welcome back, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to get in touch. Dr. Dan has been on as well.
Oh, Dr. Dan, who does the sketches.
Yeah.
I like Dr. Dan. I've only recently become aware. He did a sketch last week of a photo that I took from up here, and it was fantastic. Some people didn't believe that he did it. I showed them, they said, oh, that must be an app. In comes Boland, he's straight down the leg side, and that's flicked away by Yates, but fielder down at long leg cleans that up.
I think that's Carlos, is it down there?
He's got his cap on, so you can't see his hair. At least when they're that far away, you've got your binoculars, which I left mine in Australia, which is pretty stupid, but at least they've got their numbers on. Worcestershire had cable net vests on with no numbers last week, and apart from Jason Holder, Brett D'Oliveira and a couple of others, Joe Leach, I did struggle with some of those with no numbers and caps on.
130 without loss, Warwickshire.
It's going very well for them. Davies is on strike as Boland is in, and that's just pushed down to the fielder at deep point. They'll race through for a single.
Kevin James last week, the BBC Radio Solent commentator, was saying, you know, despite the fact that Durham was swashbuckling last year with the bat and they got maximum batting points in 8 games, something they'd never done before, and this is when you consider they'd moved it by another 50 runs. He said he thought they might find things a little bit tougher in Division 1, but this, to me, looks like a very good batting track with runs to be had.
Yates on strike, just defended straight back towards the bowler, rolls past his feet.
And the general consensus is, with the Kookaburra ball, if you don't get wickets fairly early in the innings, then it's hard work and it softens fairly quickly.
It does, particularly when it's wet. Seems to sort of swell a bit, goes very soft. And I think too, the feedback from the bowlers too is that you don't have to be much off. You really only have to miss your mark by a tiny amount and you get badly punished. As Boland is in, it's a fuller ball, just squirts out into cover point. No run there. And that's the end of Boland's over, 131 for none.
15 minutes to luncheon. 24 overs gone, so still 72 remaining in the day. It does remain grey in Birmingham, but we haven't got any rain forecast.
I'd call it silver. It's not quite grey. Silver. I'm like that ad on TV.
Do you work at B&Q in the winter selling paint or something? Do you?
Oh, is that what is it? Is that?
There's an advert at the minute.
Ghostly blush,
yeah.
Or, you know.
Here's Parkinson then. Left arm around the wicket from the city end of the ground. That's flicked away by Davies for one, just behind point. Dr. Dan says, good morning. With the weather set fair, I look forward with considerable enthusiasm to listening to your commentary. It's nice to be back in the First Division after Durham's dubious demotion, he says. Best wishes to you all.
That's very nice. Is Dr. Dan an actual doctor?
I think he might be a doctor of letters from memory.
Well, that's still an actual doctor.
Parkinson over the wicket now to the left-handed Yates, who just daps that away safely up towards Scott Borthwick. Short mid-wicket. Parkinson bowls again. Turns and Yates goes back into the crease and turns it off towards deep square leg to Potts for 1.
So I wonder when we're going to start to see some proper funky fields, because that's definitely what we saw sides turn to last week. The two sides who were here, Worcestershire and Warwickshire, just doing something to try and unsettle things, find a wicket from somewhere.
Parkinson round the wicket and now again to Davies, who just nibbles that one down towards third man. Clark's chasing after it. Down below our commentary position, he slides in and he's taken 2 massive gouges out the ground with his knees, and he looks behind him at quite a bit of debris. They run 3, I think, in the end.
Oh, that has gouged out a huge amount. It really does show you how soft the ground is. That's the outfield. That's where they've got those new tracks that represent the drainage, the extra drainage that they've put in. The ground very soft there.
Yates on 53, facing bowler, and it's flicked to short backward leg. No run there, stopped by rain. I noticed yesterday, I mean, it's never stopped raining for months, but so many fields as you're coming down the motorway underwater, and Parkinson in again. And Yates back to that one, and it skids through low, and he gets the bat on that late, but manages to keep it away. End of the over, 5 from it. The score now 136 without loss on the BBC. There's a section of motorway when you come around sort of just past Tamworth and you cross over the Coventry Canal, and all that land's flooded. And everything's just so wet. Talking to one of my mates, you know, local league cricket clubs, they haven't even been able to get a grass cutter on their fields yet, and they're having to put off the start of the season.
Well, look at what's happening with poor old Worcestershire. That's a huge issue for them. Supposedly be playing at home from their 3rd home match, the first 2.
But they were underwater again just a few weeks ago, weren't they?
Exactly. So
is this now the norm?
It's a real worry. Such a picturesque ground, but flooding problems as Boland is in. And that's a fuller delivery, just played easily onto the offside for a single.
Stuart Dix tweeted, "Good afternoon, Marty. My thinking is Durham need to take a wicket now." Be good if they could get, from their point of view, if they could get one before lunch.
They're only going to have a couple more overs at it, maybe 3 overs with the spinner on. It's down to Boland at the moment. Still got 2 slips in for Yates. Around the wicket. Just defended just to the left of Boland. No run.
Katie messaged the other day to say she got a new phone and she couldn't get Twitter on it, or whatever it's called these days.
I still call
X.
it Twitter.
Yeah.
I refuse.
Yeah.
Bothered.
So she's now on there, but using her iPad. She says, "I don't know how you can get a new phone that doesn't allow you to do modern things unless they've brought out very basic versions of older phones again, you know."
Well, mine stopped charging yesterday, 2 days ago, as Boland is in, just defended again, straight back at the bowler by Yates, and I couldn't charge my phone, and it's almost like the dream where you feel like you're caught out in the streets naked. I felt so vulnerable without a way of charging my phone. Which meant, because I've got no Wi-Fi in my flat, so I couldn't hotspot. I was cut off from the world. It was a terrible feeling. So reliant on it now.
Yeah, what life used to be like.
To get into town, get myself a new charger. In comes Boland. Again, carbon copy of the last couple. Ball just defended straight back down the pitch by Yates.
Was it the charger?
Yes, it was the charger. Thank goodness, because if it had been my phone, then I would have been extremely stressed, but yes, how much we rely on it. What would I do if I couldn't check on Instagram what someone posing with their dog
or their tea?
No, it's a terrible feeling. Here is Boland. This time the ball just squeezed out on the offside. So this is better from Boland. He went for 30 off his first 5 overs.
His first spell in county cricket. Well, he only flew in last Thursday, so he was not going to play in the first game, but as it happened, there wasn't the first game. So
it's interesting because I mean, I think everyone expected him to just carve up when he came over in the Ashes. Those who'd seen him, the way he moves the ball around with the Kookaburra ball, of course. But it was a much bigger challenge for him when he got here. He's in now. That one's just tucked off the hip, but straight to short mid-wicket. But it is the end of his over, by the way. 137 for none, so that was tighter by Boland. Of course, because he started off, obviously 6 for 7 in his first outing at the MCG, but it became a joke. Those first tests that he played, his average was under 10 for ages, and then when it first got to 10, it was like, oh, he's slipping. I mean, he still averages just over 20. So, and this is after 10 tests. So usually that's where you have to play a minimum of 10 tests before it counts, don't you? So just over 20 it is now, but it was, I think, for the first 6 tests, it might have been under 10.
Callum Parkinson from the City end, left arm round. Orthodox spin, played away by Davies out through the covers for 1. He moves on to 82 and the score to 138 for none here on the BBC. Durham put Warwickshire in this morning. And they're trying to defend a really short boundary on the western side of the ground, but I think probably more fours have gone through the vast Hollies boundary on the east side than they have over that short side.
Yeah, that outfield on that side was really slow last week.
Yeah, still quite spongy,
yeah,
isn't it?
But the ball would just come to a complete stop 2 metres in.
Parkinson over the wicket now to Yates. Yates plays it back to the bowler along the floor. We've got these big holes in our back garden, and it's where the window cleaners come with his ladders, and they're just sinking into the...
Gosh.
Parkinson again, flicked away down towards long leg by Yates for 1. He moves on to 54, 139 without loss, halfway through this 27th over.
Well, I'm trying not to sound smug when I say that. I've been away all winter, so I sort of missed it all. I've been moaning since I got back. It's terrible, isn't it? Typical Australian.
Yeah. Parkinson round the wicket now to Davies. Davies forward to this one. A little push and run towards point. Clark comes across with his muddied knees to field that one. 6 years ago, we were on a family holiday to Florida. And the day we flew from Manchester Airport, it was absolutely chucking it down. And that was the start of the Easter holidays. And the entire time we were away, it rained. And everywhere was flooded.
Oh, no.
Photographs of our friends at Warwick Castle in the rain and varied other places. And the day we arrived back, it was still raining. And that was Easter round about this time. It was a similar Easter to what we've just had. Parkinson bowls again. And, Yates back into the crease to defend that one on a length.
Well, you know how you get like your Facebook memories and it tells you where you were a year ago?
Yeah.
Just to rub it in to myself.
Parkinson. Oh, Yates looks to cut and he's chopped that down into the ground. Bottom edge of the bat there. It's gone off towards point. Parkinson with his hands on his head. Thought he'd his hands on his head. Thought he'd squeeze that through his defences, but he managed to keep it away. So probably, well, certainly one Boland over left before lunch. Whether they'll squeeze another Parkinson one in remains to be seen. It's 12:56 now.
Yeah, so exactly 1 year ago, I was in Antigua.
Oh, nice.
And I posted a picture of the sunset over the water. Like, oh, I wouldn't mind being
20 years since I was there.
It was my first time there.
We were at that test match when Lara got on those runs. Got 400, didn't he?
That's what we were just talking about, the 501 earlier.
30th anniversary of that can't be far away.
Here is Boland. He's bowling to Davies. He's over the wicket, and the first ball is just kind of punched behind point. Slip ball run across and clean that one up. They'll get a single. So I did a few years ago. I ran 501 miles for charity, sort of over an English season, and I started here because that made sense. And I started in front of the Hollies stand because I was starting on 0, and I figured that Eric Hollies was responsible for one of the most famous zeros, probably the most famous zero in cricket, and that was Don Bradman's final innings. He was out for a duck. Here's Boland again, just defended straight back to the bowler. So, but the odd thing about that was that Ashley Giles, who was here then, now at Worcestershire, he had organised a charity, like a sleep out for a local shelter, and so there are a bunch of probably about 30 of us or so who did this. And so the night before I started on this run, I slept in a cardboard box wrapped up in the stands at Edgbaston as Boland comes in, and just again nudged off the hips by Yates on the leg side, no run. And I woke up, and the weird thing was I'd slept in, and I woke up just underneath where we are now, sort of at the members' end, in a cardboard box, and no one else was around except for the ground staff who looked at me there all on my own, and I was a bit disoriented, I have to say.
You sure you were running?
Yeah, and I got up, I put my trainers on instead of my woolly boots, and I set off on the first. Here is Boland again, a big stride forward, a twirl of the bat in defence, and no run.
I mean, to the uninitiated, it just sounds like you had a night out.
It was cold. It was very cold.
Yeah, it would be.
That's the only time I've sung in the Hollies stand, because we were singing. We did have some music going to keep us entertained.
It's been a good morning in terms of run scoring, been frustrating for the bowling side. Is this going to be a game where we just see big totals and nothing much else?
Boland's in, clipped off the hip. They will, a bit of a misfield there, so they'll get that single even more comfortably. We sort of felt that way last week in that Warwickshire-Worcestershire game. As I said, both sides, we just charging along with sort of about 2 down, and then you had a collapse on either side. I mentioned the funky fields. We did see some creativity in the fielding. Sometimes bad a mistake, but you sort of felt that Worcestershire, who were batting first, had left a lot of runs out there, but then the same thing happened to Warwickshire. So maybe we will see a similar thing this week. At the moment, it's hard to see where a wicket's coming from.
Should be the last ball before lunch now. I think Durham made sure of that by taking a while to bowl it.
He's in now, last ball from Boland, and that is just delicately dabbed down to the deep third boundary by Davies. Beautiful shot to finish off what has been a wonderful start for Warwickshire. 146 for none. Davies 55. Yates 55, Davies 88. So it's been all about the batting for Warwickshire this morning. They'll be very happy with that start.
They will. They've dominated with the bat. Bold decision for Durham to put them in, and one or two bowlers might be asking Scott Borthwick about it over lunch. What's you thinking there, Skip? But Matthew Potts in his opening spell caused 1 or 2 problems, but there really has not been much for the bowlers, but a very good batting performance by Alex Davis and Rob Yates. And a very good morning session for Warwickshire at 146 without loss. Okay, well, we'll take a lunch break. Mel, thank you very much indeed. Mel Farrell with us the first 2 days of this match. You will hear me do an update in a minute's time on BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. And then we'll be back after the lunch interval. So I'll sum it all up. Won't take too long to sum it up, to be honest. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have had a very good morning session on the first day of their championship match against Durham. With the bat, they've reached 146 without loss after being put in their first century partnership for the opening wicket for 18 months in the championship game. And both Rob Yates and Alex Davis have passed 50. Yates on 55. Davis particularly flamboyant on 88. He did survive one sharp chance behind, but he's hit 14 fours and 1 6 as the batters have dominated. Not a great deal there for the bowlers. It'll be interesting to see how this match pans out from here, but a very good start for Warwickshire. They're 146 without loss. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. So we will have a lunch break and we'll see you in just under 40 minutes' time.
scores from other matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all at the Utility Bowl Southampton, the match between Hampshire and Lancashire. Hampshire won the toss and they elected to bat, and at lunch were 98 for 2. At the county ground Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Northamptonshire were 106 for 1. At the Cloud Country Ground Chelmsford, the match between Essex and Kent. Essex won the toss and elected to bat, and at lunch were 123 for 2. At the Sea Unique Stadium Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Yorkshire were 90 for 5. At Sophia Gardens, Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Glamorgan were 60 for 2. At the Upton Steel County Ground Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Sussex won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Leicestershire were 133 for 3. At Trent Bridge, the match between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to bat, and at lunch were 83 for 2. And finally at the Kia Oval, the match between Surrey and Somerset. Surrey won the toss and elected to bowl, and at lunch Somerset were 131 for 1. We've got the backup umpires, Richard Illingworth and Steve O'Shea.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Edgbaston for the second session of this county championship match. Warwickshire certainly enjoyed the best of the first session. And will resume on 146 without loss. Interesting to see where this match goes. Is this just going to be a run fest? Warwickshire certainly batted positively to give themselves potentially time if they do make a very big total to try and put pressure on the home side. There wasn't really a lot, it seemed to me anyway, for the bowlers there. Matthew Potts did a bit, had a little bit of joy, but not a great deal. Alex Davis, I think, survived one sharp chance behind the stumps. I'm Clive Eakin, and Martin Emerson here as well.
Still not seeing this sunshine in this 18 degrees, Clive. Still overcast, isn't it?
It is overcast.
Cool.
But just grateful that it's dry.
Yeah. So you mentioned Sunderland this morning in a sort of barbed comment as you walked off. I don't really know what was behind that, really.
Not the best to see. Well, I suppose you know.
Well, no. Gone into free fall more or less since Christmas, but they are at West Brom tomorrow.
I did upset some Sunderland supporters if you're listening. Sort of a ball. Well, you know it is. When you're commentating your team, you can get quite excited, and it doesn't always go down well for home supporters that are sitting in front of you. Coventry had a pretty good day at Sunderland. Do you want to take this over?
Potts around the wicket to start the afternoon session. It's gone down the leg silent. Will flap at it from Yates, who's on 55. 146 for non-Warwickshire. Davis on 88. Well, your team's Tranmere, isn't it?
In my professional team, I should say. The team that I cover.
So last time Sunderland played Tranmere was at Wembley.
Yeah.
Nobody was allowed.
That's right.
Potts comes around the wicket from the city end. Yates with a nibble, and it's just beyond the grasp of Robinson, diving across to his right to try and get on that one. In fact, it's been signalled as leg by. It's gone for 4. Brings up the 150, so very decent morning. Didn't you say this was the first Warwickshire opening stand of 100 since September 2022?
That's right. Yeah. 171 balls for the 50 of 150. So that means, I'll come back to that in a moment.
28.2 overs as is defended.
So the third 50 actually is marginally the slowest. Took 59 balls. The first took 57, the second 55. So it's been a fairly consistent pace. The third 59.
I know the game here last week was interrupted by the weather as well, wasn't it? And I mean, the fact Durham never got out for 4 days at all. You're gearing up for the start of the season, and it doesn't happen. Potts in. Yates flicks that off his legs. It's gone down towards the backward square leg. Parkinson Fields, 2 runs.
To put that abandonment in context, well, a little bit of context, 2 matches abandoned in the first round of games because Derbyshire, Gloucestershire also didn't get on. There was only 1 abandonment without a ball being bowled in the whole of last season, which also involved Gloucestershire, so they've been a bit unlucky. So already 2 this season.
Was that
none
Gloucestershire,
last
Yorkshire?
I'll tell you in a minute.
In Bristol, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
season.
in Bristol.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, Gloucestershire, Yorkshire, well remembered.
Potts bowls, and this is played up to mid-on. And you get all these people saying you shouldn't be playing cricket this time of year. And I say, right, well, the season's now 6 months long. I remember a few years ago, you know, back in the mid-2000s, where sometimes actually they might start with the county championship game, but they'd bring in the one-day cup fairly early and play quite a few one-dayers until you got into May. But that's the first time. There've been 3 abandonments at Durham. That's the first time they've lost a game in April. The other 2 were in August and July.
Yeah.
So Potts with a full-length delivery there. kept out by Yates. And that is the end of the over. 152 for none here on the BBC. The last two matches Durham lost actually were on the road. So in April 2012 they lost an entire game at the Oval, and then in April 2018 they lost an entire game at Northants.
I haven't got the stats on Warwickshire's abandonment. I can just recall one. It was quite a few years ago now. I'm pretty sure they got one at Leicester that never got underway.
It's going to be it's going to happen more and more if this is what the weather's now got in store for us, and this is normal.
Well, Ben Rain, who did, excuse the pun, but did do a pretty good job of reining Warwickshire in the morning session. He was the only bowler that really stopped the runs going. It's 18 runs off his 6 overs. I mean, that's 3 and over. I mean, that sounds healthy, but that's quite comfortably the tightest of the bowlers so far. He'll be bowling to Alex Davis. He's bowling from the Pavilion end now. He bowled from the Birmingham end earlier. Davis, oh, he's got a leading edge on that. He's going to get away with it. It just goes over the inner field on the offside. He was trying to work it onto the leg side. And a false shot for Alex Davis, but no chance for the fielders. It just looped agonisingly over their heads. Davis gets a single.
Yeah, it was Clark and Beddingham who were in there. Just went between the two of them.
Warwickshire will want to build on this and make sure it is a big total. And the field's moving around. He's taking a slip away and putting a fielder at shortish mid-wicket. This is what Mel was talking about earlier, having to try and find different ways of potentially getting this breakthrough. Rain's coming round the wicket to Davis, who just cuts at that little sort of dabbed cut shot. He's played quite a lot today. It's gone towards the longest boundary, and they're going to come back for 3, and Alex Davis called that well. I think Rob Yates wasn't sure, but Davis sprinted to the danger end, and that's a well-run 3. 156 for that loss. Elsewhere, Essex 133 for 2, so they lost a couple of early wickets. Did Essex against Kent, but Jordan Cox and Dean Elgar both made half centuries. Essex the one team to get a win in the first round of matches. Hampshire 99 for 2. Nottinghamshire 90 for 2. Somerset going well now at the Oval, holding Surrey up 132 for 1. In comes Rain, this time back over the wicket to Yates, who defends that. And there's no run. Glamorgan, the one game that was delayed slightly, 65 for 2. Where there have been wickets has been at Bristol, where Yorkshire are 100 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire 137 for 3 against Sussex at Leicester. Northampton 111 for 1 against Middlesex at Northampton. We were asked to make all these predictions and answer a questionnaire before the season, including who was going to win the second division title. I don't know. Yeah, in comes Rain. That's played. It was a strangled appeal. It was for a magazine, I think. I know. Yeah, I don't know who it was. It was we got the emails from the BBC top brass in cricket. Anyway, long short of it,
cricket paper, wasn't it?
Possibly, yeah. I had to predict, among other things, who was going to win the second division. Oh, I don't know. I went for Sussex. I thought they sounded like possibles. Predicted Surrey for the first division, was 9 out of 10 for originality. Rain into bowl, and that's played to the offside for no run by Davis. So fairly grey here at Edgbaston. That's Durham winning the toss, obviously hoping perhaps in the first morning they might get a bit of joy out of the Kookaburra ball and get some early wickets. It hasn't happened for them, so they're now kind of stuck with it. Rain with number 44 on his back. Leans forward, comes in. And that's left outside off stump by Alex Davis.
Just have a easterly breeze today. The planes are coming in from the west. In fact, I'm looking at the flag at the far end, which I've only just noticed, and that is blowing from the east.
So we've had 30 overs now. started on time, and Warwickshire 156 without loss.
Scoreboard says the over rate's -3.
Yeah.
Durham were dot points here for the last time they played a first class game here over 4 days, although it was only 2 days in 2021.
Well, I imagine we'll see a fair amount of spin later in the innings.
Potts then from the City end comes in and bowls to the left-handed Yates. Yates plays that back along the floor. I think I said this morning Yates' next 100 would be his 10th. Off the top of my head, and yes, it would be. So he now boasts in his first class career 900s and 750s.
Yeah, he got 2 centuries last season, including a double century at Canterbury against Kent.
Yeah, 223 not out. Potts balls, that's quicker, goes through to the keeper. It's a bit of a rising ball, that one.
I'm going to have to check that now because I've got 228 here.
Yeah, well, I might have hit the wrong button.
Yeah, or I might have, so
well,
I'll have to check
might
now.
not be good. He got 5 centuries in one season, didn't he, in 2021 while he was still at university?
Yeah, and as often happens, young playing on batters perhaps struggled for consistency since then. .228,
you're right.
No, splendid.
Quick single off to the offside towards that mid-off 1 run. And a throw at the stumps at the same time from Ben Rain.
Warwickshire only managed 7 centuries in the whole of last season.
Yeah, I was
not a huge
surprised
number.
by that.
Yeah. And that was divided between 4 players. Alex Yates has a bit of prodding. Just 2 slips in now, but there's that slightly funky field placement at a shortish mid-on, quite close to the non-striking batter.
Finished 4th last year, Warwickshire, in Division 1, as Potts bowls to Davis. Turned down towards short fine leg, because that is where the boundary tapers in, fielded by Boland. 1 run. Was it a fairly comfortable 4th?
Yeah, it was, and also obviously the previous season they had avoided relegation in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I was listening
off
to
the
that.
final day of the season, so that would seem like progress. For a fair chunk of the season, they looked to be in some sort of contention, but fell away a bit in the latter part of the season.
Potts bowls, and defended by Yates. I'm trying to remember where Durham were that day, because the Durham game finished and I was driving up the motorway listening to your match, and it was a real nervy affair, wasn't it?
It was.
Was that against Hampshire?
He was,
Yeah.
yes, who needed just a draw to secure 2nd place, which is why Warwickshire had to make an absolutely ridiculous declaration. In fact, shows how much I know, because I was chuntering about it and saying, what's the point in this? I've got no chance of that declaration. I'm going to lose, but there we go, they got it right.
Potts bowls, driven, and that's gone away through that short boundary for 4 on the offside from Yates.
I think actually,
62 for none.
To correct myself, I think they didn't declare in the end, but only because they got bowled out.
Yeah.
Playing silly shots because they'd got to the stage where they were about to declare. And Liam Norwell produced that performance of a lifetime, and now Liam sadly struggling with injury, frustrating, back in training, ready to play on the first day, and he suffered another little injury. Not the same one, that's the only thing that's encouraging, if that's the right word. It's not a recurrence of his back problems, but frustrating nonetheless. Disappointing for him. But here's Rain to bowl to Davis, and that's defended, and there is no run. So Warwickshire did report. I'll just double check what they said. Scans have revealed a small tear to the pectoral muscle. I'm not a physio, so I don't know how serious that is. So that sounds, the fact there's a small tear, hopefully sounds it won't be too bad. Hassan Ali presumably will be available for the next game. I don't know whether he's arrived yet, but he was expected to touch down at some point today.
There was a picture of him on Twitter on an aeroplane this morning.
Yeah. Ben Rain to Davis. Slips quite widely placed now as that's played round his pads by Davis for his 91st run, 163 without loss. So there are 2 slips in, or there were 2 slips in for Davis, but they're more sort of in, well, maybe first and third slip positions.
He's got 700, Alex Davis. His last was 118 against Somerset last year. And going into this one, 243 runs in 5 games against Durham, but his previous highest score against Durham was only 46 in 2014 for Lancashire.
Bit of chatting going on the Durham field, considering what they're going to do as Rain comes around the wicket to Yates. He's been less spectacular, pretty solid, apart from a little spell against Potts. That's a 4 defensive, back down the pitch, there's no run. He's 163 without loss, Warwickshire. I'll be very happy the way it's gone so far. I think the bowlers are going to be quite pleased next match when they get a traditional Duke's ball in their hands. Round the wicket comes Rain, and that's an edge all on the ground though, and it'll go down to third. It won't go all the way. Hauled in by Clark. Oh, there's a bit of hesitation there from Yates again. I think he might have actually slightly stumbled as Davis called him in for the 3rd run, but they get the 3. He's on to 68, 166 without loss. Say Davis survived 1 sharp chance behind. The other time he, I think, quite close to being out was a run-out attempt, which would have been very close to the ball had hit. He was diving, ended up sprawled on the floor. Only need to find a way somehow. Rain comes into bowl, and that's a very slow delivery going down the leg side, and Davis just watches it. He looks at the square leg umpire and says, how about that, ump? How about a wide there? But no, umpires are happy. And Rain, well built bowler, still keeping it relatively in control. Comes into bowl, and Davis, or rather Yates, just pushes that. No, it was Davis, right, first time, pushes out to point for no run. End of the over, 166 without loss. Marty will be back in about half an hour. And Mel's going to come and, as soon as I find her headset, there's that one there. Can we just grab that headset? Thank you very much. Nothing like a bit of on-air production. It's 166 without loss. And it's Matthew Potts who's going to come in bowl round the wicket to Yates. Oh, leans back, plays a nice shot for nothing, cuts it straight to backward point, where inevitably it's Clark who does most of the fielding for Durham, it seems. Stops that one cleanly. Prevents any run. 166 without loss. A few people on the ground now. The lounge is busy. Brian Halford, who you'll hear from tomorrow, was staging some sort of members thing. We think with Dennis Amos, so I'm not absolutely certain. But anyway, lounge was quite busy. That's played to mid-off. There's no run. Welcome back, Mel, who resisted the apple crumble and custard.
Oh, do you know, that was really hard because I tell you why. Because apple crumble, it reminded me of my childhood.
Yeah.
I grew up on an orchard, so we grew apples, cherries, pears, and plums in a town called Orange.
Right. And had lots of crumble.
Well, my mum used to make apple pie, but sometimes she'd make
lovely.
Apple crumble.
Yeah, in comes. Well, that's short and it's pulled by Yates. Short and quite slow, and Yates says thank you very much and pulls out the backward point for 4. He's on to 70, 170 without loss. Apple crumble custard is the only pudding that I go for here.
Yeah, well, there were two fruit-based desserts from my childhood. Apple crumble or apple pie was one, and the other one that my mum used to make was stewed cherries. And she'd stew them and put them in the freezer, and then we'd have them with ice cream. And when they defrosted, all the juice came out of them, and I loved it because you'd swirl it around and the ice cream would go to pink.
In comes Potts, the bowl, and Yates defends that. Good accurate delivery, there's no rum.
So, as you can tell, I'm still a big kid. And if they'd had stewed cherries there, an ice cream, I don't know if would have been able to resist at all. But yes, definitely strong memories of the childhood in Orange.
In comes Potts turns. Has looked probably the most likely bowler. Still no breakthrough for him. And Yates defends that one solidly. And there's no rum.
And it's getting a bit of deja vu. This is how we were feeling last week at various stages, where it just feels like it's at a stalemate. You're not sure where the wickets are going to come from. And is it at this point that we should start to see some different fields or something? It's not easy.
Potts to Yates, just on leg stump. Yates guides it along onto the leg side. Big expanse of grass there, so he's got plenty of time to run 2. And to move on to 74, 172 without loss.
And just highlighting, I was saying before lunch, the bowlers feeling that, certainly with the Kookaburra, that basically if you're just a little bit off your mark, you get punished severely. So it's an unforgiving ball, it must be said, certainly early season over here in England. Ben Rain is coming on for his 9th over, on for 26 so far. Started off bowling from the city end, now at the members end. He's into Davies, who drives that firmly up to mid-on. Won't get a run.
Quite a wild throw there from Bolland, which had keeper Robertson at full stretch to grab it. Yeah, I also wonder whether there's a bit of psychology as well. If you're convinced as a bowler that you're going to get nothing out of the Kookaburra ball, well, you probably won't.
In comes Rain once more, and a very wristy shot behind point by Davies. It's another boundary. That short side is like a magnet. Anything outside the off stump. He moves on to 95, Warwickshire 176 for none. Davies closing in on a century.
Well, you always worry when someone takes over the captaincy about what impact it might have on their personal form. Davies taking over as the county captain from Will Rhodes.
Rain starts his run up again to Davies. This time it's a better line, and he's on his toes defending back to the bowler.
So should we encourage to see that at this stage at any rate it's not affected his form. In fact, he'll feel he's underachieved a little bit in his 2 years at Warwickshire with the bat. So maybe taking the captaincy is going to help. I'll be doing an update in about 16 seconds.
Okay.
Probably got time to describe this next ball.
Just put this one in here. So here comes Rain. It's over the wicket, and that's just pulled gently around the corner. There's a fielder just outside the circle, so no run.
This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's batters are continuing to prosper. The opening pair, 177 without loss. Rob Yates on 74, Alex Davis on 96. Davis closing in on what will be his 3rd century in his 3rd season at Warwickshire. Once again, its batting conditions look pretty good. The bowlers are struggling to get much out of the Kookaburra ball. England's Potts has been the most threatening of bowlers, but even he hasn't caused too many problems, and it's looked fairly serene for the Warwickshire batters so far. They're 177 without loss. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston. And that was a 4 defensive by Yates. Took an opportunity to have a swig of your
my coffee.
Coffee.
No,
yeah.
my coffee, which is it's getting cold.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
There's a problem with and I'm not complaining. The coffee machine here at Edgbaston is not quite calibrated
Yes,
right.
the cups,
mugs,
yes,
the mugs that they ordered are a bit smaller than what it's calibrated for. As rain is in, it's a full ball, clipped nicely through mid-wicket, all the way to the boundary for another 4 runs for Yates this time. That finishes Rain's over, and it's 181 for none. So they ordered the mugs, and the mugs are a bit smaller. So they're obviously not wasteful here. They're not going to reorder the mugs. So they've got to bring someone in to recalibrate the machine. So I've worked out, if I do I can do a deconstructed flat white, essentially.
Yeah.
So, but I just have to do it. So I'll do an espresso, and then I'll do a bit of like hot water milk kind of combination.
Yeah. Well, I go for the Americano, and then with the aim to add milk on it, and it filled it right up to the top of the cup. And then also I like to have an extra shot of espresso, so I had to have 2 cups basically. And made a right mess of it. But anyway, Potts comes into bowl. Davis pushes out to mid-on. There's no run.
But they are sending in someone, apparently a technician, an engineer is coming in to recalibrate the machine.
So we'll get smaller cups.
Well, they need bigger cups, or else maybe I should just bring one from home. But they do look after us. We are spoiled here at Edgbaston in having the nice coffee machine, 3 different kinds of milk, soy, coconut and oat, as well as cow's milk.
Biscuits there as well. We see which are the most popular, which disappear quickest. That's driven by Davis, and that's going to go through the offside for 4, I think. Is the ball going to get there? It is. And Alex Davis has his 3rd century for Warwickshire, his first as captain. He gets a hug from Rob Yates. Has come off just 102 balls, and it's been a really in-command innings from Davis. He did survive one sharp chance behind the stumps where it nearly ricocheted from the wicketkeeper's gloves to the slips, but certainly that bit of slight good fortune. 16 4s and 1 6 in that century, and Alex Davis, the Warwickshire captain, 100 not out.
Yes, and it's the manner that he's got there, as much as the fact that he has got there. It's been pretty commanding performance from Davies.
Well, it's 90 runs by my calculations have come. Have I got that right? 6 carry 3. Yeah, it's 90 runs that have come off 4s and 6s. So he's not had to run around very much. He's run some good 3s, but largely for Yates, I think, has benefited from him running quickly.
I think he was frustrated last week. He made 36, and he was actually out, I believe, from memory, caught on the boundary. Just trying to attack that short boundary.
Potts into him, and he whisks that away, but only to backward point this time, finds the fielder. And there's no run. Just for a moment, Scott Borthwick slip. I think, wondered whether that had been caught on the full, but it hadn't.
But yes, he's looked in command of this situation, and just coming in first, replacing Rhodes as club captain, and the responsibilities that come with that. What a wonderful way, 2 games in, to have a century.
Davis pushes at the onside. There's no run. Well, actually goes down the pitch. Yes, I interviewed him for my programme yesterday evening on BBC CWR. Enjoyed that. So he complained that I was interrupting the Masters for him. But he was a bit frustrated at seeing a Yorkshireman do so well, being a Lancashire, but Danny Willett was doing particularly well at that time. But I had a good chat with him. He took to the captaincy really well in the T20. It was sort of thrust upon him when Marion Ali was unexpectedly called away. Davis pushes that down to shortish serve for a single. He won every match until, unfortunately, the most important one, the quarter-final.
Yeah, he was 10 from 10 before that as a success rate as captain. So that was unfortunate, but showed his captaincy chops. You're not going to win every single game as captain, are you? No one's got 100%. yes, frustrating when it comes in a knockout match. It's going to be Ben Rain to continue from the members' end. There's just a little bit of a conference going on while the ball's being shone. Just a discussing of the field. And I did mention the funky fields. I'm wondering if we might see some fielders right in their faces at some point. It worked last week. There was every time they brought in 2 short mid wickets, it seemed like something happened. At the moment they've got it really spaced widely. It slips. Second slip in a gully as rain is in, and that's chipped straight to short mid wicket.
It must be tough for Durham out there now, and you've gone this long out of wicket. It's got to keep toiling away.
Well, it's having to maybe think outside the box. They have got those fielders. You normally go keeper, slip, slip, and there's probably about 2 to 2.5 metres between each of them. As rain is in, press forward in defence. Thought about a run, Davies, but in the end decided it was not worth the risk. And why would you, when you're scoring so many boundaries?
Indeed. Parkinson looks like he's preparing to have a bowl. He's in a few little exercises in the outfield.
It's just looking around going, where is this going to come from? Acres of space on one side, short boundary on the other. As rain is in over the wicket, step forward and nice drive by Davies, but Rain got it with one-handed on one bounce.
I almost feel they're relying on a brief lapse of concentration maybe by one of the batters.
But then it's a case of, can you force a lapse in concentration? And that's where shaking up the field might come into it. Just doing something unexpected. So Rain commences his run up. Davies waits and drives at. This time he gets it past the bowler, and it's travelling quickly. It's a short boundary. It's going to go all the way. So that is 4 runs to Davies. Takes him to 105, and he has now scored 6,000 first-class runs. So nice little milestone to notch up after lifting his bat for the 100. He probably doesn't even know that one, but I've been on the calculator.
Well done. Yeah, you might know. I always distrust cricketers. Say, oh, I don't do the stats. I remember interviewing Jitan Patel once, who swore blindly he wasn't interested in the stats. I said, you got 52 wickets. I said, I think it was 54. I thought you didn't do the stats, Jeets.
They all say that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now, what did I say about getting someone in your face? And they have just brought in a fielder at like a very straight, short extra cover. So only a few metres to the left of the strip as Rain comes in over the wicket to Davies, but he clips it down to mid-on, running across. But that's exactly the sort of thing I was talking about, just getting someone in the eye line of the batter, whatever it is, just to try and shake things up a bit.
It was a very well-run single, that, from Alex Davis. Although it cost Rob Yates a bit with his back to the ball. He was very safely in with the throw, which fortunately wasn't thrown in too hard, but I think it might just have hit him. There was an apology from Scott Boland, the fielder. No damage done, though.
So it's Yates now on strike, and they're just tinkering with the field. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see 2 short? Aye, 2 short mid wickets. There we go. That's the one I was talking about. Does this work? Yates on strike. And this is instead, though, it's too full and outside the off stump from Rain to bring those fielders into play. It's defended, no run. It's 191 for none.
Have you ever seen batters actually get out to those fielders, though? I think
did.
I might have seen it once.
No, it happened last week.
Did it? Okay.
It did happen last week, almost immediately. He was quite interesting, actually.
Alex Davis is getting some strapping on his bat, I think. He seems to be calling for strapping. Is it his bat or is it... I can't see because the person who's brought it out is sort of in the way. It might be he's... I don't know what it is. He's getting some equipment. Check whether it's his person or his bat. I'm not too sure. He's having a little drink as well. Well, I'm none the wiser really as he stood up, but something was there.
Yeah, I could not tell either. Two milestones in a very short space of time for Davies. Maybe he deserves a drink.
Well, going along very nicely, 191 without loss. We're now going to see Parkinson. Apart from anything else he could do with pushing Durham's over rate up a little bit. He's now wasting time doing a couple of practice deliveries. They are -3. They do need to sort that out. There's a slip in place for Parkinson. He bowls round the wicket. A little bit of bounce, but it's defended solidly by Davis.
Nice to see a few more people here this week. Last week with the wind,
yeah.
It was off.
That one again is defended down the pitch. Also a slight reluctance to bring the spinners on too early with the short boundary.
It's high risk.
Parkinson bowls. I suppose that's the thing. If you're going to use a kookaburra ball in the hope that spin bowls a lot more, then having the pitch so close to the boundary is not ideal.
Yeah, that makes it hard. So basically, with listening, Davies' leg side is the danger side.
A hint of a leading edge there. He nearly perished from a leading edge earlier. That's pushed out on the offside. There's no run. I say he gave one sharp chance to the wicketkeeper. The leading edge wasn't a chance, but it could easily have been. It just went over the heads of the fielders inside the imaginary circle as he plays a forward defensive to that one. There's no run. So I mean, a couple of false shots, but not many. It's and plenty of positive strokes from Alex Davies. Expect I might be talking to him again at the end of today. This next one's a quicker ball, but it's short and inviting for Davies, who's played it out to the the long boundary where there is a sweeper in the form of Graham Clark, and they both batters think about a third, but both conclude that it's not there. And it is 2 runs, 193 without loss.
So closing in on the 200 and not having been troubled too much at all, it must be said.
Can I ask you to do something slightly menial here? Can you just, that switch where that black plug is? That's it. Thank you.
Oh.
My laptop was telling me it's running out of battery, so it can't be. You're plugged in. Aha, haven't switched you on. That's why.
That helps. Well, yeah. After I told you before, my phone not charging yesterday and the nakedness I felt without it. Here comes rain. First ball's just smothered by Yates. No run there. Yes, and I had an issue when I was in here last weekend. My laptop wouldn't charge either. So I've been charge challenged in the last week or so, and it makes me realise how much I rely on my laptop and my phone.
Yes, we all do now, don't we? It's a bit worrying.
Yates taps his bat and waits as rain runs in around the wicket, and it's a crisp on drive that goes straight to the fielder at mid-on. And just looking, are we seeing those two short mid-wickets in again? Anything just to try and disrupt the batter's rhythm, thought process. Just seen an arm around the shoulders from Potts to Rain. It's like I'm feeling your pain, mate. Here he comes again. And this is just chipped along the ground to one of those fielders at short mid-wicket. They could pretty much be holding hands there.
I'm just desperate for something to happen. They'll hope they get one, that others might follow, but it's hard to see where the one's coming from at the moment.
It certainly is. But Rain is in again. It's full and it's driven. Just had enough width, slightly over pitched, and that is yet another boundary for Yates. 197 for none. Yates moves on to 82. Davies on 108. You really can't afford to miss by much.
No, and credit to the batters, they have punished anything fairly ruthlessly.
And just flowing a little bit too easily off the bat at the moment. There's another little mid-over chat going on. Scott Boland just coming over with maybe a bit of a word of advice on the Kookaburra, Borthwick that was rather. In comes Rain, and again just carved away. Point is chasing it, and it'll pull up in that slower outfield in front of the Holly stand. That brings up the 200 for Warwickshire, and this pair of Yates and Davies have made it look very comfortable, very much appreciated by the Warwickshire fans in here today, enjoying seeing their side get some runs on the board.
Yeah, it's been a terrific batting performance. And Durham obviously will be regretting the decision to put Warwickshire in.
Well, this happened it was interesting last week. Warwickshire won the toss and put Worcestershire in. And then after watching it, he thought, well, maybe the old wisdom about win the toss, bowl first in April doesn't quite work the same way with the Kookaburra ball. So both games certainly here at Edgbaston, some of the best batting conditions have been with the new ball on the first day. So Rain it is. He will continue to Davies. Clips this one off his toes down to the fielder running in from the final leg boundary.
It's quite striking how consistent Warwickshire have been in terms of their scoring rate. 200 came off from 228 balls. So the second 100 took 116, which is 4 balls more than the first 100 took. But the 50s, the first 50, 57 balls, the second 55, the third 59, and the fourth 57. So they've kept a pretty steady rate throughout.
And what they'll be conscious of, I think, from the first match is carrying on with it, not having that collapse, which would have been very frustrating for them in the first round.
So in comes Parkinson, and that's pushed out to the offside by Davis. Lent into the ball, almost got himself caught out of the crease as it was thrown back in.
In their first innings.
That's played away to backward point by Davis. That'll be cut off. It'll be 2 runs, or will they go for a third? They're going to go for a third. That could be quite tight. And Davis does get there. The throw in the air wasn't quite good enough to put them under pressure. 204 without loss.
Yeah, so they were 102 for 2. I've got to do it the right way around because I'm in England, where they say it the wrong way. 2 for 102, or 102 for 2 in their first innings. And then there were 289 for 5.
Yes, the next one is a swept shot by Yates, and that's going to go to backwards square for 4. It's always a bit unnerving when you listen to an Ashes match an Australian commentator's on, and they say something like it's 1 for 7. You think, hang on, I'm hoping that's 7 runs for 1 wicket and not to the way round.
And it is tricky when you go between Australia and other countries in managing to remind yourself to swap that around. Like I said, everyone else says it wrong. What can you do?
Wonder what's the history behind that? Why is it?
I don't know when it changed.
That way.
Yeah, that I don't know.
It's a curious one.
Anyone out there knows why Australia ended up doing it the right way and everyone else ended up doing it the wrong way? Please do. Please do.
Parkinson bowls, and that's a 4 defensive out to the offside. There's no run. 208 without loss. 208 without loss are Warwickshire.
Yeah, so I mentioned last week they were cruising at 102 for 2 and were all out for 333.
That one, a bit of a shout from Parkinson, but it's worked away onto the leg side by Yates. He maybe didn't get out of the middle of the bat, but he's 2 more runs. So Yates now on 91. A big moment for him. So he did get 2 centuries, I think it was, last season. Let me just double check that again. As he sweeps at that one, but this time it'll be cut off. There. That's just a backward point by Beddingham. That's the end of the over. 210 without loss. And
looks like Carter's coming back on. So I like it when he takes his cap off because you can see that shock of blonde hair. It's quite distinctive. It's almost got like, it's almost blonde at the top with a like an undercut of brown that sort of gives him a darker brown sort of halo around his blonde mop.
Yes, he made 2 centuries last season, Rob Yates, and just the 1 in 2022, so he's been a little bit short of them in the last couple of years.
It's Davies, though, who's on strike at the moment, as they just have a quick chat, a number of the Brains Trust for Durham. He's bowling from the members' end. Can this be a change? Actually finds that wicket. There's one slip in, very wide, probably about 3rd slip. In comes Cast. The first ball is short, and it's just casually pulled around the corner for a single to Davies. That brings Yates back on strike. So 211 for none. Yates on 91, closing in on a century.
Looked like he was trying to tempt Davies there. 3 fielders out in the deep on that very long expanse of grass, the long boundary, maybe hoping that a short, slowish ball might induce Davies to go for the big shot and hole out, but the Warwickshire batter was very much in control.
Yates on strike. Carter's in, and he flicks that one down to the fielder running around from fine leg. They'll pick up a single. Takes him to 212. Yates creeping closer now on 92.
Yeah. As I say, you got those 5 centuries Marty mentioned earlier in 2021, and then only 1 in 2022, and 2, including a double century last year. Excuse me. People have questioned his average. He should be averaging more.
It's just a tick under 30, although might go over that today. His cast is in, it's short, it's wide, and he had a little fish at that one, Davies, trying to carve it over the slips. Didn't make contact in the end. Was annoyed with himself. Goes for a little walk just to settle his head.
Yes, his average at the moment is coming up as 30.5. But obviously, if he gets out, I might knock it down again a bit.
Now he scored his first century in the championship at age 19. So it's going to be his 10th. Davis just fences that one off towards point.
I'm going to call in Marty in here, and then Phil, perhaps at the end of the over, can nip in for you, Mel, if that's all right.
I'm here to serve. I'm here to serve all of my fellow commentators and all the listeners. So you just boss me around. I'm more than happy. Where would you rather be on a sort of sunny-ish day? It's not actually sunny, it's very cloudy. But here at County Championship game, here's Cast. It's another short ball. This time, Davies not even remotely interested. In fact, it's a no ball. So that was too short. No wonder he wasn't interested. But he's going to have to bowl that one again, as I'm joined again by Martin Emerson. Welcome back.
It's been very straightforward from a batting point of view, hasn't it, really?
Yep. It really has. Not easy. It's really testing a fielding side's early season. As Cass runs in over the wicket, driven straight back to the bowler who has a shot. The stumps, direct hit. And there's a joking appeal, I think, because he was well and truly back in his crease and then looked back at the bowler as if to say, what are you doing? But there you go, that was a bit of excitement. If you make something happen, Mum.
I am reminded. I'm old enough to remember. Alex Davies, in the one-day cup for Lancashire against Durham at Old Trafford in 2018, got 147. It was a very one-sided afternoon. And at the time, you're thinking, well, he's batted really well here. But it turned out to be the highest score by a Lancashire player at Old Trafford in a one-day game. And remains so.
In comes Cass. He's tried to play a cross-bat shot, and in the end, the ball just drops straight down in front of him, so he won't get a run. And I'm going to hop out of your way. It's been short but sweet, Martin, and I'll be back on with you later, but I'm going to make way for Phil.
Okay, Melbourne will be back with us a little bit later on. Phil's returned from his spell in the museum. I do fear one day he'll not come back and he'll end up just being one of the exhibits, but... Parkinson then, left arm over to Yates, who's pulled that out in towards the deep on the leg side. Can't even see where that's gone. Where is it?
It's down to the holly stand.
Oh, it's just made it over the rope. It's leaning against the rope. So he moves on to 96. I don't think fielder out that side of the ground actually saw where that had gone either there.
No, I think it hit. It's so soft out there. It was like a 9-iron into the green.
And there is a big drive down the ground towards the city end, and that is 6, and he's got to his 100, so that's the second time he's got 100 against Durham, and he is now on 102, which was the score he made the last time against them in a draw year in 2021. It's coming to 118 balls, and he's hit 15 fours and a 6, so both openers have got 2 centuries today against Durham.
And we've had now 5 centuries already here at Edgbaston this season, and 4 of them have been brought up with a 6. All off left arm spinners.
So that, I said at the start of the day, his next century would be his 10th. And there it is.
Yep. He's actually got 2 more than Alex Davis. Alex Davis was only his 8th first-class century. Good toss to lose by the look of it, Martin.
Yeah. Parkinson in again now. Yates goes into his crease and just plays the ball along the floor on the leg side. No run there. So his highest score, 228 against Kent last year, not out. Previous best had been 141 against Somerset in 2019. Ball played back towards the bowler, who dives across in front of the non-striking batsman to field that one.
Well, I meant to say to Mel, I'd got something for her.
2 balls left of the over, and this is driven along the floor from a full toss from Park. It's a good diving stop, one-handed by Borthwick, short mid-wicket.
It was a good stop because he got hold of that. Both batsmen throughout the day have hit the ball very, very hard.
Parkinson in again now, quicker delivery, and it's snubbed away by Yates. End of the over, 224 for none, Warwickshire, and they only had 4 or 5 Centurions last season. They've got 2 in one game this
Yeah,
this week.
it was. There weren't many last year. It was, and opening partnerships. I think Clive was saying earlier on in the day that there was no century partnerships for either the first or second wickets throughout the whole of 2023. I've just asked him, does he know when the last double century partnership was, but I think he's going to have a look at that. Bryden Cast will continue. He's bowled 4 overs from this pavilion end. They've cost him 36 runs, so a little. That last over was only 4, so a bit more economic. Alex Davis waits on 113. In comes Cast, bowls, and this is just run behind square on the onside for a single, and they get 1. Sorry, I've just showed Mel the story of where Warwickshire's Bear and Ragged Staff came from. I'll email it. I'll send that to you, Mel. Okay, so that you can see what the full story. 225 for no wicket. Scott Borthwick comes down to have a chat with Cars and then goes running back to slip. He's sort of positioning himself at a sort of second slip almost position as Cars comes in and bowls, and this one is smacked away again by Yates through that deep backward point. It's going to be 1. Clark does the fielding down there, but they get back for 3 more, so the runs continue to flow. 228, 105 to Yates, 114 to Davis.
Kashi Valley last week made 110 for Worcestershire on day 1 and 133 in the second innings. Jake Libby made 101 in the second.
Yeah, all of them completing them with a 6. It's quite unusual to see, and that the same way as today Yates has just done the same thing. Here's Cars in again, bowls to Davis this time, who goes up on his toes and just punches it away behind square on the offside for another single. 229 without loss. Quite a lot of people in at lunchtime in the museum who've come down from Durham.
All right.
Which was nice to see.
Good.
It's a bit of a trek down, isn't it? But I suppose it's one of the closer counties for Durham supporters, if you can call it that. This one is driven by Yates, but not timed, and it goes up to mid-on. There's no run pots.
It's about
200 miles.
It's 200 miles, isn't it? Yeah.
What is it down to Kent then?
350.
350.
350 to Brighton, about 350 to Southampton, 350 to Kent. They don't go to Kent this year, though.
Oh, right. It's the same as, because we only play this one game, don't we, in the Championship? We haven't got the...
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, we don't come up to Chester Street.
Right.
Cast bowls, and this is driven away beautifully through extra cover. Magnificent shot, crosses the boundary now, and that long boundary has been peppered all day. 233 per none. 109 Yates moves to 115 Davis.
What do you make of Durham's bowling today?
Well, it's looking much the same as Warwickshire's looked against Worcestershire last week, Martin. They're getting absolutely nothing with the ball. And the wicket's playing extremely well for this early in the year. And the batsmen are taking full advantage of it. Cast in bowls. This is hit in the air. It's going to drop. It's going to be caught and is dropped down below us.
Potts.
And it's Potts who got underneath it. Had to go back wheeling from mid-on, deepish mid-on, was back looking at the ball coming over his shoulder. He got both hands to it and spilt it. So
it's a tricky one because you're running towards the boundary, you're trying to look over your shoulder to see where the ball's coming from. They're always really difficult, those ones, and he got his hand on it. He's just telling his teammates it just spun straight out of his hand.
And it kind of just adds a little bit to the sort of day that Durham are having so far. 234 for no wicket, big let off there. Yates moves to 110 and 115 for Davis. So it's very similar. Warwickshire's bowlers got look very ordinary on the opening day against Worcestershire, where they batted very well indeed. It wasn't till we had a very short rain break in the late afternoon session, that Warwickshire got some breakthroughs and suddenly recovered a situation and finished up with 7 wickets down by the end of the day.
Parkinson from the City end bowls to Yates. Yates goes back into his crease and cuts hard at that late, and it's shot away through the covers to the short boundary. I think Alex Lees is in there, he just couldn't get down in time, and it's away for 4. There's a building on the edge of the city centre where there's a window open. Yes. The sun is now glistening off that just one window and shining like a laser beam back towards us. It's in again to Yates. Yates plays this up to Potts, who has a go at the stumps from mid-off. Far end of the ground. His direction wasn't perfect. It just went over the top of the stumps and was backed up by Borthwick to give Yates another run. He's on a... In fact, he's caught Davis up now. They're both on 150, 239 for none. So 11 more runs for a batting point for Warwickshire. This is probably the archetypal don't judge a game until you've seen both teams bat type of game, isn't it?
Oh, I think it definitely will be. I really don't think there's been much to help the bowlers.
This is played back by Davis to Parkinson. This could be a very high scoring game.
360 played 333 in the first innings last week.
Parkinson in, and driven on the bounce by Davies out through the covers for 1 to Graham Clark.
So we lost just over a full day's play, and 237. So we had what on the opening day, 930 runs in the match for just 22 wickets.
It was a strange one, arriving at the ground each day last week, knowing there probably wasn't going to be any play, and most days it was called off by about 12. This is flicked away late by Yates, off around leg stump, down to short fine leg to bedding, no run there.
It's terribly frustrating when that happens though, isn't it?
Yeah, when you've built up towards the start of the season, you've done all your stats and got your head around everything, then you never have to say anything. And Parkinson balls again, pulled by Yates down towards long leg to Clark, 4-1. So it was basically a case of going to the ground, setting up, and then waiting for the umpires to call it off. 11 o'clock, 11:15, whatever, and then doing an update into the news bulletins and then heading home. And so I really didn't look at any scorecards, and part way through the week somebody sent me a message about something that had gone on in another game, and I was just felt like you weren't involved in it, you know.
Yeah.
So the whole week had just bypassed everybody.
Was there actual water lying on the ground?
Yeah, it was just like a giant sponge. The water table was so high. There's just been weeks and weeks and weeks of rain, and when the water table's as high as it is, and the river's right next to the ground, there's nowhere for it to go. And Vic, the groundsman, when he came out last Friday morning, said he was seeing puddles that he'd never seen before in areas of the field he'd never seen, you know, get clogged up like that. And this is you're talking Chesley Street now, it's got a super duper drainage system in it. It was one of the test grounds that got lots of good drainage in.
New over, and this is Brian Carl's first ball, which cut away by Rob Yates to backward point. Jones is on the field at the moment, down here below us at mid-off, so Snoop's gone off. So unfair question to ask you, but didn't hurt his finger there when he went and dropped the catch. No, he's still on. Potts, so don't know who's gone off actually.
Did Beddingham go off just a moment ago?
Not sure. Anyway, Cars comes in to bowl to Yates. He bowls and Yates chops this one away square on the offside. That will just run through for a single. Clark does the fielding. Gosh, he's been involved in the game a lot today.
Yeah.
It's out there on the cover boundary.
Beddingham's still out there.
242 without loss.
Can't see Lees. No, Lees is on the boundary. Rain's out there.
Ackerman 48 he is, isn't he? I don't see him around. I don't. Well,
yeah, Beddingham's in the gully, so Ackerman I think's gone off.
I see this is short down the leg side, and it's. We had the situation in the match against Worcestershire where Briggs was bowling round the wicket to the right hander, and every ball down the leg side was signalled
Yeah,
wide.
it was 5 wides or something.
Yeah.
I think they brought in a new directive last year. If you were considered to be bowling negatively down the leg side, then you could be wided.
But with every one, it does take something. I'm not sure he was bowling that negatively. This one is a really good ball, a little bit short, gets extra bounce, and in the end, Davis doesn't have anything to do with it, but it just hurried him to readjust his shot as the ball went through to the keeper. Yeah, Martin Saggers was on it like a flash for Danny Briggs. I think in the end there were about 12 wides in the game, in the innings. Cars in his 6th over, his figures 0 for 47. He's got a couple of balls of this 6th over to go. He's in, bowls. This is short again and played off the hip down to just in front of square on the onside. There's no run. Sun's out.
Yeah, Daniel says back to the first division with a bump so far, but as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you're going to have to really wait and see how many runs Durham can clock up on this ground.
Well, Craig Miles has been pulled back from his loan spell at Glamorgan. He only played one game, but he's back because of injuries. This one is again shorter and goes through at sort of chest height through to the keeper. Davis has absolutely nothing to do with it. End of the over, 2-4-2 for no wicket. We've had 44 overs. We've still got 52 more remaining in the day.
8 runs away from the first batting point.
It was Scott Bolland who was off the field, by the way, in the end of all that.
We got that right then.
He's back on, has come back on. And is it Michael Jones?
Yeah.
Who's gone off, who was the substitute fielder.
Ackerman's at slip. Parkinson to continue from the City end, on for 42 from 7 overs so far here on the BBC, and the run, the over rate still -3 from a Durham point of view. Gentle breeze as Parkinson comes in, left arm over to Yates. Yates plays it to Borthwick, mid-wicket, no run there as he picks it up and gets it back to the keeper on the turn.
These 2 centuries have been absolutely packed with some terrific shots, and particularly through the offside, the cutting behind square and the driving through extra cover from Yates in particular, but the power that Davis has put into some of the shots, it's been a real spectacle, and it's been a pleasure for Warwickshire supporters.
Played off the legs by Yates, down to Clark, a deep backward square leg, 1 run. How many do you think are in today, Phil? It's always difficult to
Yeah,
gauge
it's
it when we're
difficult
in
to
this
say.
stand 'cause there's 2 or 3 tiers below us. So
The members area was pretty full when because Dennis Amos was Brian Halford interviewed Dennis Amos at lunchtime. But there's a lot of people over at the Birmingham end, the other side of the ground.
Parkinson round the wicket now to Davis, who just pushes this one off to pointish area.
I'm going to say 1,000-ish. Pretty close to 1,000, I would think.
This batsman and bowler will know each other from, you'd imagine, from through the academy at Lancashire. So this is turned in towards mid-wicket for 1 run by Davis. How old's Parkinson? 27, Davis 29, so you'd imagine their careers would have overlapped at some point.
But yeah.
2-4-4 for none.
Chris Rushworth be looking forward to having a game against his old county, do you think, Martin?
I would imagine so.
I would think so.
Obviously the batsmen will have faced him a lot in the nets over the years, haven't they? So.
Yeah. He had a terrific season last year for Warwickshire.
Parkinson to Yates. It's over-pitched. Yates drives at it on the bounce. Good diving stop out at mid-off from Matty Potts, 1 run. Five away from a batting point.
Yeah, he started the season off with the Kookaroo with 4 wickets in the match against Worcestershire, so fair return for his efforts.
Parkinson to Davies. Davies plays the ball softly to point, no run there. And that is the end of the over. So 245 without loss here on the BBC. Martin Emerson and Phil Brett with you.
He plays that shot, doesn't he, where he comes forward to it and he ends up quite a long way down the wicket, that having played it. He's sort of on the move, travelling down the wicket when he plays Davis.
Yeah, using his feet.
One of his, if you're going to be sort of critical a little bit of him last year, was he got a lot of good starts, but got out really without sort of pushing on and getting too many big scores. And sometimes it was a bit frustrating to see that the way the wickets went, it was losing wickets in the championship, his wicket in the championship, sometimes playing shots which normally you would expect to see perhaps in T20 cricket, and you sometimes just wanted to wish that he would just take them out. But that's his game, I think, so you can't do much about it. Runcar starts a new over round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Rob Yates, who plays this one solidly back up the wicket to Matthew Potts, who does the fielding.
Reminded of, we were talking about Ben Stokes hitting all those sixes 2 years ago in Worcester. I think it was 17 sixes in an innings. He hit 5 in 1 over and a 4 off Josh Baker. And that game just petered out, and the final day is a bit reminiscent of this, really.
Cast in, this is played away into the offside. Clark, who's been pulled in off the boundary, I bet he's pleased about that. He's in at short extra cover and does the fielding, comes racing in, so he hasn't got all that acreage to look after.
Yeah, there was only 1 wicket fell on the final day, and that was around about tea, because the wicket just flattened so much and ball wasn't doing anything.
When's he expected to play, Ben Stokes? Have they got a date?
I think they were saying May.
Okay. Cast in, bowls, and Yates is firmly behind that, running it up to mid-on. Potts does the fielding, there's no run.
I don't think he played for Durham at all last year. I can't recall whether Wood did or not either.
He's not away with the IPL, is he, Wood?
I don't know, he's been around recently at Chester Street.
Here's Cars again in, Yates waits and again defends this into the offside. And again Clark comes in and does the fielding. The wicket they used last week has got covering over it to protect it, and we were quite close to the short boundary last week, but this week we're 2 wicket strips across, even closer to the short boundary. As we look down from the pavilion, we're looking down to our left, and we've got no real indication of whether the ball's doing very much at all from the position we're in. As this one is turned, and Yates is setting off. Davis was just a little bit slow responding, just for a second. I don't think he really wanted to go, but Yates was totally committed, and the pick up and underarms roll at the stumps, it saw Davis in the end having to scurry, but he perfectly safe. The ball wasn't accurate enough to hit the stumps, but just for a second there, you might have been a little bit of confusion between the two, and that's the first time I can recall anything where the two haven't been in absolute sync with each other. I sat out just before lunch and watched an over or two, and the calling was absolute from both men. Shot played, and the immediate yep, like that, straight away they were calling each other. So very clear and precise in terms of run to them, but that one there just put them in trouble. Can't see him down the leg side. That must be signal.
It's quite a long way across, wasn't it?
Yeah, got away with it. So
to answer your Mark Wood question, he was due to play for Lucknow Super Giants, but the ECB pulled him out of the tournament in February-ish, I think. So Shamal Joseph was going to join them instead. I've not seen any of the IPL.
Have you not?
I just never have the time, Phil.
I suppose
I'm in the office in the winter, doing news bulletins or whatever, and then three kids to be ferrying around here, there, and everywhere. It's coming up towards 3 o'clock, so 5 to 3. You're listening to live cricket, Warwickshire against Durham on the BBC. Parkinson bowling here to Yates, who is on 120 from 141 balls. That's just defended. Goes short on the leg side. And 4 runs away from the first batting point after Durham took the decision to put Warwickshire in. This is Parkinson's 9th over. Yates goes well back into his crease there to snuff that one out round about off stump.
Really pushed him back onto his stumps, that one, didn't it? And in the end, he sort of almost shoveled it out into the offside.
Ackerman is at his first slip. He's the only slip. He's quite tight to the keeper as well. Keeper Robinson standing up to the stumps. That's whipped away by Yates with a roll of the wrist through the ball to the point boundary. Boland fielding there.
How long you got Boland for? Durham got Boland for?
At some point in July.
Oh, we've got a fair chunk of time with it then.
Miguel Pretorius, who had a brief spell with Durham last year, joined Somerset this week, as I noticed. Davies on strike now. He's on 117. As Parkinson comes round the wicket, left arm round. Just plays that easily out into the offside for 1.
Well, it's fairly easy pickings for that single, isn't it, for Davis? There's big open spaces on the onside, and Davis moving to the ball and working it into the onside. Just it was almost like sort of chip and run.
Next delivery, punched off the back foot by Yates. Squeezes through, leaves his hands in the covers, but he manages to recover the situation. Parkinson bowls, left arm over, defended by Yates, rolls out to Lees again on that offside. And that is the end of the over, and with that I'm going to have to nip next door and do an update for Radio Newcastle.
Okay, Martin. Martin will be back with us for too long. 2:48 for no wicket. 121 to Yates, who's gone past Alex Davis, who's on 118, and the helmet brought out for David Beddingham, and pads, shin pads, so he must be going to come in at short leg for Bryden Cars, who's been firing the ball in a bit short, aiming at the body, and Durham, I think, have decided it might just be worthwhile putting a short leg in there for a catching position. Beddingham makes his way to exactly that position, so that's where he is. That's the ploy. Just got to be careful that he doesn't get carried away with that, because one or two of them he's fired well down the leg side. In comes Carson Bowles, and the first one is turned behind square. There's you wanted a backward short leg for that one. For a single by Davis. He takes Warwickshire on to 249 without loss. He moves on to 119, so one more run required for Warwickshire to get their first batting point in what would be the 48th over. We're almost halfway through the day in terms of overs, and it's Cast again, who comes into the left-handed Yates, who turns this to mid-wicket and fielded by Potts, and there's no run. Rejoined by Clive Eakin.
Yeah, it's all one-way traffic at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when Durham come to bat.
Yep. Yep.
It has the makings of one of those defenders. We saw one in the second division in the first round, 600 plays 600.
Yes.
Not always the most entertaining.
You don't normally
games.
get those though in April, do you? They're normally midsummer games, those, when the wickets are hard, and it does have, certainly watching on here, there's not a lot in it for the bowlers. Cast in and bowls, and this is picked up beautifully off his legs by Yates, flicked away over the boundary at backward square leg for 6, and beautifully timed off for Cast, and that brings Warwickshire's the 250 partnership, which has come off 287 balls, so they're racing along here. It brings up Warwickshire's first batting point, and we are not quite at the halfway point of the day, so really have put the foot on the gas here, Warwickshire, and kept it going. It sometimes happens, you get a really good session and then it slows down a bit, but Warwickshire have just maintained that pace right through this hour and 20 minutes of the second session. Cast is in again, and this is pulled away again by Yates over the mid-wicket boundary this time for a second consecutive 6. Lovely pull, just dropped it short, and Cast, whose figures are beginning to look like a horror story at the moment, 61 having come off just 7.4 overs.
Well, it may change now, having hit a couple of 6s, but they've kept a remarkable consistent pace. That fifth 50 took 59 balls, so each of the 5 50s has taken somewhere between 55 and 59 balls, so it's been a very consistent pace. Might have lost or damaged the ball here.
Yeah, the umpire's going to have a look at the ball. It crashed into the seats and the stonework over at the...
Well, probably, Durham probably saying, can we have a juice one, please? Yeah.
Doesn't seem to make much difference if it damages the seam. I don't think there's one on it anyway.
It's their biggest...
In fact, it might have created a seam. They might want to use it. The umpires have said, get on with it. They're throwing it back.
I've been keeping records only since 2018, but this is now definitely the biggest partnership in the Championship by Warwickshire since 260 in 2018 between Sibley and Bell for the second wicket.
It's been a long time since I can remember an opening partnership of this size.
Well,
this one is driven down the ground. Lovely shot, lovely timing, and that's racing away down to the long on boundary for 4 more. So Yates really going to town. He's raced on to 137, 265 for no wicket.
I'm about to do an update, but you won't have seen a bigger opening partnership in the Championship, because Brian tells me this is the biggest ever.
Oh,
This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are continuing to prosper with the bat. It is now their highest ever opening partnership in the county championship. 265 added between Rob Yates and Alex Davis, and Yates now on 137 as a whistle past Davis, who had outscored him earlier on. He's hit a couple of sixes of late. Yates, Davis on 119, and Durham getting no joy out of this controversial Kookaburra ball, the Australian ball being used for the first 2 rounds of county championship matches instead of the traditional English Duke's ones. Durham bowlers right now will be looking forward to having the Duke's one back. Warwickshire 266 without loss. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
I'm going to make way for Mel, and I'll see you later on.
Thank you. Yes, I can't take credit for that. It's Brian Holford that tells me that. They're still some way from the record first-class opening partnership, but it is a record championship opening partnership, apparently, between these two. So a little bit of history. Now the actual record. Oh, well, that contradicts that, I have to say. Sorry, Brian, but I'm not sure that's right. Because their record stand for the first wicket, it was against Surrey at the Oval, so that must be in the championship. Yeah, Horner and 377, so there we are. Should get the information myself in future, shouldn't I, rather than Parkinson bowls. That's defended, there's no run. There we are. Well, it's the longest for a long time, biggest for quite a long time anyway. It's 1960, that 377. Anyway, so I've misinformed the good folk of the West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire.
I'd have believed you. You could tell me anything and I'm very gullible. I'd believe you.
Parkinson left arm over the wicket, and that's turned to mid-wicket for a single by Yates.
I've just been replying. Andrew Frank has tweeted saying, visiting Edgbaston tomorrow. Do I trust the coffee machines at the ground or bring my own flasks? There's an excellent little coffee stand in the members on the concourse just underneath us. So just made sure he knows that. You can't use the media coffee machine, I'm afraid. But
not just for us, that. Keep greeting myself that.
That is, I know sometimes I've gone and bought a coffee from that little coffee stand, and it's very, very good. So you can come and support if you want to, Andrew. And it should be a nice day tomorrow. The sun wants to come out. It really does. There's a few shadows out there just breaking through that very high cloud.
Parkinson bowls is defended by Davis. Elsewhere, Essex 223 for 3. Century for Dean Elgar against Kent at Chelmsford. Hampshire 163 for 3. So after sort of early wickets in the day, most matches bowlers seem to be struggling to add to those wickets. Nottinghamshire 173 for 3 against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge. That's just dabbed to back of square leg by Davis. Is called through well by Rob Yates for a single. Somerset 201 for 4 against Surrey at the Oval. Glamorgan 139 for 3 against Derbyshire at Cardiff. The bowling side are having the most success today. Gloucestershire have Yorkshire at 195 for 6 at Bristol. Leicestershire 190 for 4 against Sussex at Leicester, and that is edged, and that has gone through slip. And it has come off the bat. Whether that was in the air when it went through slip, I'm not 100% certain, but that might have been a sharp chance not taken there.
Just have to look at that one again. It was, from this angle, very hard to tell if it dropped short. But wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson stood there for an awful long time with his glove held to his mouth.
Northants 148 for 1 against Middlesex to complete the scores, and Davis 4 defensive back to the bowler, no run.
That's a thing that these sides have to try and make sure of, is that any chance is snapped up, because they are not coming very often.
Well, that was part of the problem, wasn't it? You were at the game, but both Warwickshire and Worcester just spilt some chances, didn't they?
They did.
In game of the season.
Chances that they probably shouldn't have. First day, cold, windy, hands in pockets kind of day. But it really has shown so far in this championship, especially here at Edgbaston, that if there is anything in the air, you really have to try and get it, because you might not get that chance again. There haven't been many chances so far.
Marty just pointed out to me, is the highest opening stand against Durham in the championship, beating 206 by Nick Knight and Mark Wall.
Just looking at how...
maybe that's what Brian said to me. Maybe I might be doing him a disservice.
It's always qualifiers for stats, isn't there? And that's Scott Boland going to come back into the attack. Just looking at Yates and the way he's shot forward, he's well overtaken Davies. It's 143 to Davies 120. So Davies was the first one to get to his century, but I think Yates looks like he's going to get to the 150 first up, unless maybe Scott Boland can find a way to stop him. Yates' highest first-class score is an unbeaten 228, so he's a long way from that. But heavens, you wouldn't rule anything out. Can Boland find a way to break through? It's Davies on strike. Short ball just pulled around the corner. There's a fielder off the fine leg boundary, so I'll just get the single. This is just looking at how far in the fielders are starting on that long boundary. It looks almost twice the length, or twice as far away from the strip as the other one does. I'm saying maybe estimates of about 48, 90. In comes Boland. It's Fuller. It's just nudged into mid-wicket, short mid-wicket by Yates. No run there. Frustrating for Durham, having to wait so long to actually play their first match in the first division for so long. Couldn't do it last week and win the toss, send the other team in, and it's a lot of hard work for the bowlers. This man doesn't mind hard work. Boland in. And this one, well, that ball just rolled along the carpet and then suddenly popped up into the air off the wicket, the strip that was used in the match here last week. It's hit something. No run for it though. That just really was rolling and then it just suddenly flipped into the air. Like it had suddenly landed and rolled across a coiled spring. Here's Boland. This one's tucked around into short mid-wicket. No run again.
Well, what should we looking at Bill Big, try and put scoreboard pressure on Durham when Durham come to bat.
There's certainly the next 2 days, the forecast has improved dramatically for Sunday, and so it looks like there's at least 2 days, and you never know, 3 days out, forecast might be very wrong. As Boland rumbles in, that one, the bat is just quickly angled down, squirts off the outside of it to backward point, no run.
Durham, what, 4.5 days in the season, and still none of the bowlers have got a wicket.
Oh my goodness. Oh, there's a way to look at it. Oh, that is frustrating for them.
Well, maybe they feel they've got an escape not having to play the first match. If they could better ball the bowlers anyway, I might feel they've got an escape there.
Boland in, and Yates just jams his bat down on that one, rolls off towards short mid-wicket, and that is the end of Boland's over. 273 for none. Yates 143, Davies 121. So both looking towards getting the big daddy hundreds, as they call them.
Yeah. Well, Yates did get one double century last season. It was the top score for any Warwickshire batter last year.
Okay, here's a question. At what point does 100 become a daddy 100?
I don't know.
Well, what's the magic number? What's just 100? Like, what's just a century?
don't
What's
know.
a daddy 100?
Over 150, I don't know.
Is it? Is that official?
Well, no, I don't think it's official. I don't think there is an
Oh.
official. I think you're going to find an official number for it.
I want to know. I want to know what people think it is.
Parkinson round the wicket, bowls, and Davies pushes out into the offside for no run. 273 without loss. Big partnership. That's definitely on the board for Warwickshire. First round of games, of course, we had that's pushed out to backward point. There's no run. We had a triple century in the first round of games. I just remembered I don't keep track of partnerships across the county championship, but there was that triple century from Sam Northeast, 135. I had a double century as well in the same game for Ryan Higgins. I say Craig Miles would have been delighted to be sent out on loan for that match. Didn't even get to bat.
Back here this week. Injury to Michael Booth.
Parkinson bowls, and he's played back to that Yates, and there's a big LBW shout. He might have gone outside off stump there, Yates. Just the way I think he stepped back and ended up being hit quite close to the stumps in terms of distance.
He was very, very deep.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think he was outside the line of off stump.
Number 17, bowling to number 17. There's Parkinson in, and Yates turns that round to square leg. It was a slight misfield by Benningfield, but not one that cost him anything at all. Bellingham, I should say.
Again, playing very, very deep in his crease. Here's Yates. Was again that time as well. There might be danger if he misses another one.
Parkinson bowls, he swept that, it's in the air, and it is going to bounce short of Graham Clark, and he gets a single.
Well, Parkinson, if nothing else, is just creating a little stir, just making it look a little bit more challenging to bat out here. Just didn't get hold of that one after being struck on the pad 2 balls earlier.
275 without loss. Alex Davies in now, and he just carves that to backward point, but straight to Bellingham, who fields that one cleanly, no run. And of challenging over them from Parkinson, but Warwickshire's still intact with their first wicket pair, 275 without loss.
Yeah, just 2 singles coming from that Parkinson over, and you felt like there was the stirrings of a bit of pressure building up, but it's just if they can sustain that from both ends. There have been little patches where one of the bowlers has been a bit tighter from one end, and then you end up just leaking from the other. So can Boland keep it tight up this end? He's bowled 9 overs, none for 40. He is running in to Yates around the wicket to the left-hander, who jams the bat down and straight past the bowler mid-on doing the fielding. And that's going to be it. Can Boland dry things up a little bit here and give Parkinson a chance at the other end?
Yeah, it'll put a bit of pressure on the batters if they want to score briskly, don't they? Be positive.
Boland is in again to Yates, who drives this one crisply, beats the diving fielder, and there's a big chase on here. Ball is going to slow up, as Rain manages to catch up with it before it rolls across the boundary rope. It was a nice looking drive, but that is possibly the longest part of the field.
Yeah, 3 there for Yates. Timed up nicely, didn't he?
So not too many threes. That's the area. That's the only side of the ground we're going to see threes at. On the short side, they've barely got time to run a single. So Davies, it is now on strike as Boland is in, and he just casually swivels and pulls that ball with control. Just down behind square leg, they'll get another single.
Just to add to Durham's concerns, they're now -5 on the over rate. They're going to end up owing points at this rate. Because you sort of lose, you get a bit of allowance every time a wicket falls, so they haven't had that.
And they've just bowled Parkinson.
Yeah. It's not a great over rate, is it?
Well, Parkinson wasn't hurrying through his overs either. In comes Boland. That's a fuller ball. Just smothered really by Yates. Yeah, so the problem's compounding. No wickets, lots of runs, slow over rate. Just need something to go their way. Scott Boland's looking for it now as he starts on this little tippy-toe run first up before he's into his full stride. And that is just straying leg side and punished with ease by Yates. Another 4 runs and that brings up his 150. It's looked quite easy. He was going at a slower rate to Alex Davies early on, but since he got to his 100, he has just put his foot down. And he has raised his bat in celebration of another milestone. I just wonder what can stop this Warwickshire pair, but Durham needs something. Boland is in. Straight back at the bowler. So no runs there, but already, well, that over. 8 runs coming from it.
Yeah, well played, Rob Yates. 24 years of age now, local lad. He put himself under a bit of pressure when he made a rapid start to his career. Scored his first championship century when he was just 19 years old. Battle to try and live up to that expectation, but there's definitely some real talent out there with Rob Yates.
Yeah, there's something about him, and I'm very curious about it. And I hope he comes up. I've been wanting to have a conversation with him and ask him about this.
Parkinson bowls, quicker ball round the wicket here for the toes by Davies, straight to mid-wicket for no run.
No, it's because in the reading that I was doing, it's got an English language degree at Birmingham Uni.
Parkinson again round the wicket, and that's just turned round as pass by Davies. Yates wanted a quick single there, but Davies was having none of it, sent him back. Scott Borthwick, the fielder.
And I read that he wrote an essay on the significance of guerrilla chest beating.
I do remember him saying that, yes. This, and that's, he tries to hoik that somewhere across towards the Pershaw Road there, Davies, and he hasn't got hold of it at all, and the ball dribbles rather apologetically to back of square leg. So again, Parkinson's just causing 1 or 2 little issues here.
He certainly has. Anyway, I want to know more about this guerrilla chest beating thing, so I need to track him down and ask him about this.
Next one is played out into the offside for a single. In fact, he's going to think about coming back for a second, but they're sent back. If I remember rightly, and I might be wrong on this, but I think he did say it was more of a creative piece rather than a scientific one. So he wasn't studying, but he was writing a sort of creative piece on the subject.
I want to know more. It's piqued my curiosity, and that's the kind of hard-hitting, serious journalism I'm known for. Clive Eakin, the truth must be told. The people need to know.
Parkinson bowls, and Yates drives that to mid-off, and it's cut off. There's no run.
He's certainly been doing the equivalent, the cricketing equivalent of a guerrilla chest beating, asserting dominance, being, this is my territory, boys.
This next one, he turns round to mid-wicket for a single. Of course, when he was having a bit of a loss of form, people were saying that it's because he was put back to number 3 rather than opening the batting. That's when Davies and Sibley were opening together. And there was a sense that whether that was, I mean, I slightly question whether that really was the reason why he wasn't maintaining his high rate of form, but it was certainly a theory by some. So he's obviously pleased to be back opening the batting, and as you say, making it his territory. 285 without loss, Warwickshire. We've had 53 overs.
So still, yes, 43 remaining in the day.
It must feel like a lot from Durham's point of view.
It does feel like a lot. One of them now is coming from Scott Boland. He's in around the wicket to Yates, as he has been all morning. First ball just sent straight back to the bowler. And of course, Yates is also just one example of the ties we had here last week when we had Worcestershire and Warwickshire here, because he actually was recruited, I think, by Kadir Ali to play for Staffordshire. And Kadir Ali is now, of course, on the coaching staff at Worcestershire, along with Alan Richardson. And next ball from Boland, it's just sent straight up to mid-on, no run.
Yes, always been quite a lot of links between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire supporters probably accusing Warwickshire of poaching their players a little bit. It's half surprised they didn't sign Kashif Ali after the
we got plenty of that. We got plenty of that. Here's Boland, and again, just presented with a very straight bat by Yates in defence.
Well, of course, famously, Worcestershire nicked Moeen Ali off Warwickshire, and Moeen Ali wasn't entirely enamoured by the way he felt he was being treated here in terms of first-team opportunities. So Worcestershire took advantage and snapped him up and benefited for many years to follow.
Yates waits as Boland is in. He got bat down very quickly on that one. Just drove it into the covers. No run again. Yes, well, I'm off to, is it Kidderminster next week? So I've never been to Kidderminster, so I'm quite excited about that.
I've done games there quite some time ago. Nice ground. I remember in the days, it's how long I've been doing this job, Mel, but in the days when all the journalists had sort of hired phones and would dictate their copy down the phone.
Yates waits, and he just angles his bat on that one, runs it down. Eric Fielder is prowling just on the circle behind point.
Jonathan Agnew was playing for Leicestershire against Worcestershire in that game. And at that time, he was obviously had a little eye on his journalistic career because he was doing a column for one of the papers, I'm not sure which one. And he came round Leicestershire about 2 or 3 wickets down, batting, and he came round to the press tent, asked to borrow a phone so he could dictate his copy.
As Boland runs in, bowls, and that's just clipped straight to short mid-wicket by Yates.
And just as he started, Leicestershire started collapsing up halfway through his copy. He discovered there were 7 wickets down. He had to stop and go back to the pavilion and get ready to bat.
Wow, that's the end of Boland's over, by the way. 285 for Nunn Yates, 152, Davies 124. It was, he's just signed a new 4-year contract with the BBC. I saw the other day Jonathan Agnew. It was also his birthday, because I sent him a message to say happy birthday, I guess. We were contestants together on Celebrity, oh, hang on, what's it called? Pointless.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Oh, I missed that one. I love Pointless. That one, that was pushed out in the offside, there's no run. How did you do?
We won.
Oh, there you
Aggers,
go.
well, so we didn't get the pointless answer in the end, but we were the last team standing.
Very good.
It got down to the two of us and Tuffers and Vaughan, and there might have been some physical violence involved.
This next one from Parkinson, and that's worked out into the offside. That'll be a single for Davies.
Yeah, I think in my excitement, I slightly punched Tuffers in the arm.
Oh, that's
like,
very nice.
Get that in you, kind of thing. Yeah, I was probably the most pointless celebrity. I'm not sure anybody would have known who I was, but managed to find myself on that. That was the 2015 Ashes at my first summer over here.
I do recall Ashley Giles being a pointless answer, which she probably wouldn't have been very pleased about. That's played to mid-on, there's no run. But they had a picture of the England team. And a picture of the England team with the Queen, and you had to identify any of the players on the picture. And one of the contestants says it's a bit of a joke, so I could go for the Queens. Well, you have now. So, so he got 90. I don't think it was 100. I think it was about 97 or something. But I picked out two I picked out Phil Neal in the picture. I'm certain that'll be a pointless answer, and it was. But Ashley Giles turned out to be pointless as well. I'm not sure he'd been too pleased. That's played back to the bowler. There's no run. I will hand over to Martin Emerson at the end of this over. Parkinson still doing some sort of job here for Durham. He's asked one or two questions. He's kept it reasonably tight. And he's coming in now to bowl to Davis, who just settles for dabbing the ball out to mid-wicket, the short boundary for a single. And that's what Parkinson's got these two doing now. They're settling, not going for the aggressive shots off him, as they might have hoped to do.
He's definitely posed a few more challenges.
And he's in again, and that's whipped away by Yates, as I say that. He's whipped one away for 4. But it doesn't change the overall impression that Parkinson is doing a reasonable job for his team. But Yates on 157, 292 without loss. I'll bring Martin Emerson in here to join you, Mel.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, so I'm still the proud owner of a pointless trophy. The little sort of glass rectangular kind of thing. Interesting. It's much heavier. It's much smaller than you probably think, but it's very, very heavy. It would make a good paperweight. But I'm quite proud of that, having that in my possession. I think Aggers was probably he probably pulled his weight more than I did, but I like to think I was there for moral support. I'm a proud owner of a pointless trophy. Hello, Martin.
I've got memories of Jonathan Agnew writing for Today newspaper, which was Britain's first full-colour morning newspaper, and then it just ended one night. And I used to work for a freelance agency in Newcastle, and we wrote for all the national newspapers, and we got a call one Friday afternoon from the news desk at Today, don't send us any more, we're closing down.
Boland is in again, continuing, and this is turned around the corner. Fielder in the deep, make sure it just goes for 1.
But in the late 80s and early 90s, there was a big race among the newspaper owners to try and go full colour, and I think Today started with colour on the front, and then managed to get the printing presses to get it inside as well. And just something you take for granted now, isn't it? But I think some pictures are still more dramatic in black and white than colour.
Oh, definitely. As Boland is in, and that is just firmly driven on the onside, but not past the two fielders converging.
There's absolutely nothing doing with this ball from a Durham point of view. Their bowling could have been better in spells, but it's certainly not been dreadful. And I'm not saying this through rose-tinted spectacles. We do have a short boundary. It's the Kookaburra ball. There's still some work to go from a Warwickshire point of view to break another record, though.
In comes Boland, just defended back past the bowler, but not much further.
The highest opening stand against Durham is 359. That was Mark Butcher and Ian Ward at the Oval in 2000. And Surrey won by an innings and 68 runs. And I'll tell you a story about that season, because Surrey, who were the reigning champions going into the 2000 season, lost twice. And the two teams they lost to were Durham and Derbyshire, who both got relegated at the end of the year.
As Boland is into Yates, and just short of a length and driven again into the covers, but stopped.
So that was the first year I was covering Durham for the BBC, so this is my 21st year watching them for the BBC. And Durham beat Surrey in the opening round of fixtures in Chesley Street. Weather-wise, it was quite a nice week actually. Nicky Penn got, I think, 98, something like that on his debut. And I remember the Durham players celebrating. They all had a beer in a hot tub which had been brought in by some sponsor and put on the side of the field next to the scoreboard down at the castle end of the ground.
As Boland is in again to Yates, just leaves this one.
And Durham's only other victory that year was they beat Derbyshire in Darlington. And Derbyshire's only victories were they beat Durham in Derby and they beat Surrey. So and both went down.
I'm sorry, I can't get past the hot tub.
Yeah.
I tell you what, last week, if there'd been a hot tub by the boundary, I'd have been in it. I'd have commentated from the hot tub if it had been truly hot. So that's. I think they should reintroduce it. It's a bit like when they have the pool in the stands at the Gabba.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
in the West, in
the Caribbean,
yeah,
where you see sometimes that there. But the hot version for that, Yates waits. Here's Boland, and that's just defended. Ball dribbled out just in front of Yates.
Still got another 8 overs to go to tea, so I don't know where Durham regroup here.
As I said, it's all going wrong. After Boland's over, it's 293 for none. Yates 157, Davies 127. Still 40 overs remaining in the day, so we will get an extended session here, won't we?
228 not out was Yates' highest score. That was in Kent against Kent last year in July, and Davies is still 21 runs away from bettering his best score, which was 147 Lancashire against Northants in 2019. Mervyn says this is not doing well for him, being a deeply ingrained pessimist.
That's all English
you can't
cricket fans, isn't it?
When you haven't even seen both teams have a bat in what was effectively the first game. Certainly is for Durham. Parkinson left on round, comes in and bowls. This is played out into the covers, no run. One wicket could lead to a collapse here. You just never know.
Yeah.
Or it might need more runs. You say Mervyn adds some good news. It's going to snow in Birmingham. The trouble is, it's not due until January. That's driven hard by Davies out through the covers. Clark chasing up that Holly's boundary. Gets across and cuts it off. They'll run 3. Breeze has picked up a bit, actually.
Yeah, it has picked up a bit. It was last week, if you saw the sight screen, which is basically large sheets hung out as if to dry, I thought they were going to take off. They were billowing about like crazy. But it has picked up a little bit. See the treetops.
Yates pulls that to Benningham at square leg, no run. Was it here where they were trying to get the covers down and then somebody got blown across the field? Was that on this ground or not? In a squally wind? Or was that at Durham?
I don't think it was here.
Might
I
have
thought
been
that
at
was
Durham, actually.
And then
Parkinson bowls again. This is defended. They were using all kinds of equipment like tractors and everything just to try and keep the covers down.
Yeah, no, and at Lancashire, they wouldn't. Yeah, where they wouldn't allow the ground staff out.
Ah, that was it, right?
Because they thought it was too dangerous. So even though there was no rain, they wouldn't allow play.
Yates down the track, carves this one past Boland. A backward point for 4. There's a short boundary there, but that brings up the 300. So the second batting point, 300 for none. This is turning out to be a rather chastening experience from Durham back in Division 1. This was not in the game plan.
No, had to wait the extra week to get their first taste of Division 1 cricket in a very long time. And it has not been easy work for them.
Parkinson again. Yates plays the ball out on the floor through towards the covers for 1. And That is the end of the 57th over, so 39 remaining. The over rate, when I looked a moment ago, was -5, which is something Durham are going to have to really keep their eye on. There's been so many boundaries as well. Retrieving the ball, drying it and whatnot.
What did we say? Davies, 90 of his first 100, I think, came up in boundaries. That was something ridiculous.
I wrote it down. 16 fours and a 6.
Wow, it really tells you what kind of day it's been. Here's Boland back for his 13th. It's full outside the off stump, driven crisply into the covers. No run. It's just looking and going, where's it going to come from? Essentially, it's the kind of thing where with this ball and without too much deviation off the track, ball goes soft and bowlers just can't afford to miss by a centimetre, let alone an inch. Boland in again. This is just squirted out towards deep point. I'll get a single.
The Kookaburra's being used in 4 rounds, isn't it, this year? So the first 2 and then a few later in the summer?
A few later on. And you look, maybe that's the thing. I understand the reasoning for going, okay, do we even up the batting and bowling? But it hasn't really been wet today. But you do just wonder how much you learn if the ball goes soft so quickly in the wet. Certainly last week there was not much doing. Whereas if it does bring spinners into it more, you would think, particularly as the season goes on. It's a short mid wicket.
Just wondering about Scott Borthwick and Ackerman, who can spin. Get them on maybe.
So Boland is in, and that one just goes into the covers. But he has brought in that short mid wicket.
It's not been a festival of wickets anywhere today. Essex 258 for 4 at Chelmsford against Kent. Hampshire 191 for 4 against Lancashire and Southampton. Oh, that's jumped. Notts 201 for 4 against Worcestershire and Nottingham. Somerset 216 for 7 at the Oval against Surrey, so they've lost the most wickets. Glamorgan 160 for 4 against Derbyshire and Cardiff.
Davies on strike, Boland in, he's angling across. The ball's just sent straight to mid-on, no run.
The Yorkies in Bristol are 233 for 6 against Gloucestershire. So you've got one game with 6 wickets down late afternoon, and one game with 7, and anybody else is nothing more than 4. Actually, Leicestershire, Sussex, that's on another scorecard. 211 for 5 in Leicestershire against Sussex. There's Northampton, 177 for 1 against Middlesex in Northampton. So nothing much doing there either. This time of year, Duke's ball, you'd normally expect the team to be out by now, wouldn't you?
Boland in, and that's just a nice little wristy slap down towards deep third. Gets all the way to the boundary for 4. Another 4 runs for Davies, closing in on his 150 as well. What will be interesting, I think, is to see next week. So to see what happens in this round, and then to see what happens next week, albeit a week later, perhaps a week of a bit more sunshine. But yeah, that's going to be interesting just to see if there is a really sharp change in the type of games that we see.
Yep.
Boland over the wicket to Davies and sticks out his foot in an attempt to stop the driven ball. Doesn't roll too much further though. That is the end of Boland's over. 306 for none.
6 overs to tea, and then you've still got another. What have we got there?
They're a long way behind.
Yeah. Another 22 overs until the new ball.
Gosh, well, we should be at tea now.
No, they never get the tea at 20 to 4. Never.
Do they not?
I can't remember the last time that happened. Never happens.
Oh. That's that.
And I mean, you watch more Test cricket than anything, and it never happens in Test cricket.
Well, no, you just take tea.
They never bowl their overs at Test cricket.
You just take tea, though, don't you? You don't keep bowling. You don't keep bowling. It's important to have meal times.
Parkinson bowling here to Yates, defended.
Nothing.
And 63 he's on.
Nothing interferes with lunch and tea in Test cricket. It overrides everything.
Bowler comes in again. Played off the back foot out into the covers by Yates. Stopped by Lees.
And as everything, there's always a combination, isn't it? Because you've got the ball, but you've got the pitch as well. If it's not doing anything in the air, is it doing anything off the pitch?
Drive from Yates, cut off by Potts at mid-off 1 run. I'm reminded of those 2 rounds of games they played. Was it 2018, 2019, something like that? 2017, 2018. They played with these pink balls under lights at the height of June. So one year the weather was that miserable, the lights were on the entire game at Durham, and they played Worcestershire. They only got about 2 days in. There was no one on the ground. And Big John jumping up the batting order for Worcestershire, John Hastings. This is played by Davies up to mid-on. I think he came in at number 3, and the basic plan was just to smash the ball out of shape. And Paul Collingwood described it as being like a piece of plasticine after about 10-15 overs. A little late cut there by Davies. It's a nice shot down towards third man. Rains chasing after it, but it's going to beat him to the boundary down below our commentary position. 4 more to the total. Davies moves on to 138. And Warwickshire 311 for none. And then the following year, against Warwickshire at Chesley Street, the lights were on the entire game, and they didn't need to be. It was just too bright, and I think Warwickshire won quite easily.
I mean, they play with a pink ball in the Sheffield Shield at least once every summer in Australia.
Parkinson round the wicket to Davies, who cuts again. This is down towards third man. 1 run, 2 runs actually.
Of course, they have 1 or possibly 2 tests, pink ball tests in Australia. Always one at Adelaide Oval, and then they've had others at Brisbane as well.
None for 79 in 15 overs from Parkinson, none for 54 in 13 from Scott Boland. 2 maidens from him. The rest of the bowling looks like this. Potts none for 61 from 12 overs, 1 maiden. Ben Rain none for 48 from 11 overs, 1 maiden. Bryden Cost none for 66 from 8, no maidens there. Parkinson I've told you about.
So essentially, it's not a fun day for the bowling figures. It isn't going to help their averages.
You do think now, because hindsight's a wonderful thing, but had Durham elected to bat, they could perhaps be doing this to Warwickshire rather than what Warwickshire are doing to them.
Well, that's what we said before. As we see Colin Ackerman, it is coming into the attack. So a bit of off spin from the members' end. First ball is a full toss, and it is just firmly and elegantly driven for 4. So Yates continues on his merry way, quite happy to gobble up a loosener from Ackerman. But we said this last week, that the general wisdom of win the toss, bowl first in April, that has well and truly been challenged. It'd be interesting to know with the other games going on what decisions were made. So Ackerman is in. Oh, that's just
Is that
really...
your way of saying look through all those scorecards?
No! He just turned that one around the corner.
Right, Sussex
for a single.
chose to field against Leicestershire. Middlesex chose to field against Northants. Gloucestershire chose to field against Yorkshire. Derbyshire chose to field at Glamorgan.
Surprise!
Surrey chose to field against Somerset at the Oval.
What a shock.
Notts chose to bat.
Hey!
Hampshire chose to bat.
Right.
Essex chose to bat.
Yeah. So I would say
it's
that...
about 50-50 that then, isn't
That's
it?
not. That's 3 out of how many games going on today? Here comes Ackerman over the wicket, and Davies just delicately dabs that through to the onside. Go through for stroll through for a single. So how many? That's 3 games out of.
So 3 chose to bat, and
6.
1, 2.
In comes Ackerman again. It's met on the full. This time just driven straight to mid-off. So 6-3. Interesting. I wonder, I want to ask Mark Robinson this, or find out what Warwickshire would have done. Flatter delivery from Ackerman, and he's off the back foot. Just drives that one down to deep cover, running in. 320 for none. Rings Davies on strike, 9 runs short of his 150. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what Warwickshire would have done after the experience of last week. Ackerman, again, quicker delivery, just clipped towards deep mid-wicket. They'll get another single.
Tom says give Phil Mustard a bowl. The Colonel, whose son's been given a rookie contract, Hayden with Durham. He did bowl in the final game of the season at Sussex in 2013, so Durham had already won the title, and Sussex were on for quite a sizable win, and Phil Mustard took the pads off and handed his gloves to somebody else and got the ball, and he got Luke Wright out, LBW.
Do you know, that's one of the first things I can remember about when I was in Australia, and I'd just look on Twitter or things online and see stuff from the county championship, was the onions and mustard thing.
Parkinson round the wicket to Davies, played away to square leg for 1. Then moves on to 143, 322 without loss here on the BBC as we approach tea. There's 3.5 overs to go to tea.
So was it called the hot dog or something when you were out to a combination of the two?
I never heard it said that, but
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to know if that was a thing.
I've never heard that phrase.
Really?
Yeah.
If I'd been over here, it'd be a thing.
Well, hot dogs weren't much of a thing back then. Not like they are now.
Onions and mustard?
Yeah.
That's the first thing you think of.
Oh, driven just beyond the grasping hand of Parkinson. He's diving across to his right to try and stop that ball. It's no run. It's gone up to Potts at mid-off.
If anyone out there does know if anyone had ever called it a hot dog, or if it's something that I've just fantasized about in my head, please send us a tweet.
Parkinson is swept by Yates. It's gone over the top of Rain at square leg and it's away for 4. I'm not sure if Rain got a hand on that or not. Taking the bowler on there. Talking of wicket-keepers bowling, the last time Durham played in a first-class match here in 2021, Ned Eckersley had a ball. Strapped all his fingers up in plaster, then left them on his fingers for a few minutes, then unravelled all that plaster and dumped it on the square and had, I think, possibly 1 over. Parkinson bowls again. That one skids in and he's stopped by Yates. Comes in low towards off stump. I don't know if the plasters would have tried and give his fingers a bit more stickiness and a bit more purchase on the ball. Parkinson to Yates. Yates plays that off the back foot out into the covers. Boland cuts it off right in the boundary.
I'm always suspicious now, any kind of strapping or anything like that, because of the rumours that certain things might be put underneath the strapping to roughen up the ball a little bit. Perhaps may have occurred in the past.
Well,
sandpaper wasn't used.
I don't think that happened in that particular game. I think.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting.
Initially,
that.
I thought he'd injured his fingers, and that was why he had strapping on them. But Mr. Onions, who you were talking about a minute ago, is a bowling coach at Durham now. He's just been round on the boundary chatting to Scott Boland next to the hover cover, which is parked.
Certainly a lot of experience there. Ackerman bowls flat and it's full, and he's got all of this as Yates. That has been tonked, and it's 6 runs. So Yates is now on 181. Can he get to his double century before Davies gets to his 150? But they're now 333 for none, which was the entire score by Warwickshire when they batted first last week. And next ball is full. He meets it, stride forward, and absolutely pelts that one through the covers for 4 more. So Ackerman is getting a bit of tap here, and Yates is absolutely loving it.
Well, we're now looking at record opening stand territory against Durham here by anybody. Target's 360 if they break that one from Surrey in 2000.
Ackerman to Yates. He's down on one knee and he's launched that one again. That one's gone even further into the stands. So another 6. He's gone 6-4-6. And this is turning out to be a real chastening over for Ackerman.
It's gone halfway up the west stand, hasn't it?
It's gone an awfully long way.
Graham Onions has gone up there to look for the ball. Wasn't sure if it reached the top tier or not, but he seems to be looking midway. Oh, he's found it.
Well, this is a real struggle. We saw Parkinson really pose some questions with his spin, and they've brought on another one. They're behind in the over rates. They've brought on Ackerman, and he is really being taken to task. Next ball's just sent backward of point, so a dot ball finally.
Better delivery on a length, wasn't it, that time?
Yeah, he's bowled a couple too full and been punished. And he's bowled a couple in the slot as well.
Oh.
And that one's in the air. This could be out. Fielder settling under it, and it's taken. So Yates doesn't get to his double century. And after being carted around Edgbaston, Ackerman has the first wicket of 2024 for Durham. First one in Division 1 for the side that had to wait an extra week to get out on the field, and it's been really tough going for them as well. But what a wonderful innings that is from Yates. You can hear the appreciation of the crowd.
Ben Rain with a catch at mid-on.
191. And it brings Will Rhodes to the crease. Oh, what a great time to come to the crease if you're Will Rhodes. And side 343 for 1. So the former captain of Warwickshire comes out to join the current captain in Alex Davies, who's still out there on 143. But for Durham, does this mean that there's finally a little bit of an opening? And that one sort of came from nowhere. You sort of felt too Ackerman was being punished, but in the end, just went for one too many.
Yeah, he was just trying to get it to that 200 before tea, wasn't he? Try and push things along. I saw somebody suggesting earlier on today that Warwickshire could have enough runs in the bag to declare on day 1 and try and test their hand, but I think the reality is there's many runs to be had out there. So Will Rhodes is the new man.
Ackerman, final ball of his over, and it's just a step forward, a little defend by Davies. So successful over, an eventful over, really, from Ackerman. He does get the wicket of Rob Yates in it. So he's just getting a couple of high fives, low fives from his teammates. Finally, get one in the wicket column.
I said I've just tweeted that he hit 14 runs and was actually 16, wasn't it? It was 2 sixes and a 4.
Yeah, he went 6-4-6. Yeah. It's pretty brutal, but he had the last laugh.
Parkinson then to start the next over from the City end to Davis. It's a single off towards square leg. The keeper goes across to field it, 1 run.
Just now is when tea coming, almost feels like it's coming at the wrong time for Durham, just in that you want to, when you've created that little opening,
I mentioned that Worcestershire game where Worcestershire batted all day on the final day and only lost a wicket around about tea, and that's exactly what's happened here as well.
Yeah.
So I'll have to go next door, so I'll see you after tea.
It is Parkinson from the City end. Rhodes on strike, press forwards, and just smothers that one to the offside. So no run there. Rhodes yet to get off the mark. Be quite happy to just stay out there till tea. He's forward in defence again to a fuller ball outside the off stump. And just welcoming back Clive Eakin shortly as well. He's just plugging himself in. There's one slip in for Rhodes as Parkinson is in over the wicket, loops that ball up. It's full. Just driven straight down mid-on, running across to clean that up.
Great innings from Rob Yates. Maybe slightly frustrated he missed out on a double 100, but
in comes Parkinson again, and ball just squirting and rolling out to the offside. No run.
Tricky one there a little bit for Will Rhodes, and you've been hanging around a long time, and you're seeing your teammates make big runs. There's a bit of an expectation on you.
He faces again and just delicately turns this one towards short mid-wicket. No run there, so Rhodes yet to get off the mark. It's a maiden over for Parkinson, so that is something. They've had an over with a wicket in it, followed up by a maiden.
Well, I suppose that's what you hope if you get a wicket, that it might help to slow the scoring down a little bit. Well, she won't want to sort of give it away now. I think so at 344 for one, but you know, when you get to this stage, you want to make sure you're getting well beyond 500. Put a bit of scoreboard pressure on the opposition. So it's going to be Ackerman, who, I'm going to double check where it's still the case, but he did hold a world record against the Bears, as that's played a square leg. There's no run. So I'll just check on before, because I failed to check last time. I got it wrong, so I'm just check. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ackerman was a quicker ball, and that's played to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yes, Ackerman signed a 3-year deal to the end of 2027, reunited with a former Netherlands coach, Ryan Campbell, who's in charge of Durham now.
He just leans back, Davis, and works it away to backward point for a single.
So a bit of a Netherlands connection there.
Right, here we go. So, yeah, he no longer holds the world record, but he did when he achieved it. He took 7 for 18 playing for Leicestershire against the Bears in the T20 match. He comes into bowl, and that's a guided out to the offside for a single by Rhodes. So that at the time was a world record bowling figures in a T20 match. I mean, taking 7 wickets in a T20 match when you bowl 4 overs. It's still the second best figures, it's still the best figures in the blast. But Syazrul Idris, playing for Malaysia against China, has trumped him by taking 7 for 8.
Wow.
Ackerman bowls, and that's played the offside. There's no run. So, but yeah, it was a world record at the time and still remains one of the most remarkable bowling performances in a T20 match. Comes into bowl, and a quicker ball. Davis turns it round to square leg for no run. We're doing an update on BBC WM in a moment. That is tea. So there we are. Well, a slightly better session for Durham in as far as they got a wicket. But Warwickshire still in command at 346 for 1, 145 to Alex Davis. Will Rhodes on 1. And the one batter out, Rob Yates, for 191, falling to Ackerman. Alex Lee's taking a good catch. Goodness me, he wouldn't be able to look at the ball if he put it down, mind you, would he? But he clung on to it. And Warwickshire 346 for 1. And we've had 64 overs, 32 overs left in the day. So, potential to finish the day on a very big score. I'm going to do an update now on BBC CWM, BBC WM, and then we'll be back in about just under 20 minutes. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where the players are just going to tee on the first day of Warwickshire's championship match against Durham, and it's a game that's been dominated so far by the Warwick batters. They are 346 for 1, so they have finally lost their first wicket, a stand of 343 for that before Rob Yates, who was looking to accelerate, miscued one from Colin Ackerman and was caught for 191. Davies still there in 145. The Durham spinners have had a little bit of joy, but Warwickshire very much in control at 346 for 1 at tea. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. So there we are, that's it. We will be back in about 20 minutes' time with Warwickshire to resume on 346 for 1.
Around the country today, starting first of all with the utility bowl Southampton, the match between Hampshire and Lancashire. Hampshire won the toss and elected to bat, and the tee are 216 for 4. At the campground Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss and elected to bowl, and the tee Northamptonshire are 183 for 1. At the Cloud County Ground Chelmsford, the match between Essex and Kent. Essex won the toss and elected to bat, and the tee are 272 for 4. At the CFU League Stadium Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bowl, and the tee Yorkshire are 243 for 6. Sapphire Gardens Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bowl, and at tea Glamorgan are 172 for 4. At the Upton Steel County Ground Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Sussex won the toss and elected to bowl, and at tea Leicestershire are 227 for 5. At Trent Bridge, the match between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to bat, and the tee are 223 for 4. And finally at the Kia Oval, the match between Surrey and Somerset. Surrey won the toss and elected to bowl, and just as tea is coming up, Somerset are 231 for 8. Speed on the back umpires, Richard Illingworth and Steve O'Shaw. Together with the Durham side led out by Scott Paul.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where we have the final session of play today, with Warwickshire still in a good position despite having finally lost a wicket not long before tea. Rob Yates going at 3:46 for 1. Will Rhodes and Alex Davis in. Sun actually shining now, a little bit of sunshine. And we've got 32 overs left in the day. Where Warwickshire are going, they have been scoring at nearly 5.5 and over. So they will be thinking, can they get to 500 before the close today? And we'll put a little bit of pressure on Durham when they come to bat. And Callum Parkinson, who didn't get the wicket but did cause 1 or 2 problems, is going to resume the bowling from the Birmingham end, and Rhodes punches the first one to mid-on, thinks about a run, but it's going straight to the fielder, so there isn't one to be had. Durham have done a decent job of getting their over 8 issues down. They were -5 at one stage, they're only -2 now, so you would think they should be able to get rid of that. Next one, Rhodes turns round to mid-wicket, and he is able to amble through for a single. Fairly wild throw, and slightly dangerous on short boundary at that end. It was cut off, fortunately, from a Durham point of view, because if it had been missed, it could have gone through to the boundary, but maybe a little over-eagerness at the start of a new session. Am I missing a trick here? Someone wearing number 23?
Is it Coughlin?
So is he on the substitute fielder then? That was pushed out to the onside for the single. It was his throw, but it was backed up by Graham Clark, who has been very good in the field today. So there was no damage done on that occasion. One more run added, 3:48 for 1. And next one is just pushed out to the onside by Rose. Bit of an inside edge. Parkinson head in hands. Thinks he almost got that one through, but it's a single.
It was Boland who was off the field earlier today, and it looks like he might be off again now. So Coughlin on as a 12th man.
He was linked with Warwickshire at one point. So next one, he carves that away into the deep. There is a fielder there, so it'll just be a single. So Warwickshire trotting along with singles to bring up the 350 just after tea. And yet another landmark is applauded. As in comes Parkinson, and there is no run. Just check the figures there, but it's been remarkable how consistent Warwickshire have been in terms of their scoring rate. And actually they have just slightly broken that now by speeding up a little bit. First 650s were all scored in between 50. What was the quickest? The quickest was 56 and the slowest was 59. But that last 50, if I've calculated it right, was scored off 48 balls. So they have speeded up a little bit, but have lost 1 wicket in that 50.
Well, Alex Davies is on his joint highest score of 147. So another run, and he will beat that. That was recorded for Lancashire against Northants in 2019. Potter's going to bowl to him from the pavilion end, right arm over. He looks to pull that round the corner, and I think it sort of hits him in the midriff. Maybe got a bit of a glove onto his chest area there. And 147 was the score, incidentally, that he got against Durham in a one-dayer for Lancashire at Old Trafford in 2018, which remains the highest score by a Lancashire player on that ground in a one-day game. Potts running away from us past the umpire. Bowls. Davies turns it towards mid-wicket. Coughlan slides in and tries to run him out at the bowler's end. He's missed the target. Davies slides in on his knees and his hands, and that's his highest score, 148.
A couple of times he's taken a little bit of a risk with the running, which gets away with it.
Will Rhodes on 3 from 11 deliveries so far, came in just before tea. This is his 101st first-class match. So like Rob Yates earlier today, he has 900s as well, or had, because Yates went on to get a 10th today. He scored 207 against Worcestershire 4 years ago. Former Yorkshire player. Potts round the wicket to him, that's left alone. So he grew up in Cottingham in Humberside, and then joined Yorkshire's academy and was with Yorkshire until 2016. Had a little loan spell at Essex that year as well, and then came here 2 years later. He's got 151 runs in 5 matches against Durham. Highest score 39 3 years ago. Potts in. Oh, that's gone straight through to the keeper. That was a very tight line he bowled there. Was that a good leave?
Not sure. I thought he did play at it, but Potts did get past the bat a few times early doors in the day. Bat of Rob Yates a couple of times in and over. It's been that sort of day for Durham. Those sort of moments haven't come around too often.
Potts again. Oh, and that is left alone outside the line of off stump. It's a little bit of sort of pastely blue in the sky in places, mixed in with a little bit of grey. The sun is shining, but looking north, it's not really broken cloud. High cloud base here in Birmingham. Every time I come to this ground, there's another tall building going up on the skyline. Potts bowls, cut by Rhodes. It's a big gap there down towards vacant third man, and that might make it for 4. It's slowing though as it hits towards the rope at the far end of the ground and then gets there.
It's a very clear skyline at the moment, actually. The buildings are very well defined. Lots of cranes, of course. We usually do a crane count during months holidays of cricket.
Well, there's some in the distance as well.
There's
so
a whole flurry of them, isn't there? Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Good view of...
there's about 16 cranes on view there.
Good view. We're on the 3rd floor of the new pavilion. Nice view behind the stands. Obviously, I've been doing this for quite a long time now. Lots of different commentary positions. Used to be on the other side of the ground. You can see the old press box, which wasn't really big enough. It was fine for county championship matches, of course, but it wasn't big enough for international games, really. They had to sometimes borrow an executive box for an overflow.
Well, I remember the first time I did a T20 here, and it was in that.
Parkinson bowls, and that's pushed to the onside. There's no room. Well, we're in the press, and then we're at sort of temporary accommodation a couple of times.
That box 16
yeah,
that they
that's
gave
it.
with Spate.
That's right. Yeah, we were in there for a while.
I think Durham made 210 and Warwickshire 200. They were busy building this end of the ground.
Parkinson to bowl. And that's beats the dive of the fielder at point, but it will be cut off in the deep. And, well, the key there was to get the throw in quickly to prevent another run. So it was a bit of a wild throw, but it did the job. It's 3:56 one. Yes, because when the press box on that side, we were this side where for a lot of the time in the old pavilion. Which is a nice little box, except you couldn't see the whole outfield, I remember. Which was a bit of a nuisance. Parkinson bowls, that's play about, there's no run.
Better than the portable cabin we had for a few years at Chesley Street.
Well, because in those days, if for big matches, Test Match Special might rock up, and then we were in a... there was a rather precarious porter cabin in the roof where Mike Taylor was commentating famously and the ball flew through the window. That's going to square leg for a single by Rhodes. He's on to 8. He used to have to go up a rather hair-raising ladder to get up there. Once you're up there, it was great, but it was getting up there was a bit...
Nothing beat trying to get on the roof at Taunton.
Oh,
because the ladder was at an angle, wasn't it? That was the other strange thing.
Yes, Taunton had a couple of rather... they had that being John Malkovich type entrance. One year for a while, I remember we had to crouch down to get through it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. So you went up the ladders at an angle, and then when you got there was a little latch at the top, and you had to sort of crawl through it at an angle.
There was a time it was even more hair-raising than that. Parkinson round the wicket, and that's played to square leg for a single. And that's 150 for Alex Davis, second Warwickshire batter to reach that landmark in this game. And splendid innings from Alex Davis. 181 for his 150, so he has slowed down somewhat. He got to his 100 and 102 balls, but Rob Yates rather took the initiative from there.
19 fours and a 6.
Rhodes runs that nice. That's a nice little glance down to fine leg. That's a really nice shot from Will Rhodes. He gets 4 runs for that. He moves on to 12. I say a little bit of pressure's the right word, but I don't think it's ever easy for a batter at number 3 when the opening pair have piled on nearly 350 runs. You've got to come out there and you dread getting out for naught. He's made off. Solid start. 362 for 1 Warwickshire, 87 overs bowled. 67 overs bowled. I do beg your pardon.
Mervin's emailed wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk, says, in spite of my inborn pessimism, the £50 I spent on my life membership in 1985 is still the best money I've ever spent. I love being a Durham member and I love watching Durham. I will listen to the incomparable Lucia Pop tonight and think what a great day I've had. Thanks, Mervyn. Here's Potts bowling to Davies, drives it back past the bowler. And a good diving stop bar behind it by Alex Lees, who snatched at it with his right hand just at the point where it looked like it was going to race past him for 4.
Yeah, good job. Davies hadn't committed to a run there. He must have thought he was going to get 4. But a really good stop. And that's good to see when they've been toiling away in the field all day. See them throwing themselves about and stopping the runs.
Bolden's back on the field now as well. Pot in. Dropped short in the offside by Davies. He goes for a single off towards point as Borthwick comes and fields it.
Elsewhere, Essex still going pretty well. Elgar's out for 120, 283 for 4 against Kent. That's at Chelmsford. Hampshire 231 for 4 against Lancashire. That's Southampton. And Nottinghamshire 238 for 5 against Worcestershire, which is a little bit of success of the ball there of late.
Potts round the wicket to Rhodes, who leaves that ball. It stays low as it goes through to the keeper.
Joe Clark is unbeaten on 105 against his former team. There. Glamorgan 185 for 4 against Derbyshire in the second division. Yorkshire have recovered a bit after losing quite a lot of early wickets. They're now 276 for 6 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. 100 there for Shan Masood, 135 not out.
Rhodes waits as Potts bowls, and he just skips back into his crease and allows that to go to the keeper.
Leicestershire 236 for 5, and as you were saying earlier, there's certainly nowhere where bowlers are making hay.
And we looked through the scorecards, and 6 of the 9 teams had chosen to field as well.
Yeah, the one kind of exception, sort of, well, closest to an exception is Surrey. No, Surrey have got Somerset at 234 for 8.
Right.
Yeah, Yorkshire have recovered a little bit, and they did lose early wickets, but they're not doing so badly now.
Potts in and bowls, and again it's left alone, and the keeper takes it. Who've Coventry got tomorrow then?
Just over there.
At Brum?
Yeah.
Isn't it over there?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I was just thinking that, yes. Yeah, I've got bearing slightly wrong, but it's not far from here.
I tell you what will happen tomorrow, you'll be on automatic pilot and you'll pull into the car park here and then realise you're meant to be up the hill at St Andrews.
Quite possibly.
Potts bowls, good ball, very good ball. That was tight to the stumps and it's gone through to the keeper. A little bit of a dab at that one there from Rhodes. End of the over.
Just to complete the scores, I think Middlesex now conceded something like 800 runs for 5 wickets this season. Northants are 203 for 2, Amelia Gray's 113. They may have got a couple of second-leads wickets, didn't they, against Glamorgan, I think, when it didn't really matter. But anyway, they're toiling again on the field at Northampton. There'll be another team who'll be looking forward to throwing the kookaburra balls as far away from them as they possibly can. 363 for 1.
That last over just had the 1 run from it.
Yeah, they've reined it in a little bit. Looking at Parkinson's figures, I feel a bit sorry for Nunn for 97. Does not look particularly impressive. I think he's bowled a bit better than that.
Yeah.
He comes in round the wicket to bowl to Davies. Wicketkeeper standing up. There's a slip. Davies goes for the sweep shot. It's gone through something. And it's gone down to 4 for fine leg. It is 4 for Davies. He's on to 155. 367 for 1.
Just drifted too far across that. All he had to do was just paddle it round the corner.
Alex Davies, his first year as official Warwickshire captain. Parkinson round the wicket. He leaves that. Doesn't mean he gets phoned by me to do interviews at BBC CWR on a Tuesday evening. Oh, no, where are we now? Thursday
Friday,
evening, I should say. Yes, Friday now, so it's Thursday evening when I called him. That's push at the offside, there's no run. Preview this game.
First 8 weeks of the season, a Friday start, I think, aren't they?
Yeah. In comes Parkinson. That's pushed out to the offside for a single. Fairly wild throw. Goodness me, that is a wild throw, and that's gone for 4 overthrows. That's well,
Coghlan down there.
He threw it pretty hard. I don't know why he threw it so hard. Fielder in front of him obligingly ducked down Scott Borthwick to allow him to get the throw in. Borthwick threw himself on the floor, so he get the throw in, but he threw it too hard. There's never a chance of a run out anyway, and it's quite a short boundary there, so if you do miss your fellow fielders, you're in trouble. And so a bonus 5 then for Warwickshire in the end.
What do you think that boundary is? About 50 yards?
Not very good on measurements, but it's certainly short. So the pitch, it was considered short against Worcestershire, and we've actually moved a little bit further across towards it. Parkinson bowls. That's playing the onside, there's no run, but the ground staff here have to obviously utilise the whole square, the number of pitches they have to produce during the whole of the season. As mentioned earlier, at least they're 3 down this season, because 3 down here anyway, because they're playing 3 one-day matches in rugby. There's still a lot of games. The women's team play a few here as well. It's played back to the bowler, there's no run, obviously internationals, and of course the 100 as well, so they have a lot of pitches to prepare.
When was the last time they played in rugby?
Now then, I'm trying to remember what year it was. It's a few years ago now. Something to 2012. was it more recent? I can't remember. I say that they went to rugby for 2 years, but the second year they were due to play a 50-over game there, and it got washed out completely.
Right.
The year before they played a T20 game there. It's been a little while.
Did they ever play at Stratford?
They
'Cause
did.
That's quite a nice ground.
That was
back
around
to the river.
2004, 2005.
Yeah. Butterfly World, just off the car park there.
Yeah, Swan's Nest Lane, nice name for a ground, and one of the country's finest actors emptying the bins there, David Troughton.
Yeah.
He was secretary at the club at the time, because Jim's father, Patrick's son.
Potts in. Ball played down towards long leg for 1. So he's emptying the bins on one side of the river and on the stage on the other side.
Something like
the
that.
RSC.
Yeah. 373 for 1. 2015 was it? Rugby. Yeah, I thought it was a little bit more recent than that. Yeah. It's good they're going back there. I chunter on about it constantly, so I have to give them great credit. I know it's not easy. It's not easy. It's easier said than done, but I'm glad they have managed to do it this year.
Potts to Rhodes. Pavilion end. Rhodes plays that through mid-wicket, and it's 4. Clark was out there, but he only got about 3 or 4 paces in before the ball had already passed the rope and gone for 4.
They did consider a few venues, apparently. I'm not sure which ones, but I understand they did consider a few around Warwickshire. But in the end, you have to consider everything: car parking availability, availability of the ground when it's available, how much time you can get on it, all those sorts of things. Rugby school ended up being the one they felt was most practical.
Potts again. That's left alone. Whitburn Cricket Club, our local club, the under... Was it the under 15s or the under 13s? They reached the national T20 final a year or so ago, and that was at rugby school.
Okay. Yeah, they do. They have 1 or 2 little sort of international festivals, age group games at rugby time to time. Durham playing any games and outgrounds this season?
They'll be at Gosford again.
Yeah. I think we've been there twice.
Playing Hampshire there or not.
Twice.
Potts bowls. The ball is played back to him via the ground. Well, I remember you coming there, and it was during the Commonwealth Games because you'd been up in Glasgow for a few days.
Yeah, that's right.
And
that's well remembered. Yeah.
As I was driving in today, listening to the sports news on 5 Live, they were saying that Glasgow had made an offer to stage the Commonwealth Games again in a limited capacity, because I think, is it Victoria have said they don't want it?
That's right.
So they said they've still got all the facilities from...
I was only there for 1 day and 1 night. We did a outside broadcast there.
Potts bowls. And again, Italy. It was here last year, wasn't it?
It was.
It last year?
Birmingham and Coventry. Of course, the cricket was here.
Yeah.
At Edgbaston, and Birmingham and Coventry. Some figures out recently show that they gained a lot in terms of tourism and visitors. It didn't do Coventry City any great favours, the rugby sevens at the arena, but that's another story.
Pitch,
But overall, I think there's a feeling it was good. I mean, I really enjoyed it. It was great. I did the stuff that was sort of in the Coventry and Warwickshire area, so we had bowls in Leamington, and we had, come back to that.
Potts bowls. Forward comes Rhodes and defence. Well, my mother-in-law and her pal, they spent a few days in Leamington watching the bowls.
Yeah.
They really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so it's a lovely venue there as well. And we did. We had wrestling. That's not the sort of wrestling you used to watch on ITV, but the Olympic-type wrestling and judo in the arena, and plus the rugby sevens. And there was also a bit of cycling in Warwick. So yeah, really enjoyed that.
What was the cycling?
It was one of the road races. The road race was held around Warwick. So yeah, it was good. We had Olympic football in Coventry. I covered 12 matches there because there was the only one who had accreditation locally. So I covered 12 football matches across 8 dates because there were a couple of double headers.
Commonwealth.
This is the Olympics. When the London Olympics, they played football all over the country, didn't they? They had 12 matches in Coventry, including the bronze medal match and the quarter-final. Quarter-final, unfortunately, saw GB lose. GB's women.
If any games were played at St James's Park.
There were. I'm pretty sure there were. Was it at St James's Park? I might be doing them a disservice now, so I should Ben Rainbow was going to come into bowl. Was it New St James's Park where they played the wrong national anthem for one of the Korea nations, which did not go down very well?
No idea.
Anyway, but yeah, they did play football at St James's Park, definitely, during the Olympics. 377 for one here, and Ben Rain is coming in to bowl. Right arm over, and that's pushed at the onside. There's no run. His figures don't look that great. 48 off 11 overs. He started off pretty tight though. They got after him a little bit later on, but he did. I think I remember looking up. I think his first 6 overs went for about 11 runs, so he did slow Warwickshire down for a while.
I can't remember anything about the Commonwealth Road Race cycling last year. It's normally something I would have watched.
I'm trying to remember whether it was men's and women's or whether it's just the women's race, possibly. I can't quite remember. In comes Rain to bowl, and that's played out to backward point for a single.
Did they go out around sort of Edge Hill or anywhere like that?
I can't remember.
Kyneton,
Honestly, I can't remember. Was that the one where they... I'm going to get confused now because they have had a couple of Tour of Britain races around.
There was a hilltop
the
finish
patch
in Warwickshire a year or two ago, wasn't
yeah.
it? Some park.
But yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. But I think that was a Tour of Britain race, wasn't it?
My wife and kids watched a stage finish in Sunderland a couple of years ago. They were like drowned rats at the end of it. It was one of the most horrific days I think you've ever seen in, well, just like all the recent weather really, but it just rained and rained the entire day.
Doglevich, here's Ben Rain to come to bowl. 2 Rose, who helps that to mid-wicket for a single. So Will Rose has gone on steadily enough. He's not doing anything spectacular. He scored a few runs in his first innings. Of course, he doesn't have the responsibility of captaincy to worry about now. He's got 17 off 30 balls. It's 379 for one, and the 71st over. So Warwickshire will be thinking at the moment about the bonus points. 71 more required for maximum bonus points, and they've got plenty of time to get them in. And bearing in mind they only managed 1 set of maximum batting points last season, and in fact even when 400 was the target for maximum batting points, they didn't get that all that often most seasons. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Batting points have tended to elude them in recent years.
Yeah, well, Durham had a record season last year. They got maximum batting points in 8 games.
Yeah. I've had to do a recount actually because I missed 1 or 2, but there can't be more than about 20 occasions when teams did get maximum batting points, so for Durham to get 8 was quite extraordinary. 1,510 overs, takes some doing. Ben Rain comes into bowl, and that's a bottom edge. It's down to slip, there's no run. I think Phil was saying he was slightly surprised that wasn't changed back, but I suppose that is part of the new current England Test philosophy, isn't it, to be able to score quickly. Warwickshire still in a strong position. I mean, they've had what 36 since they lost the 1 wicket to fall. 2 fielders in that sort of cover position. So a slip and a wide third slip, and Davis has got that wide of that third slip down to third. There's no fielder down there, so it's 4 more runs to Alex Davis. And this is a big effort from him. He's on to 166. It's 383 for 1. Because for Durham to get bowling points, they need 2 more wickets to get their first bowling points. Still got 39 overs. They must be wondering how many bowling points they're going to get. Of course, got no bonus points in their first match because it got rained off without a ball being bowled. Colin Ackerman to continue the 1 successful bowl, or to come back I should say. 1 for 26 off 3. Phil Britt will join me as Marty goes off and does a report, and then I'll, if she comes back, I'll invite Mel to take over from me after I've done. Anyway, it's Ackerman comes into bowl to Rhodes, slip in place. Rhodes drives that straight back to Ackerman along the ground, no run. Ackerman trots in again. A quicker ball, pitched up, it's played out to the onside, there's no run. Durham just trying to rein Warwickshire in a little bit here. Which is probably as much as they can do at the moment. Ackerman bowls, and that's turned round to mid-wicket, there's no run. I'll calculate that Warwickshire will want to get on with it, and might start making mistakes if they get a bit frustrated. Ackerman bowls, that's defended by Rose, there's no run.
I was quite surprised to see that Alex Davis's highest score was only 140 odd before this match.
That's hit into the offside by Rose. Gets it away, but not in far enough to get a run.
147, so he's set his first class highest score in this match.
Ackerman with the slip in place bowls, and that's turned round to mid wicket again for no run. And it's 383 for 3.
For 1.
For 1, I should say. Yes, I beg your pardon.
Give the listeners a tap. What have I missed? Well, the crowd's staying on. We've got a good, quite a good number of people still down at the Birmingham End watching this. It's been quite well supported today.
Jed Scott sent me the BBC write-up on going to rugby, which gives us some of the stats there. So they are playing Surrey, Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire in August. Capacity of 3,000 apparently at the school.
Oh,
yeah.
They must have some temporary stands for that though.
They've got a lot of natural seating though, haven't they? They've got banks all the way around the ground, so they can put seats around.
Yeah.
It's one of the attractions of the ground, I think. First stage of game there in 2013, the T20 match against Glamorgan.
It's been reined in. This one is pushed away into the offside by Davis.
I would recall that. Warwickshire were terrible that day. But there we are. Graham Wagg played for Glamorgan that day because he was a rugby kid and he had a very good game, so I interviewed him afterwards. And then they 2 one-day games in successive years, a washout against Kent in 2014 and then a one-day cup game against Sussex. I remember they did play one, didn't they, in 2015, so they actually have been there 3 years previously.
Yeah, we never started at all in the
second one, that's right.
This one is an outside edge from Davis, which runs away through second, third slip, down to the third man boundary. 4 more to Davis. He moves on to a 170. 387 for 1.
Of course, the connection is Michael Powell is.
He's still there, is he?
Rugby school director of cricket. He is.
I should look forward to seeing him.
Possibly help rugby's case, I would suggest, maybe. Thank you for sending me that, Jed.
Yes, maybe. But I like that setting. And of course, it'll be in the holidays, won't it? The school holidays. So parking there should be more parking around, or perhaps possibly at the school. As all that will become evident as we get closer to it. Here's Rain again from the Birmingham end, running in to bowl to Davis, who is glancing this one away nicely through mid-wicket. He'll only get a single this time. As all is collected and returned to Ollie Robinson. 1 more to the total, 388. Davis moves to 171. Rhodes is on 17. The 1 man out was Rob Yates, who was caught for 191 off the bowling of Colin Ackerman. There he comes again. This to the left-handed Rhodes, who is pushing this one to mid-wicket, where there's a no run. So you're back on Friday? Oh, you're back on Sunday?
I'll be back on Sunday. Brian Halford will be here for the rest of the team tomorrow.
The sun is still out as rain comes in and bowls, and again, just defensive push back to the bowler from Rhodes. I think, Will Rhodes out of contract at the end of this season? I think he is. So he'll be looking to have a good season. Always helps the case when you're negotiating a new contract. He waits as rain comes in again to him and bowls, and this is turned away but straight to one of the two short mid wickets. End of the over, it's 388 for one. We've had 73, we've got overs, we've got 23 remaining in the day.
It assumes that he'll want a new contract. He might want to move somewhere that allows him to play a bit more T20 cricket, for example.
Yep.
That's how Warwickshire tend to lose. Well, yeah, Warwickshire tend to lose players, isn't it? They're not played in one format or another, which... So, I mean, lost Adam Hose, really, because he wasn't getting any red ball cricket. So,
I always thought Dom Sibley wanted to play.
Yeah, he did.
White ball cricket.
Yeah, he absolutely did, yeah. And I think they underrated him. I remember I watched lots of injury problems. As who's going to be better? I said, what about Dom Sibley? And I was laughed at. But I remember he played some decent T20 cricket.
Well, he bowled in T20 as well quite a bit. He used his bowling as well as obviously his batting. But not missing any cricket. There's a hold up at the moment while the umpires are having a chat. Clearly not sure what it's about, but I don't think it was to do with the ball. They didn't look at the ball. It's another 7 overs before the second ball, the new ball is available. Not that the first done a fat lot. Perhaps the second one might.
In comes Ackerman, and that's solidly defended by Davis. No run. Well, it'll be interesting to see, once Durham come to bat, how this game transpires. Of course, Warwickshire want to make sure they've got huge total on the board. Davis plays that to point. There's no run. Look on the cards now, but of course you can sometimes make a bit of a mess of it when you're thinking you're going to get a big score. So this one is played to back.
Well, I think Warwick should be desperately disappointed if they don't get maximum batting points from this position, won't they?
Yeah, but I'm thinking they want to go much beyond there, don't they? They want to be looking at 550, 600. Put a bit of scoreboard pressure on, see what happens. Ackerman bowls, and that's it. Oh, it was going to be a tip and run from Davis, but he was sent back by Rose, and he gets back safely. No run.
I think Rhodes might have struggled to make his ground there had he gone through with that run.
In comes Ackerman again, and that's turned to mid-wicket for a single by Rhodes, who's plodding along. Sedate pace. He's on to 18, 389 for one. Got a half century in his first match. We'll see this as a big opportunity to potentially make a big score. Ackerman, billowing in the breeze, number 48 on his back. Comes in to bowl. That's played back to him. There's no run. Well fielded by Ackerman. Tall figure for a Leicestershire player, takes his cap. 389 for one, Warwickshire. Game was can we say it's drifting a little bit at the moment?
Yeah, the scoring rate's dropped a bit. I think it was almost inevitable it was going to start to drop because they went along at such a lick. I think you may find that this 50 has taken rather longer than perhaps some of the
the
previous ones.
The seventh 50 was the quickest. It was
Yeah.
the first one to be under 50 balls. 48 balls. But that was Rob Yates, who eventually got out going for shots and was really cutting loose there.
Yeah. Ben Rain going to continue from the Birmingham end into his 14th over. He's 59 at the moment. He's waiting and he'll be bowling to Alex Davis, who's just having a little look round. He's on 172. As Rain comes and Davis pulls out.
He's right, Fred, because the field were all moving. Slip was moving wider. They were making some very late fielding changes. I say it was quite rightly steps back and says, hang on, can you just settle on what your field is?
So he gets back at the mark. He's ready as Rain comes in. From that Birmingham end, he bowls. And, they pushed into the offside. Ackerman comes racing in onto it, and Rhodes at the non-striker's end was halfway down the wicket looking to pick up the single, but Davis set off and then changed his mind when he saw that Ackerman was on it and sent Rhodes back. And again, just a couple of incidents in the last couple of overs where the two of them not entirely on the same tune with their calling and running, but they survive it. As Rain comes in again, bowls, and that's played away nicely by Davis to a wideish mid-on, but it's hit too crisply and the fielder was on it quickly enough to prevent Davis going through for the single.
Well, just a danger that Davis gets a bit frustrated here. Doesn't need too much. Obviously in a very strong position, still plenty of time to get the 61 they need for maximum batting points, and then they'll want to bat on from there.
1-3-8.
Update in a few seconds.
Sorry, okay.
That one. Ooh, that goes past the outside edge. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's batters continue to dominate on the first day of their county championship match against Durham. Warwickshire 389 for 1 now in the 75th over. A stand of 343 between Rob Yates and Alex Davis. Yates eventually out for 191. Davies still there. He's on a career best 172 and has been joined by Will Rhodes. It has looked very good batting conditions out there. Durham's bowlers have struggled to get much out of the pitch, and the notorious Kookaburra ball being used in this game, but Warwick will be very happy with their progress as they now move on to 390 for 1. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Single there to Alex Davis, takes it to 390 for 1. So I will hand over to Melanie Farrell, who's very jealous, heading to the USA and the Caribbean for the World Cup. We'll all be freezing here, no doubt, in the summer.
Very nice too. But you can't beat. I all this business about going to the States for the World Cup. You can't beat Derby on a nice wet July afternoon.
It's what I always say, Phil. Yep.
390 for 1.
I will be slumming it in Barbados.
How long? How long was that? 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. 5 or 6 weeks.
Month. 4 weeks.
Yeah, I went out to the World Cup in South Africa in 2003, and it's quite a long time while you're away. This one is Rhodes plays it to mid-wicket, where there are 3 short mid-wickets. I think they quite fancy that they're going to get Rhodes out there. They've got one fairly straight, and then 2 on as part of the circle. So there's like a little trio all waiting for Rhodes to clip the ball, probably about 15 metres to them in the captive ring. So pressure being put on Rhodes, who is on 17. That's Warwickshire 390 for 1. He's in and bowls outside the off stump. Rhodes looks to angle this one away and cut it away, but only to backward point, where It's fielded, there's no run. End of the over, 390 for one. We've had 75 overs, 5 overs to the new ball. We've got 21 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, well, we saw. I was wondering when we might see, a couple of short mid wickets brought in, because remember last week we saw that employed a couple of times, and it was successful. It did make things happen, and brought on a couple of wickets, and we did see Durham bring in 2 short mid wickets in the second session of the day, the afternoon session. Didn't actually bring any wickets along with it, but I just have to try something. The only problem is when you stack that short mid wicket area, you're obviously opening up a lot of other scoring areas, and this has been the kind of day, the kind of couple of weeks where you just can't afford to air. It's really sorting out and putting the pressure on bowlers to find their lines and lengths and be very accurate. Here is Ackerman. He's over the wickets, a flatter ball angled across Davies. Just tucks that around the corner but won't get a run.
Richard Illingworth was having another long chat with Scott Borthwick there about something, and there seemed to be a fairly animated conversation.
Here's Ackerman again, and off the back foot, it's punched up towards mid-on, no run. I wonder if it's about the over rate.
Could be.
There's still 2 behind, I saw up there. They were 5 behind at one point. We had a very late tea. Here's Ackerman again, and again this one's just turned to the leg side. No run.
Alex Davis just got a little bit bogged down in the last 10-15 minutes, and he needs to make sure he keeps concentrating and doesn't throw his wicket away.
He waits as Ackerman is in, and that one is just on the line of off stump. He manages to push it into the offside. They scramble through for a single. Takes the score to 391 for 1. And Davies on to 174. Rhodes is on 17. Davies had raced to his century and then slowed down a bit while Yates took over, and he scrambled ahead, galloped along. That's Rhodes now on strike as round the wicket goes Ackerman. Just guides that down to deep back or deep square leg and get a single.
Yes, plenty of space there, wasn't a nice, easy, comfortable single, just tucked off his legs.
Ackerman with the only breakthrough so far, the wicket of Yates. Took a beating beforehand. He's in again, and just off the back foot pulled across the line is Davies, and pick up another single. That was Rhodes, rather.
There's some applause for the... Is that the 50 partnership?
Yes, it is. So off 85 deliveries.
Couldn't think what else they could be clapping, but that's... So these two relatively quickly, although by comparison to the rest of the day it's been quite slow.
It suddenly felt far more sedate.
Yeah. Flurry of boundaries has dried up a little. Callum Parkinson is back into the attack. He's been a little bit expensive during the day, but we'll see.
Well, he has, but he has bowled, in some ways, he's arguably bowled the best out of all of Durham's bowlers, just in creating a bit of indecision.
Yeah, this first one is tucked away into the offside, and Scott Borthwick comes chasing round enthusiastically to do the fielding. Yeah, he's gone for 106 off his 20 overs, so he's not quite been able to keep it in there. This one's a bit uppish from Davis, clipped away through the offside, down to Alex Lees, who's down on the cover boundary, but they get a single.
But at least there have been times when he's made batters look uncomfortable and in patches, and Potts did early on as well. But other than that, Ackerman was pelted for 6-4-6 before he took a wicket.
This next one sees Rhodes pushing it carefully into the onside, and there's no run. Yes, you almost felt Yates had sort of got carried away a little bit. He'd been so successful against him that he probably didn't need to play the shot he did, but it happens. This next one is pushed to Borthwick.
But I just haven't seen the other bowlers just really make the batters look uncomfortable.
Rhodes turns this one. Clark, backward square leg, does a full dives down to his right and stops the ball, not cleanly, but enough to prevent Rhodes scrambling a single. Parkinson in. This is driven away into the offside, but straight out to cover. And again, another good stop has prevented Rhodes getting any further runs. He stays on 18, and Warwickshire 394 for 1 after 77 overs. 19 remain in the day. New ball due in just 3 overs time.
So we'll see the spinners chew up the last overs with the old ball. And I just hope that along with the new ball comes some success for the seamers, because they really all struggled in the first session in particular and the second session. I'm sorry, I forgot it was my over, Phil. I've been lulled. The first ball was just pushed into the onside anyway.
The pace has dropped and Mel's just having a quiet moment there.
Post-tee snooze. Here's Ackerman again. This ball's just pushed straight back to the bowler, who stops it going any further. Yeah, we need some wickets to liven it up. Phil, that's what we need.
Either that or some big hitting.
Yeah, here's Ackerman again. And that one's just on a good length and defended straight back in the vague direction of the bowler. So I feel like we're in a holding pattern now until the new ball arrives. Davies taps his bat, lifts it in the air, and he does go for this one. It's in the air, is it? Oh, it drops down out near the boundary rope at deep extra cover.
Didn't get to that one quite, Davis there, and put it up in the air. And just judging from the bowler's reaction, got a feeling he thinks he should have had. There should have been a bit more effort or a bit closer there, but wasn't to be.
Next one's just pressed to short mid-wicket.
He was in the air a long time, and that's the captain, so he can give himself a good telling off there that he didn't get to it.
And the next delivery's outside off stump and just caress to mid-off for a dot. So that's the end of the over from Ackerman. So the scoring definitely slowing down now. We're in the pre-new ball lull.
Yes, Scott Borthwick's just gone up and given Ackerman a tap on the hand as if to say sorry about that, because he probably should have got closer to it, but never mind. He didn't. It's 395 for 1. Warwickshire need 5 more runs for a 4th batting point. They haven't said that too often in the last 12 months. So Davis is in as Parkinson comes in and bowls to Davis, who clips this one away into the offside. There's no run. Rhodes again was quite keen, but eventually it was no, yes, no, and in the end they stayed where they were. Here's Parkinson comes in and bowls, and this will be runs as Davis on the trot really comes down the wicket and plays it on the run, clips it through into mid-wicket and just takes the easy single. 396 for 1.
I guess the other thing, I mean, bowling spinners when there's such a short boundary, there's always going to be a danger that they will go for runs.
Yeah, even a miss hit on that could actually take it. This one sees Rhodes playing it to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Really does mean that Parkinson has to be absolutely on the mark. He can't afford to stray, particularly to the left-hander outside the off stump. He's in and bowls, and that's full and driven, and I think he got away with one there. Rhodes will hit it straight to wideish mid-off, whereas probably a yard either side and he would have had a boundary. Potts did the fielding. This next one sees him working it away out to the cover boundary for just a single. So one more, Warwickshire scoring in singles as they edge their way up towards 400.
What might be interesting is that they scored so many boundaries with the new ball. So when it comes back in, we might see them go for it a bit when the ball's harder.
This one Davis goes back to and slaps out to into the covers off the final ball of Parkinson's 22nd over. The dot ball, so he's 0 for 109, and Ackerman probably will bowl this one over prior to them taking the new ball.
He certainly is. Do you know, I'm still recovering. I did something very embarrassing at tea, and I probably shouldn't admit this on radio, but I walked out and I was a bit vague. Maybe it was that afternoon little lull. I almost walked into the men's bathroom. I actually half walked into the men's bathroom before suddenly seeing the symbol on the door and realising it was not the staircase, which is where I was actually heading. As Ackerman is in, darts this one in, and it's just flicked down to deep backward square. They'll get a single. Sorry, is that too much information?
Not really, no, I'm just trying to equate what
I thought I was going into the staircase, the stairwell. But I got it wrong, Phil.
Is it something they do in Australia, put the bathroom in on the stairs then?
Here's Ackerman. It's a flatter, shorter ball.
You'd have got a few stairs, that's for sure, if you'd have gone in.
Well,
mind you, there's hardly anybody up on this floor, so you probably would have been perfectly safe.
I think there was someone in there because there was a noise, and that sort of alerted me to, and that's when I suddenly realised. But yeah, have to keep your wits about you. You don't know where you could end up. Yeah. Davies waits again as Ackerman comes in and angles it across. He works it to square leg. No run still.
We better put a message out to anybody wanting to use the stairs. Watch where you're treading, I think. 398 for one.
Davies, this time he just works this one out to the other side. Cover coming in and doing the work, so it's a bit tidier from Ackerman. He's 1 for 32 after 7.4. He's in again over the wicket, and he's down on one knee. Gets a lovely piece of that, does Davies. And that goes all the way for 6, so breaks the shackles. They've been inching towards the 400 in singles, but he brings it up in style, 404 with that 6. And it really has been Warwickshire's day.
It's suddenly almost like waking up, wasn't it? I'll just show you what I can do.
And this time he is just willing to fend that one off to the offside. It finishes Ackerman's over and will undoubtedly signal the new ball coming out.
And the new ball is a new what ball? I'm not even going to try it. I got told, when I came up with the name of the ball in the last match. We ended up with the name of the ball, and you were then having to do bird impersonations.
Oh, the kookaburra. Oh, right. Yeah, I was doing my imitation of a kookaburra, because you're calling it a kookaburra.
A kookaburra, because it's very posh. We've got very posh birds, not
kookaburra. Unless you're having a Luke in the cook book, it's a kookaburra.
It's an ooh.
It's an ooh. Definitely an ooh, not an ooh. The kookaburra.
It doesn't seem to fly too much, this ball. this ball, does it?
No, it's a bit of a flightless bird. But, you know, like I said, it's just going to be interesting to see.
It won't be voted by the bowling fraternity.
They'll be kissing the Duke's ball when they get it back in their hands.
So new ball taken. First ball is a wide with the new ball. The scoreboard still seems to. I don't think this is Parkinson bowling this with this this ball. So we've taken the new one, and
it's Ben Rain. Ben Rain out there.
His first delivery with the new ball is wide outside the off stump. Will Rhodes has, quite rightly, has nothing to do with it. 405 for 1. Comes Rain again and bowls. And this turns Rhodes a bit square on there. I think he was looking to flick it off his hip, and then the ball either misjudged the line. I'd like to say it cut back at him, but I don't think it did.
No, it looked pretty straight. It was an odd shot.
The bounce, perhaps, a bit more bounce in it.
Possibly.
But it certainly wasn't quite where he thought that was going to go.
No, he's definitely trying to turn it. Maybe he was expecting it to sort of seam in a little bit more than it did. But he's got 2 slips in. And he's just making a few rearrangements to the field.
Yeah, just
needing more protection.
Bringing in a gully.
Yes.
So we've got a gully now, and man moving to mid-wicket, so there's nobody out on the mid-wicket boundary. There's a man back at cover point. There's Rain in, and this one has come off the pad, or it went to Ackerman at slip and was put down. And I wonder whether that was dropped, because just looking at Ollie Robinson, the wicket-keeper, have you got that?
He's got his head on his hands.
Yeah.
It's even hard to tell from the replay whether or not there was any bat in it.
There didn't seem to be a huge amount of reaction from people, though, as to that being a chance. But you thought there might have been the odd appeal if it was off the pad. Anyway, Rain in again, and Rhodes leaves this one outside the off stump. And Robinson going across to talk to Scott Borthwick, the captain, who's at slip. Ackerman's at second slip, telling the captain that it was an absolute stinger and it was flying at 100 miles an hour, and he did well to get his hands to it, let alone drop it, but may not even have come off the bat. Here comes Rain in again, bowls, and Rhodes is having a real go at this one outside the off stump, and the ball goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper.
Yeah, that was a genuine flash. He was trying to send that one through the covers.
Our scoreboard has now gone completely. We have no scoreboard at the Thwaites end. So we are now on. I've done whole games with this in years gone by where no scoreboard at all, and it was quite difficult to see what was going on. But Rain comes charging in again and bowls, and this is turned but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I was talking of the Caribbean. I was there for a tournament this time last year in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and at one point the feed went down for the stream. The electronic scoreboard went down, so I was having to lean over while commentating to look at the manual, the bloke like just eventually ticking over the scores, but I wasn't always sure if they were right. So, you know, we get spoiled these days.
It's Rain, last ball of the over. Whoops, that was got a bit of bounce, a little bit of movement away. That was a good over with that new ball. Rain certainly troubled Rhodes there, and it stays on 405 for 1. Ollie Robinson goes up and sort of has a pat on the back to the keeper, so perhaps that did get a nick, you know. Well,
maybe it did. There wasn't a huge reaction, though.
No, there wasn't, no.
With the back towards, it's a bit hard to tell, but it's just been a real old slog, it's fair to say, and it's a return of Matthew Potts. He's bowled 15 overs so far today, none for 72. He looked like he might be threatening a little bit earlier on when he had the new ball, but then runs started coming quickly. So he's bowling from the members' end, bowling to Davies over the wicket. He just waits for that one, cuts away, but straight to the fielder on the deep point boundary.
Hit it so hard out to the cover boundary, they hadn't got time to run. It was, in fairness, it's not a long boundary, but even so, it was hit straight at him, and Davies just stood there and thought, no, won't take that on. Are you interviewing anybody after the game tonight? Or do you interview anybody?
No, well, I want to talk to, I don't think you were in here before, well, I desperately want to talk to Rob Yates because he wrote an essay on the significance of guerrilla chess beating, and I would really want to know about it. As Potts is in, and that one, he just gets on top of that, pushes it into the offside. They'll come through for a single, so that adds another one to Davies' total. He's on 185. Yes, I read about this guerrilla chess beating.
If you write
essay.
an article about it, can you just remind me which paper it's in so I don't read that?
I'm not writing it for anyone. This is just for my own personal satisfaction and curiosity. I find it intriguing.
This is something to take into the gents' toilet with you next time.
Look, you know, it's the first. There's not many firsts in cricket, and I have never come across guerrilla chess beating in anything I've ever read on a player before. Rhodes on strike as Potts is round the wicket. That whistles through past the bat, and it's the appreciative hands of a keeper.
I just wonder if anybody asked Scott Borthwick, would you do the same? Would you put them in again if you actually won the toss?
Well, so we were discussing this. So the 9 games, 6 teams have won the toss and elected to field first. 3 have elected to bat. I might have been, after seeing last week what happened, I think I would have been tempted to bat first if I won the toss with this ball. In comes Potts. And again, that's a play and a miss. So this is more encouraging for Durham, who have done it really hard, but they've got the new ball in their hands. They're desperately trying to find a way to crack open this Warwickshire batting lineup that has made hay today, feasted on the bowling, on the Kookaburra ball, on the short boundary. Been hungry lads, and they've filled their boots.
Yeah, Warwickshire in the Division 1 are probably doing better than anybody. Just update you with some of the scores after this next delivery.
Here comes Potts to Rhodes. He just flicks that one to the square leg area. Bit of a shout as well. I'm not sure why. I don't think it was aerial.
Essex are going quite well against Kent. They're 356 for 5 after 83 overs. Hamps 267 for 5 in the 82nd against Lancashire. Notts 270 for 6 in the 84th over against Worcestershire. And Somerset 285 for 9 against Surrey after 78 overs.
Here is Potts to Davies. He's very quick on that one. Just lets that one run backward of point and picks up a single. And that's the end of Potts over. So 408 for 1 now. Rhodes 21. Davies still inching his way to the double century. He's now on 186.
Right, I'm going to make way for Clive, who probably has got a news update coming, I would think, in a few minutes. So, yeah, so I shall make way. Mel, I shall see you tomorrow.
No, thank you very much, Phil. I'll see you tomorrow as well. So 3 singles coming off Potts. First over with a second new ball. Now it's Rain who's continuing from the city end. It did cause some uncomfortable moments. He's in now to Davies. Just squares him up a little bit. Ball dribbles off to the offside. No run. Hello again, Clive.
Hello, Mel. You all right? How are you?
Well, we've got a new ball. so that's something. And all of a sudden, you know, it's not.
George has just said to me, I bet you're not getting a word in edgeways. I don't know what you mean, George.
I don't know who you're talking about.
No, I don't.
Who is this, George? It's the one who just gives me a lot of grief. It'll be George DeBell. Here's Rain. A big stride forward from Davies, but doesn't get very far. Just out backward a point.
Yes, so it's plotting a little bit now, but Warwickshire, thing is, they're not under any pressure. I mean, they've already got 400 runs in the day, so it's not as if they have to press the accelerator if they don't want to.
Well, Alex Davies, I just saw, he was just bending over, sort of touching his toes, stretching out those hamstrings. It's been a long day's work for him. Rain is in, and that's just tucked around, just square leg. And pick up a single.
He'll want to be there tomorrow, if he possibly can, to carry on.
Yeah, 13.3 overs remaining in the day, so still a fair bit of cricket to go. The light's good. The lights haven't been on all day for the first time in this season. They were certainly on every day last week. Wind has picked up a little bit.
I suppose from Durham's point of view, there was a point where we thought, well, she might even get to 500 by the close of the first day, and that probably isn't going to happen now.
Has slowed down a little bit. Rhodes waits as in comes Rain, and that is just clipped straight to mid-on.
But I mean, as positives go, it's I think at the start of the day, as long as you don't let them get to 500, lads.
Glass half empty. Mean half full. Yeah, it's been a tough old one for Durham, who've come into this first division with great hopes. Rain into Rhodes, who, well, he just pulled his bat up and out of the way in time as the ball just cleared outside of off stump.
I suppose what Durham have got to hope for is it ends up being a high-scoring draw and they can pick up a few batting points. They're not going to get much by the way of bowling points for the looks of things.
Yeah, it's been a really tough examination of the bowling. It just goes to show, I think, seeing this second game with the Kookaburra ball at this time of year, you really need speed, I think. Here comes Rain, and this one is just, again, nudged into mid-wicket. They won't get a run. It's 409 for 1 with Rhodes on 21 and Davies on 187. Speed and accuracy are probably the twin weapons that you need to have. Perhaps genuine pace and just a laser-like accuracy, certainly here where you've got the short boundary.
I just wonder whether Hassan Ali's booking his flight back straight away if he's watching this.
Well, that's actually, the funny thing is, that's what I felt last week watching Warwickshire bowl. You thought, gee, that might have made a real difference having Hassan Ali here.
Potts to bowl. Oh, that's a strange one. It's a wildish delivery, and Davis has played it one-handed with a horizontal bat. Did he get a bottom edge onto it and dropped just short of the wicket keeper? But it was a strange bit of cricket, that. That was getting towards the end of a long day bit of cricket, I think. Certainly from Davies.
It was a wild swoosh.
Yeah, it was. The 400 came in 481 balls, so the 850, as we yes, it was by some distance the slowest of the 8. That one is pulled by Davies. He's got hold of that one all right. That's going to go away through for 4. So he's on to 191. And it's 413 for 1. So the 850 took 90 balls. The previous slowest 50 took 59. They're all around about there. Well, anywhere between 48 and 59 balls.
Just wondering with that too, if we talk about pace and just how slow the wicket might be. I mean, that was pulled a long way in front of square, that one, which is usually a sign that, well, either the batter's got onto it incredibly quickly or it's a little bit slower.
And that again is pulled by Davis, but this time there is a fielder out there, so you only get a single. He's pulled that one square. I mean, look, it's generally been, this is by far the biggest example of it. It's generally been a batter's day today around the country. Only 2 teams have been bowled out today. Somerset have been bowled out by Surrey for 285. Tom Lammerby made a century. 4 wickets to Cameron Steele. And in the second division, Yorkshire bowled out for 326 by Gloucestershire at Bristol. Those are the only teams that have been dismissed so far. Shamasu made 140 in that innings. 5 wickets for Saham Akhtar. That is turned round to mid-wicket for a single by Rhodes, who's on to 22. So, the feeling that the bowlers are struggling to make much of the Kookaburra ball is backed up around the country. Essex lost a couple of early wickets, 368 for 5 now against Kent at Chelmsford. Essex seen by some as the biggest threat to Surrey for the county championship this year. In comes Potts, and Davis leaves that. Hampshire 269 for 5. It's been quite slow going there. 269 for 5 in the 84th over. Nottinghamshire 274 for 6 against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge. Glamorgan actually could end up with the lowest first innings score because they had 224 for 8 against Derbyshire. At Cardiff, 6 wickets for Alex Thompson. There we go. The former Warwickshire spinner is taking full advantage of the Kookaburra ball. How marvellous that is. 6 for 58 for Alex. Popular lad when he was here. That's played onto the onside. There's no run. I wonder if that's a career best for him. Must there be a chance that it is? Yeah, it is. Well, as long as he doesn't go, his career best. Oh, good look. Yeah, his career best previously was 6 for 138. So he's currently 6 for 58. So he's got a decent chance of making that a career best. So somebody's doing the right thing with the Kookaburra ball.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, I think, you know, as always, there are lots of factors. There's the conditions that day, plus the ball, plus the pitch. So all of those things combining, Kookaburra is of course common factor as rain is in, and that's just stroked beautifully through the covers all the way for 4 by Rhodes.
I suppose the other thing is, and I alluded to it earlier, but if the bowlers keep getting told that, oh, yeah, the Kookaburra balls, can't go anything with the Kookaburra ball, then it's hardly going to fill them with confidence, is it? So it might be a bit of an element of attitude.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Just looking at Davies stretching his hamstrings again, he might be getting a little bit weary or cramped out there. Rain is into Rhodes. This time he just steers this one down to deep backward point, and they'll get a single. But it is those things, and you know, mention maybe bowlers who have real express pace through the air. Those who are able to get that steepling bounce, perhaps hit the deck hard, whatever it is, it's just going to test these bowlers in finding plans C, D, E, and F when plans A, B, and C aren't working. And it's rain into Davies this time. He just drops his ball into the offside. There was a bit of a shy at the stumps. It misses. Might have been a little bit tight. I'm not sure if it would have been or not.
Paul Cochran, the substitute fielder, is the fielder there. Gave away 4 overthrows earlier, but he came close to a run out there. Warwickshire have threatened the run. Let's just complete the scores. Leicestershire 292 for 6 against Sussex at Leicester, and Northants 266 for 2 against Middlesex, 150 for Emilio Gay.
So Rain starts his run up. He's around the wicket to Rhodes, and found some bounce there. That was over the right shoulder of Rhodes. So just wasn't the left shoulder, I should say. He found a little bit of something extra, hitting the deck a bit harder, perhaps.
Nice bright evening. We could happily go on for another couple of hours. I'm sure Durham would love to.
Well, 11.2 overs to go. And Rain is in Rhodes. Big stride forward. Big thwack of the bat, but it only goes as far as mid-off for no run.
Still showing -2 on the over rate, Durham, so it's still something I've got to keep a little eye on. This innings is not likely to end anytime soon, but...
No, and you can imagine that it'll be the seamers with this newer, harder ball trying to find a breakthrough.
The danger of them is if they don't get that minus off the scoreboard by the end of the innings, they might not get a second innings if things go well. Even if they bat very well, they might not get a chance to bowl in the second innings. So they do need to get that off before the end of this innings.
So here comes rain, and this ball, it's an edge, but it's gone all the way to the boundary rope. I don't think that was exactly how Rhodes intended it to be, but it's 4 more runs. And he moves on to 31, and Warwickshire 425 for 1.
Just looking at the IPL scorecard, it's come up as strategic timeout now. We just love strategic timeouts. Deary, deary me.
It's a commercial break.
Great,
Enforced commercial break.
Exactly, yes. Yes, that would be the honest approach. 425 for 1. It did annoy me a bit at the time that they were talking about the 100, and I'm not a rabidly anti-100 person, as many people are. But it did annoy me a little bit at the time as Potts comes into bowl to Davies, and that's played down to third for a single. That some of the pundits were saying, "Oh, we want the game to be quicker because the T20s take too long." I think, well, yeah, they do if you're watching them in India or other countries, but the domestic T20s and the Blasts have always been played at a pretty decent pace.
Well, there are plenty of ways that you can ensure that it is played quicker. You introduce a shot clock. Harsher penalties.
But they're already, and this is the other thing, people say, oh, well, great idea, the 100 having these penalties. Well, the T20 already had them. T20 Blasts had penalties if you didn't get your overs bowled in time. That's going down the leg side. It's taken by the wicket-keeper.
I mean, there are other ways. You can also have 2 overs bowled from one end, switch to 2 overs bowled from the other end. I
don't think you need to do any of that. All you do is you say, right, you bowl your overs by this time, or else it used to be a run penalty. Now it's a fielding penalty. Problem is,
the problem is a penalty has to be harsh enough.
Well, yeah, but the run penalty was pretty harsh.
Yeah, and so it should be. Well, they introduced a red card in the CPL.
Yeah, that one's played out to back a square leg for a single.
So, that was quite a serious penalty in the CPL. And all I'm saying, whatever way you do it, there are certainly ways you can speed up a T20.
But you also have to want to speed it up as well.
Exactly.
And that's possibly the issue. When did you come on, Mel? How long has your stint been now?
Probably coming up to an hour.
Should we get Marty in for a little stint?
Sure.
He'll be back tomorrow.
Make way.
Thank you very much, Mel Farrell. That's play down to back a square leg for a single. Mel will be here tomorrow. Although you might have to just drop in briefly during the 6 o'clock news, I guess. Oh no, you haven't got one at 6. You said that, didn't you? That's handy. 428 for 1, Warwickshire. Matthew Potts has had more successful days in his bowling career. He'll come in to bowl. Right arm round the wicket. That's good, accurate deliveries. Play back to him. I'm sure somebody will say to him at the end, bowling with the kookaburra balls for your own good. It'll help you. Yeah. He's not feeling it right now, though.
How many of these players who have been subjected to this kookaburra ball am I on? Is my microphone?
Should be, yeah.
This is like
I know what you're going to say, but I suppose Potts is one of them, of course, potentially. He comes in now to bowl round the wicket, and that's flicked down to fine leg by Will Rhodes for 4 more. On to 36, 432 for 1.
What am I going to say?
How many of these players bowling the Kookaburra now will ever do it for England.
Yeah, and there's only 18 of them, isn't there, who can go on a tour, I think.
Yeah, you're not necessarily, and I hear what you're saying, you're right, but it's not necessarily just the ones that go on the next tour. The hope presumably will be that some young bowlers who might be picked for England further down the line might.
Yeah. I'm just reminded of the futility of the pink ball matches a few years ago. One of which you were at Chester Street, weren't you?
Yeah. I enjoyed that, apart from the fact I couldn't find a takeaway open after the end of the game for some food. The hotel stopped serving.
Anybody who used public transport generally had to leave before the final session began. Yeah. Ben Rain from the City end, right arm over, and defended by Davies. What are you looking for? I've been doing some maths. So
goodness.
Not only is
this math if you're American.
Yeah, well they're not right at the moment. So not only is this a costly day in terms of runs for Durham, but when I rang home a few minutes ago, they were at the prom dress shop.
Oh,
which that's going to cost a lot, isn't it?
Yeah,
I dread to think. Anyway, I've gone through all of the partnerships, the highest partnerships against Durham. There's Rain bowls. Davis defends this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So today's 343 for the opening wicket. Davies and Yates is the 11th partnership in which Durham have conceded 300 runs or more. 3 of them have been by Warwickshire. 2 of them included Brian Lara in the same game.
Yes, of course.
So 314 for the 3rd wicket with Trevor Penny in 94 and 322 with Keith Piper.
Yeah.
For the 5th. Rain bowls. That's gone down into the ground and loops up high. Davies is not really sure where it's gone, but he's been called through.
Oh, they've just been discussing that actually in the press box, because they were just speculating when Warwickshire scored 433 runs in a day, and of course they scored in excess of 600, I think, in that day, the final day of the Lara match.
Was that right across on the boundary rope, that game? Can you remember?
No, I don't think it was. No, I think it was fairly central.
I'm sure Phil said he thought it was quite a way across.
I don't think it was particularly. It was a strange old game. But, obviously the match was dead. Durham had lost a couple of bowlers to injuries. I did. There was a film about it made recently, which I think used my commentary and then spoke to me.
Rhodes on 36 as he faces Rain. Plays us out through mid-wicket. There'll be 2 or 3 runs there. Lee's chasing along the boundary in front of the Hollies to cut that off. 2 runs it is in the end.
And after the film, there's a question answer, and John Morris is one of the guests, and I think he's a little bit fed up of being remembered for two things: the bowling to Brian Lara when he got his 501, and the airplane ride with David Gower.
But from what I can remember, Lara didn't realise that because it was going to end in a draw, the game was going to finish in the next minute.
Yeah, and I always had a problem with that. You're right, that was... they got to the last over and Keith Piper saying to him, you need to score it now because the game will finish. But I've always had a problem with that, which I'll explain in a moment.
Rain round the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes cuts the ball down into the ground and off towards the covers, no run.
Because my understanding has always been that the captains have to agree to end it, so I don't see there was any obligation on Dermot Reeve, even though the match obviously was dead, for him to agree to end the match there. But it added to the drama at the time. Plus he got hit on the helmet in his the final over.
I thought one of the Durham players had said to him, you need to get the runs this over.
I know Keith Piper came down the pitch and had a conversation with him, and I think was telling him that.
Rain in, and that is left alone. So in terms of highest scores against Durham, Lara's 501 remains a world record. So that's going to take some beating. Will it ever be beaten? Probably not.
Well, you'd hope so, not against Durham next time. I suppose someone will break it somewhere in the world eventually.
After him, it's Darren Lehman's 339 for Yorkshire in Headingley in 2006. That was one of those 300-run partnerships I've got on this list today, actually. Lehman and Michael Lum put on 358 for the 4th wicket. and that was the final game of the season. I was following that. I was on holiday in Canada, and I was watching the final throws of the season in a B&B at Tremblon. Durham managed to do enough in the game to save a draw, and they stayed up by half a point, and Nottinghamshire went down instead. It's their first year back up after being promoted the previous season as runners up to Lancashire.
Bryden Cass back into the attack. None for 66. Just bowled 8 overs so far. It's Cass.
Graham Hick got 315 not out for Worcestershire at New Road in 2002, so they're the scores 300 and above.
In comes Cass to bowl to Davies. Davies pushes out into the offside for an easy single. 14 ODIs and 3 T20 internationals for Bryden Cass thus far. .436 for 1 Warwickshire. So they need another 14 for the maximum batting points.
If Davies is on 197 now, so he's going to, you'd imagine, become the I think it's the 13th player to get a double 100 or more against Durham.
Cass wearing 99 on his back. Comes into bowl.
20th, sorry.
No, now is he wearing 99 because someone else had the number 9 shirt and he wanted number 9, or is he wearing 99 because he likes ice cream?
He's always had 99.
Yeah.
I don't know what the story is really.
My guess would be that someone else, when he first started, probably had the number 9. And that's the one he wanted. I always think a strike bowler should want to be number 9. He comes in from the pavilion end, right arm over, and it's just turned round, and it's pounced by Rhodes for another comfortably taken single. Rhodes has gone on and pretty unspectacular but efficient enough fashion. He's on 39 off 80 balls.
Well, it was that game here when Bryden Cass was called out of the team along with Ben Stokes and Danny Briggs from Warwickshire, and they went off to make the emergency England one-day team against Pakistan, so the entire England team were put in quarantine and they had to call up a second one-day squad.
Cass bowls, and that's punched out to the onside for no run.
So he made his debut for England against Pakistan in Cardiff a few days later. I think they won that series 3-0, didn't they?
I think they did, yeah.
And you're thinking, well, if this is England's second, this is England's emergency one-day squad. Should have had a decider against the one-day side to see.
2 slips in place. Durham still plugging away, looking for these wickets. Cass to Davies, who drives that into the ground. Very well fielded, one-handed off his own bowling by Bryden Cass. I mean, I'm not sure there would have been any runs anyway, because it had been cut off at mid-off, but it was very well grabbed. Crowd has thinned out a bit. Tomorrow could be a critical day in this game. Durham make sure that they just settle in for a high-scoring draw, or will they get into trouble when they come to bat? Carson bowls, and that's driven, but straight to the fielder in the covers. There's no run. 437 for 1. Got 8 overs remaining.
Have they finished at some of the other grounds?
I don't think they've finished. A couple of teams have been bowled out. 2 teams have been bowled out in total. Let's have a look. Can't see any that have been finished. Shouldn't have, should they, unless there's bad light.
Yeah, it's what is it, 5 to 6 minutes to 6.
Come on, Rainey, shout someone in the field.
Here he comes, right arm round from the city end, bowling to Rhodes. Rhodes forward to that, steers it past point towards the boundary to Parkinson. The umpire Richard Illingworth on duty behind the stumps at the bowler's end. Steve O'Shaughnessy is at point. He has the camera on his jacket there, but Richard Illingworth doesn't seem to have one, does he?
Had a great umpiring career, Richard Illingworth. Knew him well when he was a Worcestershire player. Very decent chap.
Rain comes in and bowls. Davis turns that to fine leg to Clark for 1.
He used to get fed up of people asking him if he's related to Ray Illingworth, so he gave up in the end and just told everyone he was his uncle. He's not. They weren't related at all, but he was constantly asked. Being a Yorkshireman, of course. Took a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket.
Jed's nicked some of my stats. He's going to put it in the close of play report on the BBC website later. Rain in. And, oh, they're going to go for a single here. I didn't think they were going to bother. And they eventually tippy-toe towards each other. Rhodes running to the bowler's end. Ackerman came round from the slip cord and had a throw at the stumps, but didn't hit the target. Jed's also sent a list of matches at rugby school, is it?
Yeah, so he's sent that through. I read that earlier, yeah. Yeah.
Is it a nice spot?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fairly central in rugby. I mean, it's an impressive school because it's a big, famous public school.
No, Frank Watson, who does some of the commentaries for Worcestershire, he worked at Repton, I think, for a while, didn't he, in Derbyshire?
Well, Michael Power's director of cricket now, there, the former Warwickshire captain.
Well, Martin Spates just joined him because he went to Repton in January, I think, having been at Sedbergh School for quite a few years. Rain, right arm over to Davis, drives it up towards mid-off. A diving stop there, I think from Potts.
What makes rugby school quite a good outground, handy outground in a way, is it's got natural banks all around the ground, right. So it's a capacity of 3,000. I don't think they'll have to build any much by way of temporary stands, because you can just put chairs all the way around the banks and get plenty in. And being a school, they've got lots of chairs.
Rain to Davis. Davis pushes this off towards mid-wicket. He moves on to 199.
Jacob Bethel was a pupil there. I don't think he's any more.
Did he come over on a scholarship?
He did.
Yeah. So Kenilworth Wardens was his cricket club, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was one of the grounds I wondered whether the Warwickshire might, because they said they did consider a few out grounds as possible. So I don't know whether Kenilworth Wardens Glasshouse Park may have been one of the ones they looked at.
Rhodes is on 41. Plays the ball along the ground, out through mid-wicket. And we'll get 2. Oh no, 1. Sensibly they say no. Oh, now overthrows. Now we'll get 2. The throw came back from Lees, and it was missed by everybody at the stumps.
That's right, they yorked the wicketkeeper, didn't it, the throw. It's 5 runs that Warwickshire have benefited from in overthrows. But out of a total of 441, I suppose that's kind of excusable.
Well, 1 went out for a 4 earlier.
That's the one, yeah, so that's getting the 5. So, yeah.
100 partnership and 163 balls.
So second century partnership of the innings. Didn't manage a century partnership against Worcestershire despite it being a high scoring game. They've managed 2 here, including a 343 one. Bryden Cast to bowl. 7 overs to go. I would love to get 1 more before the close. 2 more maybe to get a point. That's turned around by Davies. And that is his 200. Alex Davies completes the first double century of his career, turning the ball round to square leg. He removes his helmet, mops his brow, kisses the Warwickshire badge on his helmet, acknowledges the applause of the crowd, and then the man who handed the captaincy over to him this winter, Will Rhodes, comes down the pitch and pats him on the back. And great innings from Alex Davis, who is quite hard on himself, feels he has underachieved a little bit for Warwickshire in terms of run scoring in the 2 years he's been here so far, but what a start to this season now with that double 100 in the second match. Cast comes in to bowl. That's left. There's no run. Just slow down a bit in the second 100. His 200 came in 249 balls, so his first 100 was 102, so 147 balls for the second 100. Still pretty good going. Total of 23 fours and 2 sixes in that. He's run around a lot more in the for the second 100 than he did for the first, which is almost entirely made up of boundaries. Great innings from Alex Davis. Already the third double 100 in the county championship so far this season. The other two were in the same game. This next one is hit hard and powerfully by Rose. That's a good punch shot through long on for 4. And he's on to 43. He's looking for back-to-back 50s in the championship.
So they've bagged maximum batting points with 1 wicket gone.
Yes, he's on to 47 with that, so 450 for 1. And so they only managed maximum batting points once in the whole of last season. They've got it here. If only you were allowed another point for reaching 500, they might still fancy the chances of doing that, as that's pushed out to the offside by Rose for his 48th run, 451 for 1. Well, I've got the stats down. I wonder where this ranks in terms of number of runs on the opening day of a match by Warwickshire. Can't have done this very often. In comes Cars to bowl to Davies. He drives that straight to mid-on, where Clark fields. There's no run. Durham was stuck to the task in the field. Apart from the overthrows, have been the only real notable fielding errors, plus the one dropped catch. But the ground fielding has been pretty decent. A tough day for them, I suppose. Have to console themselves. They can only get better from here, really. The rest of the season. Cast balls. He's pinning for an LBW there. Straight away the umpire shakes his head. I think it will be a leg by, though. It is. Let's do an update in 10 seconds time. So I'll change gear in a moment. 452 for 1. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have had a remarkably dominant day with a bat on the first day of their county championship match against Durham. They are 452 for 1 in the 90th over, so they've already secured maximum batting points, something they managed only once in the whole of last season. And their new captain, Alex Davis, has scored the first double century of his career. He's been positive throughout, had a couple of minor escapes, but generally batted with great authority. Splendid innings from him. Earlier 191 from Rob Yates. Warwickshire 453 for 1. Poor old Will Rose doesn't get a mention for his 49 not out, but can't mention everything. So see Parkinson back in the bowling. And his figures of none for 109, I think, are very, very harsh on him. Essex have brought up 400 now against Kent, 402 for 6. They've still got 20 overs to try and get to 450.
Parkinson bowls. This is played by Rhodes up to mid-on for his 50. Coming a fairly sedate 88 balls, I think.
Yeah, almost an unnoticed 50, but it's his second consecutive county championship 50. Having removed the responsibility of captaincy. And the lowest first innings score anywhere in the country from this first round of first day's play is Glamorgan, bowled out for 237 by Derbyshire.
Next ball is defended by Davies. It goes off towards the cover area, nowhere in there.
And Alex Thompson, formerly of this parish, has taken a career best 7 for 65. The spinner, well done him. Oh.
Davies has gone after that. That's going into the city centre, I think. Where's that landed?
It's a 6 today,
It's
anyway.
a 6. I didn't see where it came down.
No. Looks like someone going
It's
to
halfway
retrieve
up
the
wire
ball.
stand, isn't it?
Where's he retrieving it from?
That's gone a long way.
Yeah.
It's gone into the stand at the far end of the ground.
He
Must
came
have bounced back down a few steps. They can't find it.
He came dancing down the pitch. Davis, yes, has gone into some empty seats. Oh, they've retrieved it now. Warwickshire haven't got the maximum batting points. The next aim now is to they'll probably have an idea of how long they want to bat. Try and get a big enough total to put some pressure on on Durham.
I think Durham have just got to look at this and think, well, from a batting point of view, this has been really straightforward and not panic. Parkinson comes in and bowls. Ball played upfield by Davies for 1. And if they come in and bat sensibly, this could end up being a record score for aggregate totals yet.
Well, yeah. We had that 600 play 600 between Glamorgan and Middlesex in the first round of games.
Little dab to the leg side by Davies. Yeah, I mean, that was... I wondered how much you have to be in there to get the runs, which Sam Northeast did, so not taking anything away from him, but I wonder how much easier it was against the Kookaburra ball than the Duke's ball at the start of the season. Tenacious as it was, it gave a good idea of the runs that can be made. Davies with a little play out through mid-wicket for 1. End of the over, 4-6-3 for 1, so there's still 5 overs to go tonight.
Yeah, well, I suppose Glamorgan have got to think in terms of trying to do what Middlesex did, and Glamorgan got 620 off for 3 declared. Middlesex replied with 655. Nice high-scoring draw. Take the points for a draw. Hopefully get a few batting points. They might get some bowling points because they've still got 19 overs to chase them in, but I haven't got any yet. I just got to make sure on that, but yeah, be interesting to see how long Warwick should go on for. I would think they'd want 600 plus from here to really put a bit of scoreboard pressure on.
The thing is, when you look through the record books and you see all these massive innings totals in games, they generally end up in draws, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, well, again, I was listening to the press box when they were talking about the Brian Lara match, so he was making the observation that was probably one of the least, in a way, one of the least significant performances by Warwickshire that season. Bryden Cast took a little bit of tap in his last over. Bolster Davis, who drives a lovely looking shot for nothing. Straight to, is it Graham Clark in the covers? It usually is. No, it's not this time, it's Paul Coughlin. Durham fielders trying to encourage each other. They've only got a few more overs to do today. They will have to look at that over. As I say, they need to get that clear by the end of this innings because they can't guarantee that they'll get a second innings to try and get rid of it. That's pulled there by Davies to back of square legs. A fielder a long way out there fields it. He'll get 2 runs, Alex Davies. He's on to 211. Every run he scores now improves his career best. Day to remember for him. And he'll hope to be back tomorrow to try and add some more. Maybe chase that Sam Northeast score. Cass bowls. He just drops a bat on that. Davis quite cleverly takes the pace of the ball so he's able to amble through for a single. 466 for 1 Warwickshire. Normally at this stage of the day I go through all the wickets that have fallen today. Ain't going to take long. Just Rob Yates, after an opening stand of 343, miscued a Colin Ackerman delivery, and Alex Lees took a decent catch. It was one that if he dropped,
it's a bit of a steep low.
Yeah, so it wasn't easy, but took it well. Cass around the wicket to Rhodes. Oh, that's a leading edge from Rhodes, who's going to get runs for it. So onto the offside again. That big expanse of grass. He'll get 2 runs. He's on to 52. 468 for 1. Cash still plugging away.
Something's put him off.
Yeah. I didn't realise that 6 that Will Rose hit to bring up the 450 was actually after no ball. So it was 6 no balls. Or was it a 4? Oh, he hit a 4, wasn't it? But it counted for 6, that's it. So he hit a 4, which would have taken them to 449, but it was called a no ball, which is why they were up to 450. Cass into bowl, and it's defended. There's no run. I'll be possibly even looking forward to the ice bath at the end of the day. Durham. So I didn't notice it at the time, but the 450 is 537 balls, so the 9th 50 was back to the sort of pace they were scoring at earlier, 58 balls. Cass bowls, and that's turned round to square leg. It'll just be cut off. Good tumbling stop down there, and it's just 1 run. If we had a third umpire here, probably be looking at that for half an hour to check it was a decent stop, but no need for that here. And it was Parkinson who's about to bowl who made the stop. 1 run, 469 for 1.
Four overs remaining tonight.
Where is Sunderland tomorrow then?
West Brom.
Oh, right near here.
Yeah.
Unless you be hoping it pours down with rain at 1 o'clock.
Unless they've moved it.
Unless you can, so you can go off and see them.
Don't think there's any rain forecast tomorrow, is there?
Don't think so, no. I think it's supposed to be quite nice tomorrow.
Might be a bit cooler. Parkinson. Left arm over from the city end. Rhodes with a reverse sweep. That is a tiny boundary. It's only just beyond where the discs would be in a one-dayer, and that's 4. Could easily have 500 on the board by the close of play here today.
Well, that looked on the cards at one point. Is it sort of back on the cards? It looked less likely a while ago, but how many overs have we got left now? 2 after this one.
Rhodes is on 57. Parkinson again.
It's 1 after.
Ball played across towards mid-wicket for 1.
It's 96 overs, isn't it? So it is actually 3 after this one. So yeah, they could get
there.
There's
3.4 to go.
Oh yes, there it is. I was trying to find it on the scoreboard. Numbers are quite small on there now. I need me binoculars these days to see some of those. My age.
Parkinson round the wicket to Davis. It's played up to long off for 1. I think I wrote a couple of hours ago that I could easily see Davis being there at the end of the day's play. Still intact.
He'll want to be.
Parkinson comes in. Rhodes plays the ball gently along the floor to mid-wicket, picked up by Coghlan, the 12th man.
Who are you going to be interviewing at the end of the day? Might be the coach's day today, is it?
Scott Boland's not on the field as he's been off and on today. So Parkinson in again. This is turned away towards Lees at deep square leg for 1. $476 for 1. Yates, last man, 191. Decided to go on the attack just before tea and got himself caught out, having hit 16 runs in 3 balls off Ackerman. Davis with a single up to Cars at long off. End of the over, 3 to go. So I'm going to have to go and do an update next door now, so I'll see you all again tomorrow.
Thank you, Martin. Martin Emerson. So Warwickshire just building and building here. I mean, if they back to lunch tomorrow, they could be beyond 600. They might even go to tea and try and get to 700. And then, I don't know, give themselves, what would that be? That would be 7 sessions to try and bowl Durham out twice. It'd be a daunting follow-on target for Durham in those circumstances. Bryden Cass bowls, and that's driven down the ground by Davies, and that's 4 more runs. Fine shot from Alex Davies. It's been a really terrific day of batting from him. Warwickshire got off to a really brisk start, maintained that pace, had a little bit of a slowdown later in the day, but it didn't really matter by then. They'd already got a terrific accumulation of runs on the day. Cast into bowl. That's short and it's pulled, and the sweeper out there is going to struggle to get that. That's going to go for another 4. More runs been added at the end of the day. They could get to 500 before the close. And welcome back. Mal, I wrote you off too early.
Well, never write me off. And, you know, we were discussing earlier in the day what qualified as a daddy 100. And we couldn't come up with where it ticks over. But
it certainly has done.
Somewhere along the line, I think it's safe to say that Davies has a daddy 100.
So is Yates's 191? Does that count as a daddy 100?
I think it does.
Yeah,
but I just don't know where it crosses over. Is it 150? Is it 160?
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't know what qualities. It's like, how many times do you get someone out before they become your bunny? What's the official bunny number?
Yeah.
Asked Andrew Sampson, BBC statistician, many times about that.
It's Carson bowls and Davis ducks under that. There's no run. He's on the Richie Benno score. I'm not going to attempt to do it. 222. 485 1.
The old chew.
Yeah. Every time I mention his name, I feel a sort of slight glow, because I had the great pleasure of interviewing him at some length twice. Wonderful man to have chatted to. They were quite nice long interviews, but I could have talked to them all day.
Yes, Mr. Endless Summer.
Cass bowls, and that's pushed out to point for a single. Well, the first time I did interview, we were actually at Lord's, and it was the first day that BBC CWR reopened as a station in its own right. And Warwickshire playing in the Lord's final, so I thought it'd be great to get Richie Benno on for that first day. So I had to record the interview with him down the line, and my producer Rob had to press all the buttons at the other end. And then when at the end of the interview I said thank you very much, and I said thanks Rob, and then in comes Cast to bowl, and that's whipped away, but cut off by Clark. There's no run, and Richie said so thank you, and he said thanks Rob, and Rob just that was his year made. Richie Benno had thanked him. Personally, yeah. I interviewed him in a hotel in Birmingham was the other time I interviewed him. I think he'd just written his autobiography.
Wow.
Popped over to his hotel and had a chat. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, someone I never actually had the pleasure of speaking to. Pretty much retired when I came along.
Cast comes in to bowl. Out to the onside, there's no room.
Certainly someone I grew up with, grew up listening to, as did pretty much all of us, hey? Well, especially certainly in Australia. Very much a part of the summer landscape.
Yeah, he made the point to me when I interviewed him that you talk about sort of cricketers becoming commentators, which is the norm now. Of course, nothing wrong with that. But he was both right from the start. He was both a journalist and a cricketer from right at the start of his career.
Yeah, and I think that stood out as well. And I suppose when you look at the commentators who you see also in the press box, Athers is very much one of those. Michael Atherton, you see in there having done a full day of commentary and then writing a piece as well. In comes Parkinson, the first ball pushed straight back to the bowler, no run. Ian Chappell, you'll often see him, you certainly used to, sitting in the press box, tapping away in between commentary stints. Parkinson in once more. Davies just pushes that to the right of the bowler.
Yeah, when I first started covering county championship cricket many years ago, you used to see a lot of the top writers, top cricket writers, but they don't tend to turn up for county championship cricket anymore.
Davies this time, well, he was just a little bit flummoxed by that one from Parkinson and just was looking around every which way to see where the ball had gone. In the end, it just dribbled behind him, and Ollie Robinson walks out towards square leg, does the fielding.
I just think the international schedule is so busy now that a lot of them don't really get the opportunity.
Parkinson's next.
I know you do both,
Well,
yeah.
I do whatever anyone says. If someone wanted to pay me to stand on my head, I'd find a way to do that.
The last major cricket correspondent I think that I used to see regularly at county cricket was the wonderful CMJ, Christopher Martin Jenkins. Such a lovely, lovely man he was. But he was a great champion of county cricket, so he would still, even when he was very busy doing international cricket, he'd still rock up for championship matches.
And next ball from Parkinson, again just defended back to the bowler. Oh, we've lost the scoreboard again. The scoreboard's decided...
It keeps getting broken, doesn't it?
Finished early for the day.
Taking pity on Durham, perhaps.
They need it after a tough day. In comes Parkinson. That ball just worked around to backward of square leg. No run, so that's the end of the over. You've got the scoring.
Well, I think it's approximately 487 for one. The last two balls have been dot balls, I think they have.
It's a lot of runs, let's just say that. It's an awful lot of runs. Just one wicket to fall. And that to... Well, Colin Ackerman, do you know what? He was all ready to bowl this over. He'd taken off his vest. He'd given the umpire his cap. And then all of a sudden, Cass walked over. So, a little late change there. Not sure quite what happened.
Well, Cass then will bowl the last over of a chastening day for Durham. 487 for one. So at least, small mercies really, but they might keep Warwickshire below the 500. That's a short, 500 today. Shortness left by Davies. I want to be back tomorrow. So elsewhere, still playing at Chelmsford, Essex, 420 for 6. They're heading for maximum batting points. Still playing at Southampton. It's a bit slower going. Hampshire 303 for 6 against Lancashire. It is a closer play at Trent Bridge. Notts 305 for 6 against Worcestershire. Still playing at the Oval, Surrey 37 without loss after bowling Somerset for 285, so they look to be in a good position there. Surrey, Derbyshire have lost an early wicket, 2 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 237 at Cardiff, still playing there. As in comes Cast to bowl, and that's played to mid-wicket. There's no run, and Gloucestershire in a bit of early trouble. 19 for 2, replying to Yorkshire's 326 at Bristol, still playing there. Leicestershire 325 for 8 now against Sussex. And it's over for the day at Northampton, when Northants have accumulated 311 for 3 on day 1. 4 balls left today. We'll be back tomorrow. Brian Harford will be with you tomorrow, along with Mel and Phil and Martin. Cass is into bowl. That's left. Is it just the first 2 days you're with us?
It is just the first 2 days, but I see for 3 days last week. I've got a few Warwickshire games. I've got an away game down at the Oval in May as well.
I don't think I'm doing that one. I think that's one of Richard's, but
Kidderminster next week. Back here again. I think they're home against Notts. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
Then I'm off to Scotland for 2 weeks to do some internationals.
Good.
Looking forward to.
Cast comes into bowl, and that's turned round to back of square leg. They got one as Davis. He wants the second one. He's trying, doesn't get it. I miss that a little bit. The old Knockout Cup, and even when it was in group stages, we used to play Scotland and Ireland occasionally. I did a game in Belfast, I remember, one year for Warwickshire. I did a couple in Scotland. I think one in Edinburgh and one in Glasgow. I remember the one they had one Proclaimers CD, which they played a lot. And it is a very, very good album, one of the more recent albums, but even that album was getting just a little
too much
worn by the end of the day. Brilliant though it is. Cast into bowl to Rhodes, who turns that around to square leg for a single.
Well, I'm going up there for the Cricket World Cup League 2 round. So it's Scotland, Namibia and Oman. So there's 6 ODIs over 12 days.
Scotland will have high hopes of winning that, I would imagine. They came very unlucky with the 50 over world qualifiers, weren't they?
They were Baz deleted.
Yes, indeed.
Deleted by Baz. They were, but they've qualified for T20 World Cup.
In comes Cast to bowl, and that's played to back a square leg for a single, and brings the day to an end. Warwickshire finish it on 490 for 1. Will Rose with almost unnoticed but very efficient 60 not out, and Alex Davis having had a dominant day and scoring 226 not out, and earlier Rob Yates made 191. So great day for Warwickshire. Durham will have to lick their wounds and come back tomorrow. Ultimately they're going to have to bat well just to make sure they save the game. But thank you, Mel, and that's it from us for today. I think Arsenal 1 or 2 games still in progress. If you want to find the commentary elsewhere on the BBC website. In the meantime, we'll be back tomorrow. The team will be back with you tomorrow from 11 o'clock. As we close on day 1 with Warwickshire 490 for 1.